live. And here we are. Oh my goodness. What does it say? It already says we've been live for an hour. That's amazing. We've traveled through time. Wow, I knew I would be breaking boundaries with this show. But, you know, the time barrier, I did not think that would be a boundary we would cross. But anyway, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the inaugural episode of the Stream Repository with me, your host, the Meme Repository. It occurs to me right now, as I'm speaking, that I should probably tell Twitter that I'm live right now, because otherwise they're not going to know. So let's quickly and very carefully copy and paste this link into the Twitter feed, because we're going to be talking about a lot about Twitter today and a lot of other things, because this is the Stream Repository, the stream of consciousness from this tismy brain into your ear holes. First, let's put this up on the Twitters. Okay, the first episode is live now. There we go, straight to the point, as all things are. Okay, so Craig, the bad guy. Meme stream started 15 minutes after Shad, and he's still online first. So I'm going to assume Shad has just got a timer up on his stream or something. Hello there, Daily Dose. How do you do? How do you do on this most fine of occasions, which is the Stream Repository? Finally going live. Finally, after months and months of talking about it, finally we're here. We're live. We're in color. We are using placeholder art because I'm still getting the real art made, but it's going to look really swish. And this kind of gives you an idea of the vibe we're going for here on the Stream Repository. Okay, so I've got a shit-tillion notes here. So this is going to kind of give you an idea for the format. So we might as well dive into it. So why am I doing this? What possessed me to start a podcast of my own? Well, it's something I always thought about, but I didn't know what form it would take. I wouldn't want to do like an EFAP clone, for example. Hello, Sophistic. What's up? I wouldn't want to do an EFAP clone for the simple reason that you know, I love those guys to death. I think they're wonderful, but I wanted something that was uniquely me. That something that you know, I could put my own stamp on. Something that was representative of who I am, and not just trying to copy another format or trying to do something similar to another format. I wanted something unique. So that's kind of why it took me so long to even get this far. The other reason is, of course, I needed to wait until I thought there would be enough of a viewership, enough of an interest in a podcast to actually put it on the airwaves, if you will. So, you know, we're almost at 5,000 subscribers, which, you know, it could be higher, definitely, for to start a podcast. But this podcast does have another purpose, another reason for existing outside of just having a podcast. And really, I would never start a podcast just for the sake of starting a podcast. That would be, how shall we say, not a very no bueno, as some of the cool kids say. That would be very, very, very no bueno. Thanks for reminding me. I just hit the subscribe button. Not a problem, Labsid Engineer. Expect many more a stream here, and you will get notified every single week. No homo. Your voice is extra soothing this morning. Oh, why thank you. I don't know. Maybe I'm just subconsciously doing the podcast voice thing. I don't know. I think maybe I'm in a different mode than what I'm normally in. Who knows? Who knows if I can sustain it for a long period of time? But we'll see. We'll see. So what is the other reason for this podcast existing? Well, you see, I have a little thing called ADHD. And as a result, I tend to, my brain tends to split up, tends to just keep coming up with new ideas. Ooh, I can make a video about this. I can make a video about that. And, you know, it just keeps coming and coming and coming. It's like the biggest ejaculation you've ever seen in your life. Wow, we didn't take long to mention cum, did we? Wow, someone time that. Someone time how long it took to mention cum on the Stream Repository. Not very long is the answer to that question. But anyway, demonetized. But I do have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. which does mean it's a twice exceptional disorder, which means huge advantages in the sense that I come up with ideas very quickly. I'm very good at thinking outside the box. I tend to think in a different way that a lot of people find quite valuable. The downside to attention deficit hyperactivity disorder is the fact that it's very difficult to structure myself when I'm trying to balance multiple things at once. So, you know, I got to edit EFAP here. I've got to make my own videos here. I've got to eat and drink water and go to bed and go outside sometimes and talk to friends sometimes. And, you know, these are things that a lot of people do subconsciously. I have to do a lot of it manually. I have to really force myself to get it to the correct level of stimulation. And why did this pause did not go? Why is this not going? There we go. You're supposed to be looping over and oh, that's why it fucking. Oh, I know. I'm not. Oh no. Oh no, we can't have that. No, we can't have that at all. First error of the stream repository is I somehow rendered a 1-hour file for a 3-minute loop. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a very quick switcheroo, a very, very quick switcheroo. The first technical error of the stream repository. It had to happen. I'm glad it happened early, to tell you the truth. Or am I happy? I don't know really what I'm happy about at this moment. In a way, it's a humbling experience. But yeah. What do you export? You export the thing at the end. What do you? Oh, there is something at the end. Okay, we're going to delete the thing at the end. And then we're going to export this again because, you know, we can't have silence in the background. That is not going to happen. That is not my background music, not my background music. Hashtag. What do you mean it is being used by something? It is not being used by something. Fine, I will export it under something different. There we go. And now, ladies and gentlemen, take 2 of the stream repository background music. There we go. That should loop properly now. I was wondering what the hell is going on. Like, I know that I have to have background music here. I know I set that up ahead of time in VLC. And then it was like, oh my goodness. Boo, I scared you, meme. Oh, I'm terrified. Anyway, so, with the process of video making and having so many different ideas, it can be a bit overwhelming because when I'm making a video, when I'm putting together something that is properly edited, that is recorded, that is something I can edit after the fact, there's a huge amount of pressure to make sure that it's properly researched, properly refined, all of that stuff, because you have so much time when making a video to catch mistakes, to be diligent with what you're doing, and as a result, it can be a bit paralyzing. So I decided, why not start a podcast where I can just shoot the shit, get a lot of these ideas out of my head in like a safe way, a safe format where I can make mistakes, where I can where I don't need to be completely on the ball, where I can just explore things and bring up ideas and then go back on them later. And, you know, basically this allows me the freedom to have bad takes, which I think is really, really incredibly freeing, which is why I am very, very happy to have finally gotten this started, because this is going to be a great way to just get all of this brain goop out into the world in a stream of consciousness, a stream repository, if you will. Double entendre. I'm so proud of that title. I am so proud of that title, and I'm probably going to abuse it to the point where you're sick of hearing it. And you know what? That's okay. Now I'm going to take a sip of my coffee, because I do have coffee here, because I want this to be authentic, because you can't see me, but my avatar is holding a cup of coffee, so I don't want to make a liar of my avatar. You know, that's you know, I spent like 5 minutes putting that coffee cup in that hand. Maybe a bit longer than that, because that's not the original cup in the stock image. But you know, the background is static at the moment, but that's just because the animations I'm working on for it were a little bit underbaked, and I didn't have time to export them. You know, there's only so many times, so many times we can, what was I saying? You see, that's the ADHD, right? Sometimes I just forget what I'm saying. I have notes here. I'm not going off them for some reason. I'm rambling. This is the stream repository, stream of consciousness, pure and simple. So so the background is going to get nicer, hopefully every week, until eventually we get the final art in. Hopefully I will actually, I've got my spare helmet up on the mantle because just before the stream, I had a bucket of glue fall on my head, and it just, I was able to get the bucket off, but it just completely stuck my helmet to my scalp. So I've got to go get microsurgery for that now. So we'll hopefully get that off by next week. I don't typically lounge around my house in my helmet. It tends to be more of a uniform, a fashion statement. But in my house, I just like to chill out. I don't like to sweat through my purple skin on my scalp. So, we just gotta keep going. Just make fun of anime, that always triggers people. Well, I don't have any anime references in this one, unfortunately. But, we can have Homer Simpson bucket. Yep, a little bit like that. I probably had that in my head subconsciously while it was happening. I was thinking like, woe is me, the Simpsons fan, having to do what the Simpsons do. So, next order of business is, okay, so we have the why for the podcast's existence, but we don't have the why for why it took so long, because I've been talking about this since all the way back. I think it was back in February, March, sometime around there. That's when I initially mentioned it on EFAP, I think, initially. The stream repository as an idea. And then I started doing rehearsal time slots just to see if I could commit to the early morning stuff, but then that kind of just petered out. So why did it take so long to get here? Simpsons does everything. If somehow, some way, we ever end up with an EFAP meetup or some such, you better wear makeup. Look, man, if I ever do a face reveal, I'm going to troll the fuck out of you people and get like a full-on makeup artist to actually put me in the full, like Thanos, Picard makeup. I'll put the contact lenses in and everything. I'm going to show up and I'm going to paint he's going to paint me purple. It's going to be great. I see you confiscated yourself a Green Lantern. Seems a safer spot on your shelf than in, than with Warner Brothers. Yep. And you'll occasionally hear cats running around. Okay, you need to get that out of your mouth. That is the beauty of doing it live. Sometimes you need to snatch plastic out of the mouths of live cats. So, why did this take so long? Well, you are going to be so distracting. You. Why did I even put you in the image when you're just there? Oh, by the way, these are representations of my real cats on screen, in case you're wondering. Firstly, I am a perfectionist by nature. So a large part of me didn't want to start until I had the best art prepared with all the various assets in place to make this as slick a production as I could make it. I've since made peace with the fact that sometimes it is better to start something and improve it over time than it is to drag your feet indefinitely chasing the vague notion of perfection. Actually, was reminded of a very good saying yesterday. I've started reusing the app Habitica to try and make myself a little bit more efficient. It's basically a to-do list that's presented like an RPG quest thing. So you level up as you do your daily tasks, and you check them off. It's quite helpful. They also have like chat. They also have like you can go to the taverns and stuff. It's like got a bit of a shared community, and someone on that community mentioned a saying that I really resonate with, which is perfection is the enemy of done, which is to say you can always be more perfect. You can always make things better, but eventually you got to start. And that's kind of where I'm at. Why is this not looping again? What happened? Don't tell me I exported another hour-long file. Oh no, what ended up happening there is that I clicked on the wrong one. That was a meme mistake. That was a meme mistake. Okay, one day we'll get this. There we go. Again, hopefully that's the last time. Anyway, so perfection tends to be the enemy of done. So as a result, I decided, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to use the placeholder assets. I'm going to keep the watermarks on the things so everyone knows that it's not done. And I'm just going to keep the stolen background there that I slightly extended crappily in Photoshop. Because, you know, there's something to be said about humble beginnings as well, to see this thing I threw together and then see it slowly evolve over time. I think that could be an experience for the audience. So I'm excited to see that. Perfection is built upon. Exactly, duct tape lady, exactly. So the second reason, the second reason that the stream repository took so long to put together is that I was going to use the podcast as a way to spend a bit of time with my ex-partner when we were still together. So we were living together, and she was working full time. So as a result, there was not much crossover in the mornings with where we were both awake and doing things, because she had to go to work really early. So I was thinking, okay, I can use this as an opportunity to have at least one morning a week that we can spend a little bit of time together before we both have to go to work. So I thought, you know, that's a good idea. And then that relationship kind of just ended. So I had to untangle the emotional stuff from that relationship in relation to the podcast idea before I could move forward with it. So that was another thing that had to happen, because I'm going to give a little bit of advice to the viewers at home. Self-care should always be prioritized. Obviously, you should challenge yourself. You should I think you should push yourself to a degree, definitely. But don't do anything that's going to ultimately make you hate the things you love. And I love streaming. I love talking about various subjects. And I got a feeling that if I had launched straight into it after all that had happened, I might have ended up hating this. So I'm very happy that I waited. And the third reason is, well, you've been hearing her the last few minutes. I adopted a third cat due to some very interesting circumstances with her original owner. So I ended up with a third cat, and she's a kitten. She was 3 months old when I adopted her. So as a result, a 3-month kitten is a lot of work, and it's a lot more work when you have 2 other cats already in the house. So doing all that alone, doing the introductions, having to go through cat behaviorists for the one cat that has hyper anxiety and stuff like that. That was a time-consuming process, and that just it resulted in my energies being shifted elsewhere. But now that she's integrating into the household, we now have all the cats in the same area for about 10.5 hours per day now. They're making peace with each other. So as a result, I now have a lot more free time to invest in something like a podcast. You know, it occurs to me that having a beverage here sounded good in theory, but then I remember that hot drinks cool over time, and you can't see me sipping. So there's just going to be, anytime I go for a sip, it's just going to be beep. It's sudden stops in the talk, and then I start again. So we'll see if I keep this as a feature, but you know, it seemed like a good idea at the time. That's the beauty of the awkward pilot episode, right? You get to figure out the kinks early on and then slowly build upon it. Unless you're doing like what the modern streaming shows are doing, where they're going ultra serialized really early on, so they can't figure out all the kinks in their creative process early on, and they just end up delivering a whole lot of nonsense, and they're very slow to learn from their mistakes. Star Trek Discovery is a really good example of that, where, you know, if all the mistakes of the first season had simply been compressed into like the first couple of episodes, they took on feedback, then they continued to grow and learn, you know, that show could have ended up as something special, sure. Instead, they went ultra serialized really early on. They didn't have any idea what they were doing, and then they started getting really defensive at the criticisms they were getting. So they've, you know, I won't, you know, from the 3 seasons I've seen, I will say that it got better over time, but did it get good? It didn't even get good in the way that some people say Voyager got good, where at least Voyager has these really high points in it. Discovery just got slightly more tolerable over time, but still has so many issues. This is the beautiful thing about this podcast, is that I can have tangents like that, and you know, it's all part of the package. I love kinks, Kappa. Oh, thank you, Daily Dose. I appreciate your input there. And the final kick in the ass to get this podcast started was, as some of you know, a friend of mine, a very dear friend of mine, recently passed away, which was difficult to go through. But you know, it was the kick in the ass that I needed, because it helped me to appreciate life's fragility. You know, we get busy. You know, one of my favorite films of all time has a quote that I really like that kept coming into my brain when going through that grieving process, which is we get busy living or we get busy dying. And like I mentioned before, I knew this podcast was going to be essential for me to move forward with other projects. So how was I going to get busy living? Well, I needed to get busy with the stream repository. As a result, let's go into what you should expect from the podcast going forward. Like, what is this show? What is the format? I need to get through this drink. It's going cold. I did it. Yeah. Conquered you. You're not gonna sabotage me. The stream repository will keep going and going. Nothing outlasts the memorizer battery. Nothing. So. With all that said, what should you expect? So are there going to be guests? Are there going to be, is it going to, well, I've already said that it's not going to be anything specific. This isn't the memes media analysis podcast, or it isn't memes life podcast. This is memes whatever the hell meme wants to talk about podcast, which is, it's freeing. It allows me it allows there to be no real expectations outside of what interests me, which might still fall under certain flags, but I think this is going to allow for a lot of freedom as far as this podcast is concerned. So the best way to think of this podcast is a variety show showcasing the inner workings of my squishy inner thinker, airing out whatever thoughts or musings have been rattling around in my skull. I now need to burp. That's the beauty of doing this live. Hello, Cthulhu. Oh, I love your name, Cthulhu. Oh, you stumbled upon something there, Cthulhu. Oh, I love saying it, Cthulhu. Cthulhu Skywalker. Cthulhu Skywalker. There we go. It's great. Love it. So airing out whatever thoughts or musings have been rattling around in my skull. In other words, I come on the air, talk about whatever's been on my mind, and you can listen if you so choose. Super chat from James. Look at you go. A look into the mind of meme. I fear for my life. As you should, James. As you should. As you very much so. Oh, sing the Boba Fett theme song as Cthulhu. I need to remember how the Boba Fett theme, the Boba Fett song goes. It's Boba Fett, Boba Cthulhu, do 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 Cthulhu, do 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 Cthulhu, do 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 Cthulhu. It was not so much thinking about the lyrics to that song, but the melody, because I would not want to, wouldn't want to misrepresent, the masterpiece that is the Book of Boba Fett theme. Oh god. Some of these episodes might end up as proto-scripts for future videos, and some might just be fun explorations on their own with no need to follow them up. So we come on the air, we have a good old chin wag, and that might be all that happens with a certain topic. And other ones, the notes might go on to be refined, turned into a video of its own. Maybe even clips from the podcast are used in a video. Maybe this is going to allow me to have stuff recorded ahead of time for certain subject. That's a very real possibility. And I'm excited to explore it. Sometimes things will be heavily researched and properly formatted. So there's going to be topics where, I feel like it was owed a level of due diligence, and I'm going to try and follow through with that. And then sometimes I'm just going to be fumbling around the dark. Sometimes I just want to talk about something, and maybe I don't know much about it, but I'm going to say I don't know much about it, but I'm going to ask questions about it. I'm going to explore it, and I'm going to try and explore it in a way that makes it clear that although I'm pretty ignorant about it, I kind of want to learn about it, and I want you guys to come along for that journey of exploration with me on certain subjects. So this is going to be the show where I just get to be myself in a semi-structured format and let loose my brain coom for the world to see. You know, I should have probably put an age rating on this podcast, but, you know, too late. We'll have the media analysis stuff that a lot of people have come to expect from me, but we'll also be branching out into other fields, science, technology, mental health, anecdotes, and general observations about life and the world at large. Just anything, really. Like, I don't imagine I'll be doing much politics, for example, but, you know, I can't imagine there's like a true limit to what I'm willing to talk about. It just depends on what I feel like talking about, really. This will also be a space where it's safe to make mistakes. I may have one take one week that I proceed to take back the next week with new information. Ultimately, this podcast is just meant to be a discussion where I'm learning just as much as you guys are. As far as now this is probably important for you guys because I have been interacting a little bit with chat. As far as viewer interaction goes, I will go through my notes on each topic, and then I will open the floor to viewer discussion. The best way to get any questions answered will likely be through super chats, depending on how busy the regular chat is. So I imagine at this early stage, it's probably pretty safe to just put things in the regular chat. But, you know, if this podcast somehow becomes really big, obviously, there are ways to guarantee it, but I will always be trying to look at regular chat during the viewer interaction portion. So there is no need to monetize it. The super chats are more just if you want that absolute guarantee that I'm going to answer a question, even if the answer to that question is no comment. So I already basically said that. So what about guests? Like, are we gonna have guests on this podcast? Like, we're gonna have Fringy and Molar and Rags? We're gonna get Moodle on? Are we gonna get, a Sophistic Autistic said he wanted to come on? Are we gonna get Jay on? Are we gonna get all kinds of people on? And the answer to that is, I am open to the idea of guests. I am open to the idea. However, that would be a very secondary concern for me. So for example, if there's a specific topic that I want to get someone's input on, I think it'd be neat to get them in to chat about it. Sure. That's going to be a very occasional thing though, as the entire point of the podcast is to produce regular, semi-structured content that I don't need to put a lot of additional preparation into. And as you can imagine, trying to reach out to guests every single week, that would be a very big undertaking. I have a social battery that can sometimes be a bit limited, especially when I'm talking to people I don't know that particularly well. Like, it wouldn't be that confronting to ask Metal if he wanted to come on the stream, for example. But if there was like a very big guest that people wanted, that would take a lot of effort to get through. So I am open to it. But guests, we should look at it like, if I get a guest on, that's going to be a special treat. That's going to be a very special episode of the Stream Repository. But it's not going to be every episode. It's going to mainly be me talking about things I like, or things I find interesting, or things I find annoying. It's going to be me, and you're going to have to deal with it. Flex. Also, hello, chat. Be sure to behave. I'll be watching. Yeah, he's an owl. He's got really good eyesight in his brain. That's where the eye is connected to, the brain. So he's got eyesight in his brain. I hope that we have established this. The me repository, if you will. Randomly get you know how if there was any chance I could get Peter Cullen on, I would fucking come in my pants while he's in the call. That would be, I would drop everything just to make that happen. That would be it. And then he drops out at the last minute and I have to throw together a show anyway. Oh yeah, I'm going to be on, we're going to be doing more. I've got a couple of Metals Forges coming up as well, which is going to be neat. We're going to do the last She-Hulk this week, and then we're going to do the new Cyberpunk next week, which apparently is like really short, so that'll be easy to get through and a nice palate cleanser. I'd kill a family member to talk to Peter Cullen. Oh my Lord in heaven. That being said, we also have a we're also gonna have a an after show after, if I still feel like I'm in a streaming state after an episode, we'll put on what's called an after show. Like if Pringy does something similar with Cosmoronic, where I'll just put on a game, and then people are free to jump into a call, and we can do a little bit more viewer interaction than normal, and that's gonna be like just the let our hair down, just chillax part of the podcast. It's gonna be great. Why am I getting progressively more congested the more I talk? I wish I would get less congested the more I talk. That would be nice. That would be very, very nice. So with all that said, we now know the who, the what, the where, and the why. We know what is, what was, what will be the stream repository. So I see no point in procrastinating longer, although I probably will because it's funny. But let's launch into it with just a little food for thought. Just a little something I was thinking about. It's on the subject of cringe. Now, we all know about cringe, I assume. I don't have to explain the concept. Whether we're cringing at ourselves, we're cringing at someone else. Whether it's kind of like you curl in inside yourself. It's kind of like, ooh, if I was a snail, I would be hiding in my shell out of shame. That would be a good way to describe cringe. It's almost like bad goosebumps. It's an uncomfortable feeling. So why do we still cringe? Even when we with this subject, this food for thought here, it's about self-cringe. When we think back on something we did in the past, whether it was a month ago, a year ago, 10 years ago, for some reason we can look back and we can think about the time we pissed our pants in the second grade, and we still cringe. We still think back to these embarrassing memories, and we still have that little going on. And why do we cringe still when we know full well, because eventually at some point in life we learn that every single person has these things that they cringe about in their past. So you would think that would almost be counter cringe. That is, everyone cringes, so maybe nobody should cringe, right? Like maybe you would think there would be an effect there, but instead we still are susceptible to self cringe, even when we know damn well that that everyone else goes through these experiences. We were still embarrassed. We still experience that shame. So why do we still cringe? Why do we still cringe when we know that everyone else cringes at themselves as well? So is it simply a hardwired response that needs to be unconditioned? Well, I think that might be a part of it for sure. I think if you don't practice mindfulness, or if you've fallen out of practicing mindfulness, it can be very easy just to fall into that kind of into that conditioned trap of like, oh no, someone saw my bum when I was 12, and I didn't want them to see my bum. But I know I slipped on the pavement and my pants fell down. Oh no. We still go through that. And if you're not practicing mindfulness, if you don't have the ability to just center yourself and to just look at the thought as it's happening without judgment, I think there's something to be said about it being conditioned. But I think there's probably there's a much more, I don't want to say insidious. I don't think that's the right word, but I think there might be something deeper going on, with at least with some people, or at least with some scenarios, because I think there are some things that are maybe a little bit more just like reflexive, but we know it's not really that embarrassing. But then I think there are other times when we're getting roasted and something embarrassing comes up and we cringe because everyone else around us can see the embarrassing thing that we went through, or is hearing the embarrassing story. I think there's a part of us that when we're up on stage, getting roasted by friends, I forgot to set the scene there. So just imagine you're on stage getting roasted, and someone brings up a story, and there's that little bit of embarrassment there, even though everyone there, they're laughing and having a good time, but there's a little thing there. It's just like, oh God, I hope something doesn't happen here. And I think part of the cringe there, and I think maybe part of self cringe in general, is the fear that the crowd is going to stop laughing and start looking on in horror. I think it is that fear that our cringe is somehow worse than other people's cringe, that perhaps it is not just cringe, but it is something deeper, something that people will take as something that means something bad about your character, and it's going to reflect upon you rather than just being something embarrassing. And I think that is the fear. It is not the cringe itself sometimes, but it is the idea that our cringe is worse than other people's cringe. And I find that fascinating. Let's see what you guys are chatting about in ye old chat, because I'm interested in all of your input. And oh my goodness, there's the chat bots are coming. That is a new one. That is a new porn bot right there. I have never seen that one before, or at least that's a new thumbnail. It's interesting nonetheless. See what you guys had to say about the subject. Let's see. I may be cringe, but I am free. You know, that's true. We gotta be them bots be cringe. Very true. Would it be cringe to start a counter for every time meme says cringe? You know, that's an interesting thought. Would it be cringe? I don't know. I do not know. Possibly. But maybe it won't be cringe. Maybe it'll be funny. But then again, cringe is somewhat subjective. So, you know, what is cringe to one person is, you know, a riot to another. So I think that's interesting to think about. Next subject is actually to do with oh no, there's an image in here I forgot to put into the thing. That is unfortunate. Oh well. I will just quickly take this image and put it in here, and then I'll just flash it on screen all jankily. And then you know, you can take a look at it. Ooh, have to go to bed to get up for work? Good night. Oh, good night, duct tape lady. I hope your work day goes well. Have you had a wonderful night? I don't know what we're talking about because I just got here, so I'm just gonna chill. Well, that's the point. We're just going subject to subject. This is all chilled. So chat, how's your reading comprehension? Like mine's okay. Like I can read. I can read pretty well at some points. But my ability to read is a bit variable. That's an ADHD thing. You know, I've got a little bit of astigmatism in my eyes. Like, it's not too much. In fact, I had someone tell me that where my eyesight is now is where they hope people who get laser eye surgery will eventually end up. So that was a big, that was when I was worried about my eyesight being compromised. They were just like, no, you are where we want people who get eye surgery to be when they're done. And it's like, okay, that works. So, you know, my eyesight's fine, but my ability to pay attention to the page, that can be the thing that fucks me, especially if it's like smaller font or a harder to read font. That's a very good way for me to just not want to read it anymore. Naturally, starting this podcast here that requires me to do a lot of reading because I have to write up a lot of notes and then I got to read them back to you. Well, it occurred to me that maybe using the default font in Microsoft Word that sometimes I have to squint a little bit to see wouldn't be the best idea. So I decided to, you know, I did a little bit of research. I just went, okay, what is the best font? What is the most readable font? Surely there is science behind this. Like there have probably been studies done. There's probably a font out there that has been scientifically determined to be more readable than the others. And as it turns out, it was. But surprisingly, this is a very recent font. This font only came out in 2019, which makes me wonder, how have we had typefaces and fonts for so long, yet only now do we come out with a font that is, you know, determined to be the most readable, that has been specifically tailored to be the most readable to the most amount of people. In fact, the statistic here is that it is 70% easier to read than most other fonts. You know, obviously that's going to vary from person to person, but this is like broad strokes. Generally, this is going to be the easiest one to read. So this is it's a free font. It's called Redex Pro. And I'm using it in the text document I'm using right now. And why is this like this? There we go. Hopefully I didn't just fuck up all of my spacing there. But yes, it's here in the document right now. I'm just going to quickly, actually, I'm going to get I've got this, I've got a bunch of images, right, saved. But I just realized that if I exported it at the size that it is in the document, it would be incomprehensible, which would kind of defeat the purpose. So I just needed to quickly re-export it right there. So I've got, so I put on the Redux font, and that was already a lot more helpful, and they had a few different variations. So I'm using the light version of the font because that was the most pleasant to my eyes, but there's bolder ones, thicker ones, thinner ones. You can basically find multiple variations of this font. It's really, really good. You can tailor it to your needs. But then I realized, well, I shouldn't just stop with the font, right? I should go with paragraph spacing. I should make sure that the spacing between lines is not too close or not too far. I should make sure the spacing between words isn't too far or too close. So eventually, I ended up with something that looks like this. And if this looks good to you, I would recommend downloading the font. It's called Redux Pro. So this is what it looks like. This is just the first page of my notes. As you can see, I've kind of formatted the notes like they're a script, but then I'm free to go off script and ramble a lot. So these just kind of help to ground me a little bit more. So this is what it looks like. It's a very nice font, very readable. It looks even better in person. Like the screenshot here probably doesn't do it justice just because there's all kinds of compression and stuff that goes along with it. But I really like it. I really like it. So it's Redux Pro. I'll actually type it in the chat very quickly. If I can just delete this. Yes, I want to. No, I don't want to delete the background. God damn, no. Could you imagine I just delete the background right there and then? That would be cringe. That would be very cringe. So it's called Redux Pro. You can download it. You can download it for free. It's really helpful. I would recommend it to all my friends. But let's that would be very mid. Yes, I don't like that. I don't like that mid is being used as a synonym for bad. I don't like it. I don't like it, Father. I do not like it. I don't know. It makes things seem less bad than they actually are a lot of the time. I don't like it. Don't like it. Don't like the trend. So, hello, Joseph Dredd. I love a new font. Yep, I would. Well, if you're looking for a new font, yeah, Redux Pro. That is the place to go. I'm not even sponsored. I'm not getting paid to shill Redux Pro. I'm just using them. And I like to recommend stuff that's useful. So this is useful. What you talking about? Mid is my favorite word. Well, you know, there are lots of opinions in this world. Some of them are more right than others, but that's okay. That's okay. I use middling. Yeah, middling. Yeah, you know, that's as long as you're using it to mean like mediocre or something like that, I think that's fine. A lot of people use it to mean what should be bad. But then again, I guess a lot of people misuse mediocre as well. Like maybe I'm just frustrated with people calling something mediocre when actually it's fucking terrible. I don't know. Maybe that is a reflection of my own personal frustrations. Mid is something that I hope modern Hollywood media reaches these days. Mid levels of entertaining would be nice. Yeah, I completely agree. Mid almost should be like that should almost be like bare minimum, right? Like if you can reach a medium level of entertainment, that would be nice. It's not mind blowing, but my God, it has a lot of highlights in it, or it does a lot of things really well, even if it does other things not so well. You know, that would be nice. That'd be really, really nice. Breaking news meme: Michelle Yao and Pete Davidson will voice Transformers in Rise of the Beasts. Oh, well, good for them. Good for them. I've got thoughts on Rise of the Beasts that I'm going to get into later. Got thoughts on them. Yeah, like that's the thing. Like No Way Home. If I'm using the term accurately, I would describe that as mid because there's so much I love about that film and so much I don't love about that film. So it's mid. It is got a lot of problems, but it's such. I've rewatched clips from that film so many times because it's just such an enjoyable experience. And I don't get that from like a bad film. At least not a... Maybe there's like one or two clips in a bad film that I might go back to, but that's about it. So, what is next on the chopping block? The Mario trailer. Oh, yeah, the Mario trailer. How many people here have seen the Mario trailer? I saw the Mario trailer. I assume everyone here has, right? Like, that's a cultural touchstone, Super Mario, right? Like, that's, you know, it's like Mickey Mouse. I think the movie looks really good. Like, the animations, you know, they look spot on. Like, Mario's design, you know, there was that one leaked picture that made it look really weird. But then you see him in the movie and he looks fine. Obviously there's stuff that can be tweaked, but it's not like Michael Bay's Transformers where you're just looking at it and your eyes feel like they're about to bleed because they don't know where to look. But you know, when the design gets so busy, you don't even identify that there's a face where the face should be. So you're just looking so the eye starts panicking, looking for something smooth to latch onto, but there's nothing there. It's nothing like that, and it's not like Sonic where it's just why. Well, actually, I know why the Sonic design ended up like it did, because they got someone who was really good at animation to do the design for him, which means he was designing that original Sonic design around the needs of the animation, rather than putting more consideration into what is aesthetically pleasing to the human eye and why the original Sonic design worked. That's why that design ended up like that. Which is kind of interesting, right? That they didn't hire a character designer; they just got the animators to do the design, and had it kind of put around the needs of the of the film. Which, yeah, I think I find that fascinating, and good on them for like almost immediately just going like, yeah, you need to. We fucked up. We're gonna delay the film and start over. We're not going to crunch our animators to do it. We're gonna tank this one. We're gonna throw about 20 million more at it just to fix it. Sorry guys. But yeah, so the animation in the Mario trailer looks great, and there are some standout performances there. I like Jack Black Bowser. I think Toad sounds fine as well. Like that's around what I would imagine Toad to sound like. So Keegan-Michael Key is, you know, doing a fine, he's doing, you know, a pretty good job with Toad there. But there's another voice in there. There is another voice, and that voice is Luigi, who we hear some panicked sounds from, and he sounded okay from the panic screams. We need more from him though. We don't even have a line of dialogue yet. But no, let's stop dragging this out. So Chris Pratt is voicing Mario, and not a long-time Mario actor, Charles Martinet. Now, anyone who's been on my Twitter recently knows that I've not been too happy with this. And it's been a frustrating thing to talk about, because I think a lot of people miss the point of my outrage, because obviously I'm not happy with the sound that Chris has gone for, which is basically his voice with like a slightly Italian-American sort of Brooklyn twang. So he's kind of gone back to the Super Mario Brothers Super Show, you know, from the or like Bob Hoskins in the 90s film. They've gone back to that sound, which was kind of how Mario sounded before Charles Martinet came in. Which, you know, it is worth pointing out that was, you know, the default for the character. But then they eventually discovered a far superior, more fitting sound for a character like that. And that is the sound that has been baked into the character's legacy for the last 20 years. Like, when did Super Mario Brothers? So I'm gonna look this up very quickly. Super Mario 64. When did that come out? Technically, Charles Martinet actually voiced him in a game. Okay, so Super Mario 64 was 1996. So he's almost been voicing him as long as I've been alive. Charles Martinet. I'm gonna look, because there was one appearance, that there was one additional voice that he did. Oh my goodness, no way. So he did, apparently. So yeah, like Super Mario 64 is when console gamers first heard him. But he's actually been voicing Mario since 1992. The first time he voiced Mario was in the Super Mario Brothers pinball game, uncredited apparently, so maybe I need to check the sources there. But according to Wikipedia, that's accurate. And then he voiced him in Mario Teaches Typing, and then Mario's Game Gallery, and then eventually, then Super Mario 64. So this guy has been the voice of Mario for longer than I've been alive. And it is, Charles Martinet, he's not just a guy who comes into the booth and goes, "Oh, woohoo, it's a me, Mario, woohoo, oh, we're gonna just see a Yoshi, oh, woohoo, oh, gonna get a pizza, oh, spaghetti." He doesn't just say a bunch of random well, he does, but he is a trained actor. He has done multiple other roles. He's most well known for Mario, but he's also done Parthenax in Skyrim, and anyone who's heard Parthenax talk knows that is like the opposite of Mario. So that means this guy has range. He can not only do something that is in a completely different cadence to what Mario should do, but he's also he's also able to do something more dramatic, more, he's able to bring himself into other roles. He's been doing this for a long time. So the idea that he couldn't do it, that Charles Martinet could not voice Mario, is absurd. What are the main arguments that are being thrown around at the moment? It's would you want to really listen to that for 90 minutes? Well, for starters, I don't know if you know how movies work, but a movie does not constitute one person talking for 90 minutes straight. Even if it was literally a movie about one character, chances are he's going to have to take a breath at some point. So you're not literally listening to that for 90 minutes. And in fact, even if it was one person, there would hopefully be a lot of pauses, like a lot of breaks. Because you don't want to, because someone talking, you would imagine there would be ebbs and flows in how much they're talking. But the thing is, we know there are other characters in here. We know there are plenty of moments without we know there are at least a few moments without dialogue, because we saw them in the trailer. So that argument's already flimsy. And then we remember that Charles Martinet is, as I've pointed out here, a trained actor, and an actor with range, like a huge amount of range. So he could definitely not only do the voice of Mario, but he could create like the film version of Mario's voice, something maybe a bit more toned down, but still completely in keeping with the voice that he's established all this time. And he's done like improvised sketches with Mario and Luigi and Wario and Waluigi. Like, he voices all four of those characters, and he has done improvised sketches on Instagram and stuff. He's done it at conventions. He's done a bunch of different things. So I don't understand. So I think any argument people put forward, a lot of arguments people are putting forward are just like, they're wrong. It's just wrong. I saw someone on Facebook, and they said, "Oh, well, we have the actor who has been in multiple films up until this point, and then there's just the guy who comes into the booth and he just does a bunch of voices. And are you really surprised they didn't want to take a risk on someone like that?" And it's just like, please show your ignorance more, sir. Please, it's not clear enough that you have no fucking clue what you're talking about. It's frustrating because there is a, voice acting is a skill in of itself. And voice actors are so demeaned and undervalued when really their job is harder than a regular actor. They have to get across so much using only their voice. And that is so difficult. Like, anyone who's done voice acting knows that you are basically just, you don't have anything to work with other than your voice. And that is so fucking difficult. You got no body language. Like, obviously the animator's going to come in and do a lot of that later, but you still have to communicate so much with so very little. And it's very easy to just become monotone because of that. And you've got to really dig deep to do voice acting. And so it annoys me that, the people who do this for a living, the voice actors who do like 40 episodes, do like 40 TV shows a year, that are doing voiceovers in other places, that are just constantly practicing their craft and blood, sweat, and tears into this industry. They're always just shunned in these Hollywood production in favor of celebrity voice actors. Well, not even voice actors, just celebrity actors, and sometimes celebrities who aren't even actors. Ronda Rousey. And
you can tell that they are not that a lot of these guys, they are not voice actors, and the final product does suffer because of it. And Chris Pratt especially, you know, he's putting on a bit of a Brooklyn accent for sure, but is it like as unique and distinct as Charles Martinet's? Absolutely not. I think we are missing out. I think we're missing out because we're not getting someone who is trained and has years of experience in this field, and someone who, I think, you know, there's something to be said about the fact that it has been earned. He has earned that place. And, you know, it's not just about, you know, all the behind the scenes story being pleasant or whatever. It's about the fact that this is an ongoing problem with the industry, that, you know, hardworking voice actors very rarely get these larger Hollywood roles, despite the fact that they have earned them a lot more than the voices that the voices they end up getting for this. And and it's ridiculous that they always go for the celebrity voices, because at the end of it, like, what does it amount to but a name on a poster? You can't see you cannot see the actor when they're in an animated film. And unless they have a really distinctive voice like Patrick Stewart or something, you're not going to know half the time who's voicing who. You know, and I'm not against Hollywood actors being cast in these roles either. I think there are a lot of actors who are really good at both. Like J.K. Simmons, he flows in and out of both worlds. And I think that when they hire J.K. Simmons, they don't hire him just to hire J.K. Simmons. They hire him because he is the best suited for that part. Chris Pratt. I like Chris Pratt. He's great as Star-Lord, as, you know, he's fine in Jurassic World. I've heard he's good in Parks and Rec. I haven't seen it, but he is not an untalented actor. He is good, but he is not the kind of person. This is not the kind of casting, and I think his performance is kind of emphasizing this for me. This does not come off as the sort of casting that you would put on in order to what's the best way to put it? It doesn't feel like he was chosen because he was best for the role. It feels like he was chosen because he's Chris Pratt, and Chris Pratt, in a vague, broad, statistical sense, puts asses in seats. Something that actually isn't strictly true if you look at things like Passengers, but you know, even ignoring that, Chris Pratt is popular. So they're thinking, wow, we want this movie to be popular. Let's put Chris Pratt in it. We're not going to give him a minor role. No, we're going to make him Mario. We're going to make him the lead, because that's what the kids want to see, right? Well, they want to see Chris Pratt. The thing is, we're not seeing Chris Pratt, we're seeing Mario, and we want to hear Mario. And I don't think I'm going to be able to separate it myself. And, you know, I'm going to reserve judgment. Maybe he'll surprise me. Maybe there'll be a clever twist in there where he is only voicing Mario initially, but then something happens and his voice changes, and it's actually Charles Martinet the whole time. You've been suckered into seeing this film. But I don't see that happening. I don't. Like, that would be... It feels too elaborate, right? And I'm concerned that Charles Martinet's name wasn't even in that initial trailer when it was on the initial the initial cast poster. So has his role just been cut at this point? I don't know. That it's concerning that maybe the voice of Mario isn't even going to get a cameo in the Super Mario Brothers movie. It's frustrating. And, you know, let's look at actors like Peter Cullen and Frank Welker. They have portrayed vastly different versions of Megatron and Optimus Prime over the years. So G1 Optimus is not the same as movie Optimus, who's not the same as you know, Transformers Prime Optimus, who's not the same as War for Cybertron Optimus. They are all variations on the character he created, on the character that he didn't create him, but the character that he pioneered with his voice. But they're different versions, matching different requirements. And Megatron's voice goes even further. He's on the, I think Frank Welker has voiced him. Yeah, he's voiced him in like 4 things, right? Like he voiced him in, he voiced him in, what's it called? G1. Voiced him in the movies after 4 and 5. He voiced in 4 and 5 because Hugo Weaving wasn't having any of that shit anymore. And then he voiced him in Prime and also in Devastation, I think. I'm sure someone will correct me on that, but he does something distinct for, at least between G1, the movies, and Prime. Each one is their own distinct version, but they're all done by the same guy because he knows that character and he knows how to emphasize certain qualities over others, how to adjust his performance, his voice, in order to still make it distinctly recognizable as that character, but he brings a new flavor for what is required. It's disappointing that we're not going to get that with Mario, and I don't think they needed to stunt cast Mario. I don't. Like, this is someone... I think I read somewhere that Mario might have overtaken Mickey Mouse as far as recognizability goes. So Mario might be one of the, if not the most recognizable characters in fiction. And he's beloved. So if you're not... Imagine if they stunt casted Mickey Mouse. Like if it was Chris Pratt's Mickey Mouse and he's just doing a variation on his Chris Pratt voice. That would be pretty, like, I mean, maybe that could be interesting. Maybe Mickey Mouse is not the best example because Mickey Mouse, I feel like that's a character that people would almost desire a reinvention of at some point, but maybe not. I don't know. Looney Tunes is probably the better example. Like, would you want Chris Pratt voicing Bugs Bunny as Chris Pratt? Would you want Chris Pratt voicing Daffy Duck as Chris Pratt? Would you want him voicing Sylvester or Elmer Fudd or Yosemite Sam, Marvin the Martian, and it's just him being Chris Pratt? Like, I would say that Mario is in that same sort of space where you want a voice that matches the character. You don't want you don't want just a celebrity coming in doing a variation on their celebrity voice that, maybe there's an accent that was there that wasn't there before, but it's just kind of them doing them. And that really worked with the Lego movie because his character in that film was just Guy Man. He was supposed to be just generic man who does his man thing, but then oh no, now he's been thrust into a non-man world, and now he's gonna have to go beyond his man status quo and reach beyond. And it does not ring. It worked so well there, but this one, it just rings like, oh well, Chris Pratt can voice act. We saw him in the Lego movie. Let's bring him in here. And I don't know, man. It does come off as a very cynical casting choice, which is a shame because, again, the rest of the movie visually, it's looking great. I even like a lot of the voice actors. Like I said, it's just Chris Pratt. Even if I'm sure he's going to do a decent job. But do we really want decent for someone as important as Mario? Do we really just want middle of the road? I don't know. Other people are more open-minded for it than others, but even if he blows it out of the park, right? It's still like how he got there is so problematic that it's almost not, the good performance we get. I think it's going to be worth acknowledging, but it's not going to be worth forgetting about how he got there in the first place. And this is not me saying that Chris Pratt himself is to blame. It's the larger systems that are preventing voice actors from getting these bigger roles, even when they fucking voiced the character since 1992. Even if you have that sort of legacy, and even if you have the fucking, the father of these games working in tandem with the studio to get everything right, Miyamoto is on board. Even that's not enough somehow to get the person who is known for these voices to voice the character. And of course, I wasn't expecting every person in the video game every voice actor for the video games to get the role. I wasn't. Charles Martinet is the one with the legacy, though. He's the one who has put in the blood, sweat, and tears. He's the one they always get for Mario. You would think that would cross over into the Mario movie. So I'm glad that there has at least been some backlash to this. I'm glad that we have people like Tara Strong going out there and saying, look, it is not right that Charles is not voicing him, and raising awareness for it. I think it's disappointing that a lot of people don't quite understand what the problem is, but that's why I'm doing this podcast, so that I can highlight things like this in a very quick manner. I don't need to put together a whole video in order to rant about what's wrong with the Mario situation. And as a lot of people have pointed out, and it's pretty funny, the French dub of the film, the French trailer, that came out. The trailer came out in all its different languages. The French dub sounds so much better. Like the guy they got doing the French dub sounds so much more like he's inhabiting the spirit of Charles Martinet. Like I would not be surprised if they just got, because it seems this might mainly be an American thing, or at least like maybe even a Western thing, but other countries seem to put a lot more importance on their voice actors than America does. So Japan, like I think YMS pointed out that the Japanese dub of The Lion King is so superior to the to the American version, because Japan is huge about getting their voice acting right. Voice actors are, the celebrities over there, as far as I'm aware. Like they are so well regarded, while again, America, they have to have their celebrities, they have to have the name, they have to have the faces from the movies and the everything doing everything, because that Hollywood people think that's what's going to put asses in seats, when what puts asses in seat is often a little bit more it's a little bit more up in the air as to what's going to appeal to an audience. A lot of it has to do with marketing, and that doesn't necessarily mean marketing involving showing how many celebrities there are. It usually just means, are you presenting a product that people would want to see? I mean, celebrity casting can help, don't get me wrong. Like, especially if you can secure a big celebrity in an independent production, that's going to bring a huge amount of attention to your work. But at the same time, it's not the be-all, end-all. And with someone as big as Mario, it's ridiculous that they weren't able to just relax and get Charles Martinet. And so we have now a situation where I really want to watch the French version instead, because even if I have to read subtitles, I would rather that. It's honestly a case where I might want to do a fan edit where I keep all the other English voices and then Mario is just speaking French the whole time, because at least that'll be better to my ears. That'll sound better. I don't speak French. I can pretend he's speaking Italian. Maybe the Italian dub is better than maybe the Italian dub isn't the same thing. I haven't seen anything from the Italian dub though, so I don't know. Maybe I'll get the Italian dub and mix and match that in. Maybe I'll just watch the Italian dub. Mario's Italian. Let's keep it in the family. It's a funny world we live in, where I'm not excited to see the actual performance in the film. I'm excited to see foreign dubs and fan dubs that are going to happen later. In fact, what I'm pretty sure what's gonna happen. In fact, this has already happened. We've had someone has already gone in with like one of these voice cloning pieces of software. It might even be like a voice conversion thing like Respeecher, which we're going to get into a little bit more later. And they've converted Chris Pratt's voice into Charles's voice. And look, it's very clear that the bot didn't have anything resembling enough material from Charles or Chris to work with, just for the few clips that were there. But it did still sound better. It still fit more. The delivery was a bit more flat because, again, the bot didn't have much to work with. But I get the feeling that a lot of people are going to go into the Mario movie. They're going to convert all of Chris Pratt's lines into Charles Martinet's voice. They're going to tweak it, and they're going to keep iterating on it. And then eventually there's going to be the Charles Martinet cut, which is just going to be this AI converted thing where where Charles Martinet's voice has now replaced Chris Pratt's. And whether it is through the AI method, whether it's through really spot on impressionist, or whether it's just someone just piecemeal asking Charles Martinet to give them different lines from the movie, and then eventually those are all stitched together over time. Mark my words, it's going to happen. We're going to get a version of the film that is going to be like the Charles Martinet cut. And it's going to be this fan-created thing trying to salvage the film. And any sequels, they're going to get the exact same treatment. And it's going to be really fascinating to see, because it's very clear that although there are a lot of people who don't get why this is such an outrage, there's a fuck ton of people that do, and they're going in and they're fixing it. And I guess that's kind of the beauty of the democratization of VFX techniques and software and all of that, where not only the skill ceiling is lower than it used to be, thanks to things being easier to get into, but also just things are less expensive, things are less exclusive. You can do everything from home now. And I think that's got a lot of, it's obviously got some horrifying possibilities, but it makes me hopeful in a way for the future, because even if Hollywood continues to fuck us in the asshole raw, no lubricant, no reach around, at least there will be independent creators going in to clean up their messes, and they'll get better and better at it to the point where you don't even need the Hollywood template anymore. You can just create your own stuff very, very easily. It's going to be an interesting world to live in. And again, to emphasize, I like Jack Black's Bowser. From what I heard in that trailer, I don't think I would want someone to go in and dub it. That opinion could change, but I like what I heard. So yeah, that's my thoughts on the Mario thing. Let's go and see what you guys have to say on that. Such vivid imagery. Yep, that's me, the vivid imagery man, the person who just goes in all, just raw dogs the shit out of your ear holes with more words. The French Mario sounds exactly like Mario. Exactly, that's the thing. It's so much closer. So much closer. So much closer. Margot Robbie is Tweety Bird. Is that a real thing or is that a joke? Because I think I'm Mandelaing myself, because I swore I heard like Tweety being voiced by a celebrity at some point, but whatevs. I want Frank Welker to voice Chris Pratt in the next Guardians. That's a joke I've heard going around, that Charles Martinet should just dub all of Chris Pratt's films just to see how he likes it, or just to emphasize it to other people. That would be funny. That would be really funny. Oh man. Peter Cullen is GOAT. I agree. He is the man. Billy West, amazing voice actor. I'll put it this way. Billy West is so good at voice acting that, and so familiar with how the industry works, that he intentionally made Fry basically his voice, so that if they decided to hire him for Fry, or if they decided to hire him and for all the voices that he was going for, he would have that one voice in there that wouldn't be easily replaced if they decided that they needed to recast halfway through. So they would always have that. He would always have that anchor, that hook into the into the studio. So that's because it's one thing, like you can imitate like someone else's, a voice that someone else has created, but it's harder to imitate their voice, especially if they don't have a very distinct voice. And so that's always something to keep in mind when going into these things. J.K. Simmons is goated. Oh yeah, I didn't hate Jack Black's lines, but Chris Mario sounded so strange. Yes. Like maybe Chris will blow us away. Maybe they just decided to use his most Chris Pratty takes just to sell it, and then when we go in, suddenly he's gonna sound exactly like Mario. Maybe no. That's not happening. I wish it was going to happen, but it's not likely. It's not very likely. That's all I'm going to say on that. It's not very likely. To put point on how Hollywood treat voice actors, example, Powerpuff Girls, Rugrats had to go on as contestants on The Voice. Oh, so like the Powerpuff Girls and Rugrats actors had to go on reality shows to make ends meet? Is that what you're saying there? Let's see. Chris Mario sounded like a bad ADR on top of not. Yeah, like it just doesn't fit. It does not fit. And I don't know if they realize it doesn't fit or if they're just kind of gritting their teeth as they use that voice. Like, I don't know. It's hard to tell with these things. It is. You just kind of got to go with it. Until all the NDAs drop, there's no way of telling if this was really the voice that they wanted, or if there was just some high-up producer who was not even going to sign off on the film getting made unless they got a celebrity voice for Mario. It's one of those things. It's hard to tell where the blame lies with it, whether they genuinely believed in Chris or whether they were just kind of forced to use him, because everything else looks like it's been very meticulously vetted, right? And you would think Nintendo and Miyamoto, through Nintendo would have a lot of leverage as far as getting this film made, but sometimes there's compromises that are made so that the rest of it is faithful, so the rest of it can be how it needs to be. And maybe they were offered a choice between having control over the film and having control over the voices, and they chose like the overall product. It's hard to say. I don't even. It's also difficult to say because Nintendo tends to pull out of projects they don't believe in. Like there's a reason we haven't gotten there's a reason it's taken this long for Nintendo to start making movies again after the Mario Brothers fiasco, because they got extremely picky about who they worked with and what they signed off on after that fucking shit show. So yeah, who knows what's gonna happen. Who knows what happened to get where we are, but it raises a lot of questions. It really does. It really does. Do you think Black Panther 2 is going to be bad? I saw some dude said it looks like a return to form. I've seen clips. I've seen like out of context clips from it. It looks about the same as any other MCU thing right now. I think not recasting T'Challa was a big mistake. I think that's probably going to bite them really hard, I think. Or at least it's going to bite them in a way they're not expecting. Maybe it doesn't show up in this film that it bites them, but long term, like, you know, trying to treat T'Challa as if he's Chadwick's character rather than a larger entity, that's going to really fuck them, I think. That's really going to fuck them. I think it's going to be weak. It'll still make a lot of money, not as much as Black Panther 1, though. I would imagine so. Greetings, meme. I hope you have a good day, and I expect you to maintain a spooky atmosphere instead of this welcoming Christmas gibberish. I go against the flow, but I think we're doing Alien Isolation after this, if I'm not too tired. Can't wait to see how many times it uses how many uses of colonizer we get in Black Panther 2. Yeah, they don't have any self-awareness about the Wakandans using that term, do they? It is a bit too Christmassy. Well, I like Christmas. So you know what? Anyway, I just wanted it to be a warm, inviting atmosphere. So anyway, let's move on to our next thing. So there's another movie coming up, and it's been coming up forever. It keeps coming up, but it never arrived. It's all thrust and no liquid crust. I couldn't think of something. I couldn't think of a word for cum that rhymed with thrust, unfortunately. The Flash, which this film. What is happening with this film? Like, I'm not even just talking the Ezra Miller stuff. This film is cursed. It is cursed. You know how long they've been trying to make a Flash movie? I'll put it this way. It's been on the docket before I think before Green Lantern. They've been trying to make... I'm going to look it up. We're going to look it up right now. We're going to have a little look up. The Flash. The film. How long have they been developing a Flash film for? Let's see. How long have they been doing this? They've been trying to do it since 2004, and they set a 2008 release date for it. And then they kept hiring new producers, new writers. They scrapped the script, started over. They did it again. They thought, oh, well, we now have one in the Justice League now. That means we have a film coming. Still kept getting delayed. Still kept changing creative teams. Like it was Wally West, and then it was Barry Allen, and then XYZ. There's probably a graveyard of different Flash projects in the Warner Brothers backlot, and it's so funny to me. It is so funny that how cursed this film is. This is what is it called? What's that law? It's not Godwin's law. That's something very different. Murphy's Law. This is Murphy's Law, the film. So we've now got this film that's been now it's been shot, but now, you know, first there was pandemic stuff that pushed it back. Then the fucking main cast member loses his mind and just does all the stuff that he did. And on top of all of this, right? Like, let's ignore all the behind the scenes drama that keeps happening with these films. Like, it's funny. It's really funny. It is really funny. The Flash, Liquid Crust, still starring Ezra Miller. Yes. But it's just imagine, right? Like let's think about the product that this film has become. Like, this is supposed to be a Flash film, but let's just go back in time. Imagine if you went back in time and you went back to when this film was first being developed, 2004 through 2008. This is before the Man of Steel's, the Green Lanterns, before any, you've got, if you go back to 2004, that would be even Batman Begins. So let's just go back let's go back to 2004. We don't even have Green Lantern Rebirth yet, so we're in a very different time. Actually, maybe let's go back to 2006. So that's like the beginning of what we consider more of the modern era, of the current era, where a lot of things have kind of like Hal Jordan's back as Green Lantern, all of that. Batman Begins has come out. Let's go there. So, you come from the future, and then you go, hey, yeah. So that Flash movie did eventually come out, just so you know. And then they're just like, oh, cool. Well, I didn't know how long that was gonna take. So who's the villain? General Zod. What? Oh yeah, it's all about Michael Keaton's Batman teaming up with a new version of Supergirl to take down General Zod. Oh, so it's like a multiverse? Oh, they just brought that back with Infinite Crisis. So I guess, but what? This is a Flash movie, right? Right. This is the Flash. The Flash. That is a kitten playing with things that she shouldn't. Isn't that right, little one? Yeah. This is a Flash movie, and that's the and so this is the Flash's. And this is the first Flash movie. This isn't a sequel or anything. No, and so let me get this straight. So you have the first. So the first Flash movie is also going to be the first time he meets Batman. Nah, they're introduced. Nah, they basically introduced the entire Justice League in 3 films, so we already have that covered. It's just like the 3. Wait, they introduced the entire Justice League in 3 films. Are there like 2 members of the Justice League? Is it like more like the Justice Duo, like Flash and Batman? Nah. You got Man of Steel, which introduced a Superman, and it's like, oh yeah, that sounds reasonable. And then you got Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice. Wait, what? But where? What? And then you got Justice League. So what? Wait, they made a Batman versus Superman film before introducing Batman in his own film, or do they use the Nolan Batman? Nah. This is a new one they introduced right in that film. Right in that film. Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. Were they any good at least? Well, they've got a cult following. They've definitely got a cult following. You put a lot of emphasis on the word cult there. I said what I said. Oh God. Man. God, yeah, I can't imagine. Like, this is kind of the nightmare scenario we're in right now. This is the worst possible. This feels like one of the worst possible timelines. Like, probably not the worst. It can always get worse, and the universe keeps proving that. Man, this is quite the situation we ended up in, isn't it? Quite the situation. Quite the scenario that they have concocted. I am saying words so I can distract cats. There we go. Now I can talk more. So, surprisingly, I still really love shared universes. I still love that concept. I think there are so many different things you can do. I feel like it is such a fertile ground for storytelling, and it's such a worthwhile thing to explore when you do it right. It can give you some of the most heartfelt moments. It can make things more meaningful because you have so many dimensions to build upon. There's an art to it though, and every mistake made with all the shared universes that have come out since Avengers, that's really shown just how much of an art there is to the shared universe. The right balance between creative freedom and adherence to the larger universe. There is a lot that needs to be adhered to. It always feels like it's something that should be taught in schools. Like, how do you do a shared universe successfully? What are the recommendations for that? What are the things to look out for? But But I don't think shared universes are inherently flawed. I don't. I think that the problems we're having with shared universes right now are just reflections of the problems we're having with films at the moment. Problems with the Hollywood system that stretch back decades. It's just that when you have a shared universe, it just emphasizes all those problems all the more, because a shared universe needs to be doubly organized. It needs to be doubly on the ball. You need to really make sure that you're taking your time. You need to really make sure you're organizing yourself. You're putting your priorities in the right place. And if you struggle to do that with singular films, a shared universe is only going to make the problem worse. But that's not a problem with a shared universe any more than, you know, a film emphasizing someone's flaws. You know, you know, if someone is really crap at making short films, right? You give them a feature, it's just going to be even worse because they've got so many more things to juggle. So this is kind of just another escalation on top of that. So if you're really good at making short films, really good at making films, and you're really good at organizing things, you probably could make a shared universe that's coherent. We've seen it happen before. The problem is more just the bigger you go, the larger your flaws are going to be. Because, you know, imagine, you know, you've got like a balloon and you got a few specks there, but they're not really that visible. But then you keep making the balloon bigger, and all of a sudden those little specks start to expand with the balloon, and they become so much larger, so much more noticeable, and they start to bleed into everything. And they might even be structural weaknesses to that balloon, depending on how they were got there. You know, if someone went in there with a Sharpie or like a really pointy pen and did it on a balloon, you know, suddenly that balloon might be weaker in that area. So the bigger you make it, the more likely you're about to experience a structural collapse. So you got to be on the ball to do this shared universe stuff. I dropped a pen. I dropped the pen. Because I was using it to gesture because it's fun. It's a shame. It is a real shame, because a lot of the meatiest, most meaningful stories in comics, they rely on the shared universe framework to one degree or another, whether it's character relationships, whether it's these huge big events, whether it's characters that kind of have their origins in a few different pots. Like, there is a benefit to having the shared universe there. It's such a fertile cross-pollination ground. But it's a shame. I guess we'll have to wait until like AI art gets good enough to the point where just a DC fan who's got, you know, their head on straight can just write up a bunch of scripts, put it into the AI, and then the AI just farts out something beautiful. And then it's like Hollywood's like, oh, maybe we should have not made shit, because now just fans are gonna just entertain themselves for the rest of time. You know, that's something to look out for at the very least. So this is funny. Actually, I'm gonna look at chat now. Always try to do it after each subject. Let's see. All thrust, no crust. Oh god. The Flash, Batman. Yeah, that should have probably been the title, or even like The Flash starring Batman. Oh dang, I thought you were talking about season 9 of the show. No. You see, the difference between the Flash movie and the Flash show is the Flash show, for whatever flaws it has, it's actually about the Flash. It's actually about his cast of characters for the most part. Like, they bring in other stuff in there, but he's still consistently a main character in his own show. Okay, he is consistently the focal point in a lot of ways. There's a lot of times where his supporting characters overwhelm a little bit more than they should, but you still got Flash villains in there. You've still got Flash things in there. Like, what kind of Flash things do we have in this film? Like, they got the ring that makes the costume. I think that's about it. But hey, Henry Cavill's Superman will be back in Black Adam. Everything is fine. Sarcasm. I wish I was dead. Let's see. I wish Phil Lord and Chris Miller, the Phil Lord and Chris Miller Flash film got made. It would have been a right bit better than this, probably, depending on a few different things. Oh man. The Flash, Batman Returns again. Oh god. God damn it. Oh Lord. Meme is looking at us again. God, you're goddamn right. Can't escape me, you heathens. Meme can see us. It's Flash in time. That Flash suit would be a lot better if they tweaked the cowl they didn't have those over-designed boots and just had the solid gold boots, and they got rid of all the if they got rid of all the glowy lines, which just I think if they did that, it would probably look pretty decent, but alas, they're going with all the lines, all the piping. Keep your designs simple, people. I can't emphasize this enough. You know, you can complexity in a design, you know, you have to be careful. It has to be meaningful, to have a purpose. Damn it. I would pay good money for a decent script, Pierce Brosnan, Dr. Fate movie. Yep. I would also pay good money to get him a better helmet. I really would. But simple designs don't look cool. Can if you do them right. Anyway, JLA Confidential Batman / Superman Supergirl would make $1 billion. Yes. God, this film will make $1 billion just off the curiosity alone, like all the press. Okay. So, as some of you know, I have been playing a little game called Alien Isolation, and I've been pooping my pants pretty consistently while playing that game. It's been, how shall we say, a riot, a laugh riot. You know, I've had the game forever. I've wanted to play it, so now I'm slowly getting through it. Fighting my anxiety disorder. I even titled it, Man with Anxiety Disorder Plays Alien Isolation, just so there was no confusion about what you were getting. You were getting someone who's kind of had an interesting relationship with horror games, who has like, because I have sensory issues, right? That's part and parcel with ADHD. That means I'm clenching my butt from jump scares in the same way someone would clench from being punched in the face. Like, I don't want to be punched. I don't want to be screamed at. I don't want sudden things to happen, because it does viscerally affect me. But I also want to overcome that. I want to desensitize myself. So we're moving forward with that. So you can imagine, it's been slow from the beginning. Like, it was hilarious, because what should have been the first 20 minutes of the game ended up being the first 4 hours. And I think someone ran the numbers to say that at the current rate, I'm probably going to get through the game in about 200 hours, which is that means I'm really getting my money's worth with it. I think that's the take home message there. And I think the title is trying to communicate. There is a phone alarm going off in this room. Where did it go? There it is. I've got you. I killed it. I destroyed it. It's dead. You'll never see it again. But the title kind of it's supposed to indicate that this is not just a run through of the game. This is not just scary alien, scary alien. This is supposed to be a journey. This is one man forcing himself to confront his deeply ingrained fear response, trying to overcome long-held anxieties that it hasn't just stopped me from playing Alien Isolation. It stopped me from playing many quality titles like Dead Space. I gave up on that one almost immediately. I wanted to touch Amnesia, but I was too scared. Because I find horror games to be invigorating conceptually. It's just there are certain deeply rooted things that hold me back. So there are a great many things you would expect from such a run, but you wouldn't expect it to be speed. I would hope that's clear, that this is not a fast run. This is not we're going to get through this nice and quickly. This is we're going to hopefully get a progressive speed up over time, but it's probably going to be pretty slow. You can therefore imagine my reaction when this came up in the comments. I love how it takes you 11 minutes just to press a fucking button. Really engaging gameplay there, Mr. Meme Repository. Taking almost 4 hours to complete the first mission is equally baffling to me. And then I think Ensign Redshirt Ricky, he puts it best, where it's like, if you came here for a speed run, that is on you. That is a you problem. And then of course I replied with, I refer you to the first 4 words of the title, and I just gave him a little kissy emoji, just like got no hard feelings, but you do need to keep in mind what the format is here. You gotta keep these things in perspective. When you're doing this, you gotta really keep this in mind. Oh man. I think the funniest part to me is that I think in a way he thinks he's being helpful. He thinks he's cracking the whip and going, hey, speed the fuck up, You're not supposed to be slow. Fuck you. Speed up, man. But it's like this isn't the point. This is it's like telling a speedrunner to slow down. Like, this is kind of the opposite of a speedrun right here. This is like, how meticulous can we be? The subject of today's class is patience. Well, for those just joining us, we're talking about this comment here. It's just so it is just funny to me. It's like react harder. It's like the opposite of react harder, maybe. And yeah, like picking up the pace, that isn't a matter of, just stepping on the gas in some mechanical way. That is very much a it's a far more neurological thing. It's far more ingrained, very much more ingrained than just oh yeah, we're just gonna I can just speed up. Sorry, Fotsy. I thought this was a I thought this was a slow run, but because you want it to be a speed run of this game I've never played and have mortal fear of, I'm gonna do it just for you, Fotsy, just for you. Oh, good God. I'm gonna do some audience interaction, and then I'm going to take a little pee-pee. It's gonna be a really satisfying pee-pee as well. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be fucking amazing. I'm gonna pee so much, it's gonna come out of my penis. Did you know that, chat? Did you know that pee comes out of penis? That's why they call it penis, and that's why girls have penises too, don't you know? Because they pee as well. I just hope you know that, chat. I hope you know that. I think the best example of making a simpler costume after a complex design is the TASM 2 suit versus the TASM 1 suit. I still like the TASM 1 suit, but 2 is drastically better despite being simple. Yeah, because the 2 suit, it takes what works and it just kind of makes it its own thing. I think the main thing I would change about the 2 suit is just moving the spider logo a little bit further up the chest. I think it's a little bit too low on the chest, but otherwise, it does its own thing while still keeping it true. I don't think you should clench your anus when getting punched in the face. There's probably a medical reason to not do that, to be sure. Alex Ross did a recent Iron Man design that takes inspiration from the MCU but stays true to the classic comic designs, and it looks amazing. You should check it out. Ooh, someone send me that, because I don't actually know what to look up for that outside of Alex Ross Iron Man. Meme just needs to turn off anxiety in the main menu. I wish, man, if I could turn off anxiety in the main menu, you know how often I would embrace that? That would just be like, or if it was like a slider, it's just like, I need a little bit of anxiety to get through the day, because anxiety can be a motivator. But it's like, I don't want it this high. Let's turn it down. Let's dial it. Let's dial it. Dial it down. Dial it down. What? It doesn't come out your nose? No, it doesn't. Does not come out your nose. I wish it did. No, I don't. I really don't. Why? I said that without thinking about it, and it's like, and then I thought about it literally. It was like, oh no, pee come from nose, please. No, put it back in. Let's see. I think the TASM 2 suit rips off the Raimi suit. I don't know, like, you look at them side by side, they do have more differences. There's different ways the material is cut and all that. I think the main thing they have in common is they're both interpretations of a classic Spider-Man outfit. I don't think it's any more a rip-off of the Raimi suit than something like the final suit from Spider-Man No Way Home, or the classic suit in the Spider-Man PS4 game. What superhero would be perfect for Zack Snyder? Almost anyone from Image Comics in the 90s, I think. I feel like they would probably, just the height of 90s cringe, I think would probably suit him best. I think that's my answer. He should do Youngblood. I want to see Zack Snyder's Youngblood. Oh, not Spawn. I said that's why I said most. Not Spawn. He stays away from Spawn. But something like Youngblood or something like that. Zack Snyder's The Ultimates would be exactly what, if he was adapting Mark Millar's run, The Ultimates. Anyway, I'm going to take my meds, going to take a pee, and I'll be right back. In the meantime, I need you guys to keep an eye on something for me. And I'm back, bitches. So, let's see. Would Zack Snyder's Transformers be better or worse than Michael Bay's? It would be different. It would be different. Definitely more pretentious. Whether it would be better or worse, I am up in the air on that. I really am. Definitely be longer. It's hard to say. It would
might be more visually coherent. And please note, I'm saying that about Zack Snyder. That's not, that shouldn't be a thing I say at all in relation to Zack Snyder, but he honestly does. Both Bay and Snyder's style are just so hideous in their own ways. Oh man, imagine Optimus Prime doing a Jesus pose. They kind of did. They kind of had the Jesus thing with Transformers 2. Okay, so speaking of mental health, this tweet right here, this tweet made me feel unsafe in my own home. Oh no, I put it on top of chat. It's not good. I'm in this picture and I don't like it. And I agree with this person. I am also in this picture and I don't like it. The neurodivergent experience is thinking you're sharing fun, interesting, or helpful information in a normal human conversational fashion, while they think you're an asshole lecturing them or looking down at them like they're stupid, and also that no matter how many times you have this experience, you always think you're doing it the right way this time. I feel attacked. I feel seen in the wrong way, really. Because it is such a common thing for me, because that's how I try to form connections. I vomit facts at people, and that's where I'm most comfortable, is vomiting facts at people. And that's how that's my form of affection, is just fact bombing people. It's like, hey, did you know this? Did you know that? Did you know this? Did you know that? Did you know this? Did you know that? It's like, and it just overwhelms, just overrides just everyone and everything all at once. And it's, I've had to train myself to ask questions and to engage in small talk. Because small talk, sometimes I'm really good at it. Other times it's excruciating and there's no consistency there. But I've had to train myself to do it. And I need to continue doing more training with it. Because I'm not that good at it. Not that good. I try. I'm really good at telling jokes. I'm really good at turning things into jokes. Unfortunately, not everything can be turned into a joke. Especially if they mention like their mum died or something. That's normally when I go, oh, I'm so sorry. I have so many jokes I could make, but I'm not going to, because fuck. So this is our segue. This is such a fucking feel, that tweet. And it's also the perfect segue into our next topic. Have you considered just vomiting on them? You know what they say, walk and carry a big vomit. Walk and carry a big vomit. I don't even know what the original version of that was supposed to be. It's so been distorted. Did you know in Spider-Man 2, Venom was originally supposed to be animatronic? I remember there was like an animatronic Venom in one of those trailers, wasn't there? And then they painted over him with the CG and didn't look as good. Oh, big stick. I see. Like I mentioned at the beginning, I've got ADHD, comorbid with autism as well. And that's a beautiful word. I didn't know the word comorbid until I heard it used by someone else. And comorbid basically just means it is a disorder that is also with this other disorder. So it's a very useful word to use, is that you've got something that's comorbid with something else. So I've got ADHD, comorbid with anxiety, all of that. So because of this, I imagine neurodiversity is going to be a recurring subject on the show as a result. This is something that is very present in my day-to-day existence. It's not my entire identity, to be sure, but it is something that informs who I am. It is something that informs what I do, how I behave, how I act, how I engage with the world at large. It's how my brain is structured. So as a result, it's something that's pretty relevant. Something I think this show is a good platform to talk about. Talk about those experiences in like just a nice kind of chillaxed way, I think. What a rough combo. Something interesting to me is how we're finally starting to take ADHD seriously, when really it really shouldn't have taken this long. So ADHD is in a weird spot as far as these disorders are concerned. It is such a serious condition. It affects your life in such a fundamental way. But because it presents in a way that people can brush off as bad behavior, as laziness, as, oh, you just need to apply yourself, that sort of thing, because it manifests itself in ways that can be seen in other ways, people struggle to take it seriously as a disorder. And
the number of people who say that, oh yeah, it's a fictional disorder created to drug kids or whatever. It's just like, dude, just don't, just don't, do not do that. Don't just not, stop. It's and it's kind of, yeah, it is quite the challenge to diagnose, especially because there are symptoms of, apparently there's stuff on the, so one of the symptoms is hyperfixating. Like, it's not just because, you know, there's like two states with ADHD, right? It's either you are hyperfixating on a singular thing, or your focus is just going ding, 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 ding. It's like a game of ping pong. You can't focus on any one thing at any one time. That's kind of, it's interesting because a lot of people think ADHD means you have no focus, when actually it just means your focus is dysregulated. Your ability to regulate your focus is compromised. So it's actually almost like you have too much focus. Like, you don't know, you have so much focus, you don't know what the fuck to do with it. But unfortunately, hyperfocus isn't on the DSM-5, so that's another thing that makes it quite difficult. And we have other problems like our women with ADHD tend to mask their ADHD a lot more. So there's underdiagnosis of females with ADHD. Unfortunately, it presents quite differently in women than it does to men. So that's a challenge that's had to be overcome over the course of quite a few years. Like, there was a point, you know, autism and ADHD, there was a point where people, at least the layman at the very least, believed that only boys got it. And now we know, no, everyone can get it. It's just that there's a lot of differences between men and women that need to be accounted for, both societally and biologically. I think a lot of this, it shows how we collectively tend to treat disabilities as a society, where unless something is really obviously wrong with you, we don't seem to like acknowledging it. We don't like to acknowledge certain conditions or disorders, and we'd rather just put blame on these behaviors. We'd rather turn them into moral failings of the person rather than trying to look deeper and try to assess them psychologically, try to figure out, okay, there's clearly something not connecting in that brain. It's very annoying, to be sure. It manifests in a very annoying way, but we got to figure it out. I think it's far more difficult to engage with it like that. And as a result, a lot of people, they get dismissed as just the bad kids, the bad eggs, when really they've got something that needs to be treated, something that needs to be engaged with. I put in my notes here, but I think I've already mentioned, a lot of the common lines are, they've got so much potential, if only they applied themselves, or you just need to try harder. It's like, maybe the kid is trying as hard as they can, but they're wrangling with something you can't see. Like, maybe this is something you need to encourage the parents to get like an ongoing assessment for. It's so, like, I had to deal with that a lot as a kid. There was learning support staff at schools, at the schools I went to, but they were treating me like I had Down syndrome. Like, they weren't treating me as they weren't treating me my age and just giving me assistance for my deficits. They were instead treating me like I was 4 years old. And it was really, I had to fight so hard just to get treated normally, or treated proportionately. Because it's that back and forth. It's either someone overcompensates for how much they are accommodating, or they just don't accommodate at all, and then you have huge problems that come from that, and hugely damaging problems that can come from that. It's insanely, I can't understate just how important it is to get these diagnoses. People with ADHD do have immense potential, but working harder is never going to be a sustainable solution. There are people who unironically believe, I'm reading from my notes at this point, so I've kind of already said this, but who unironically believe ADHD isn't real, and that everyone has a little ADHD. Everyone has a little ADHD. It's okay. It's like, no, that's nonsense. That is pure nonsense. Everyone has it's like saying, oh, everyone has a little bit of autism. Everyone has a little bit of psychopathy. Everyone has a little bit of cancer. Everyone has a little bit of schizophrenia. Everyone has a little bit of Parkinson's disease. Everyone has a little bit of Alzheimer's, just a little bit. Everyone has a little bit of erectile dysfunction. This is not, it's such it is like, this is one of those things that people say without thinking about it. And it is so absurd when you actually think about it. Just a little bit, just a tiny bit. I am a neuroscientist. I accidentally ended up studying, went off the screen. I want to read the neuroscientist contribution. I accidentally ended up studying ADHD and autism and how they cross over for years, which was fascinating. Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I like it. I like it when people who are in their element show up in chat. They always have such great contributions, especially when it's like on topic. Oh, I love it. Let's see. Where was I in my notes? That's a good question. If I had to guess, it's probably because we want to dismiss the more annoying behaviors of ASD. Not ASD, that's autism spectrum disorder. That's probably also true for that, but ADHD as simply being bad behavior and trying to attribute it to something easily solvable rather than wrangle with the complex reality of a divergent mind that operates in a different way. Thankfully, the discourse is starting to shift. ADHD is finally being recognized as a disability that does require treatment and support, the same as any other. Doctors are now more willing to write notes of recommendation for things like support animals on the basis of ADHD, and things like the NDIS here in Australia, which is the National Disability Insurance Scheme, is now considering ADHD to be added to the list of supported conditions. So NDIS, the very broad stroke version of what it is that it is basically a grant that you give that the government, that this department called the NDIS gives to people with disabilities to help them pay for things that will assist them with their disability, whether that's support workers, technology that'll make their lives easier, things like that. If they have a support animal, training for their support animal, anything that's going to be assistive. Like there's different, they assign different, but like they give you a broad amount of money, and then they say you can use this much, this amount of money for support work and stuff like that. This amount for technology, this amount for this thing. It's all just about, because obviously a lot of people with disabilities, they're not exactly flush with cash. Let's put it that way. And their ability to be flush with cash is, how shall we say, extremely limited. So this is kind of one of those equity things where it's kind of just trying to even the scales for someone who does have a disability that requires additional needs that they can't afford out of pocket. So it's a really good thing, in my opinion. It's there's a lot of bureaucracy going on around it that I don't really want to get into, but I think conceptually, I agree with it. I agree with its purpose. I think it's a very good thing. I think a large part of it is that I think a large part of why ADHD is now finally starting to come into the light as this thing that needs to be, that should be taken seriously, that should be looked at. I think a large part of it is because we now have so many platforms to give us a voice that we previously didn't have, and we understand the disorders, and we understand the disorder a lot better than we used to. Like I was talking to my therapist about it just yesterday, in fact, and she said there was a similar emphasis on ADHD like about 20 years ago, but that one kind of petered out because everyone was dismissing it. Everyone was calling it a fake disorder or saying, oh, you just need to try harder, la-di-da-di-da-di-da, all the classic stuff, and then that kind of petered out. But now we've got stuff like YouTube and Twitter and Instagram and even, God forbid, TikTok. Whatever we might think of these entities as a whole, they have been an amazing driving force in raising awareness of the seriousness of ADHD. And hopefully through this podcast that you are listening to right now with your ears, I can add my own contributions to this cause, which is, of course, very close to my heart. Something this has also allowed is for a decrease in the overall stigma surrounding ADHD. The unfortunate reality of the condition is that we present very well. That's something I have been told time and time again, and it was a compliment once upon a time, and now it's like, Yeah, I know. I do present very well. I do present very neurotypically. I do know that it is very difficult, that at first glance, it is difficult to pick me out in a crowd as the disabled one. I know. I know all too well. Unfortunately, that means that it means that I'm, pursuing an acting career. That means I'm quite successful at presenting in a way that I am not. It means that I can turn that into a fun game. It means I'm very good at a lot of different things. It also means that people apply standards to me that are often just unfair, plain and simple. And they will ask things of me that perhaps they're not even intent. It's not malicious. I'm not blaming anyone. It's a spectrum, right? Some people should know better than others. But as a general thing, presenting well has, it has big upsides. It means that I can control when people know about this disorder, so they can take me seriously as a person first before I get any labels involved and have preconceptions piled on top. I think that's good. I think that's a good thing for me personally. That gives me a level of personal control. It also means that I am, until I can drop the veil and people, just kind of, I've developed, just a respect for me independent of knowing the condition. It means that I am being put under standards that, again, it's a little bit like asking someone in a wheelchair to stand up. Sometimes it does feel like sometimes things are a little bit set up to fail. It's can be a distressing experience, to say the least. Shut the fuck up, phone. Shut your mouth. See, where was I up to? Let's see. We don't look or sound disabled on initial impression, so problems are dismissed or minimized. For a while, it either felt like you would either be treated like you had a severe learning disability, or you were otherwise treated as neurotypical. We are finally etching out. We are now finally, as a society, etching out a space in between where we can recognize the need for support without someone needing to be, drooling on the floor, barely able to comprehend basic numbers and shapes. For my part, I'm trying to untrain that part of me that was afraid to talk about the support structures I have in place. I do have NDIS support thanks to the autism side of things, but I'm slowly realizing that it's perhaps more useful for the ADHD. I have cleaners that come around 2 or 3 times a week because my executive dysfunction makes it difficult to clean. Indeed, I'm less ashamed to say that I struggle to keep my environment tidy in general, as that is just the reality of my condition rather than something that requires scolding. We've still got a way to go, but I'm happy with the progress we are making. Part and parcel with finally acknowledging ADHD as a disability, but also giving credit to its potential strengths when put into an environment where it is allowed to thrive. It's a misconception that ADHD is an inability to focus. I think I already mentioned this. It's that difficulty with regulating focus. So there are times where I can barely focus on something for 30 seconds straight, and then there are other times where I will fixate on something for 24 hours without eating or even standing up. Like my ass will go numb. Circulation is probably not great, but I'm in that mode where I know that if I break my concentration on this thing, I might not get it back. So I just want to keep doing the things that are in my brain until it manifests. And that can often go for hours and hours and hours and hours, because another part of ADHD is something called time blindness. I have no intuitive sense of the passage of time. So things can just blow by, and I need to check a clock in order to see how much time has passed. Sometimes I blink like this. It's the kind of thing where I blink and 5 minutes have passed without me knowing it. I thought it was 2 seconds. It was 5 minutes. Like it's that kind of thing. I lose time so easily. It almost makes me want to put cameras everywhere just to see what I was doing in that space of time where I thought it was only 2 seconds, but really it was 5 minutes. That would be fascinating to me. My very first EFAP meme, so that's the Mortal Kombat one. You can still find it on the channel. That took me over 24 hours to put together, and I think I maybe took a single break to feed my cat during that entire time. Maybe. I didn't eat. I barely had any water. I just kept going and going because I kept coming up with new ideas and I just wanted to get it done, and I powered through it. Honestly, though, the work I did in that original meme, I could probably get it done in like an hour now, maybe a shorter amount of times, because I my skills have gotten a lot better since that original meme, because that's the benefit of growing and learning, learn to use your tools better. But that's the kind of fixation that can happen and how all-consuming it can be. Like I actually got hyper fixated writing notes for this yesterday because I had procrastinated on some of the meatier parts of this that I needed to get together, and I didn't realize just how much stuff I needed to say. And then I had to write even more this morning, which is why I had to delay the stream, because I didn't realize how long that would take. It affects a lot more of your life than you would ever realize. And I would definitely, if I had a choice, I would maybe want to like downplay the downs. I would definitely want to deal with the downsides, but I don't think I would want to change how my brain works completely, because the thing that causes me to sit and focus for 24 hours straight is also the thing that gives me the best ideas, that allows me to make the stuff that is really entertaining. I don't think I would be making the things that I am. I don't think I would be as creative as I am if it wasn't for the ADHD. It is as I said, it's twice exceptional. Exceptionally amazing at certain things, exceptionally not so good at a lot of other things. It's ADHD, and being neurodivergent in general. It's like min-maxing in an RPG. You, instead of like spreading your points across multiple different stats, you instead put it all into like 2 or 3, and then the rest are just kind of get to sit back and suffer. So you start with huge advantages over other people and I don't know how this is possible, but it is right there in the baby book. My parents swear by it. My first word was at 3 months old. So I was ahead of everyone developmentally with language. I was behind on almost everything else. Like, that was the trade-off. There's a lot of things in my early 20s that most people get down when they're only teenagers. But of course, my ability to hyperfixate on certain things then allows me to like exceed certain people in certain areas, depending on what I'm hyperfixating on. It's such a deeply complex disorder, so I wouldn't want to sell it as like it having no upside. It's more just the downsides really need to be acknowledged, and they really need to be we need to be allowed to treat it as a disability without it turning into like looking down on people, I guess, might be the way to put it, or either trying to minimize it or over exaggerate it as well. Like, there's a fine line. I think I've written it here. As you can imagine, hyperfixation, when you get it to work for you, can turn into an invaluable asset. It can make you hyperproductive and give you these huge bursts of dominating your goals. But it's also fickle. It's fickle and often hard to capture, which can result in frustrating inconsistencies. Every person with ADHD is different and will find different solutions to these problems. But we have to recognize that these issues are based in concrete neurology rather than being dismissive because it doesn't look so hard on the surface. You might as well tell someone with a permanent limp to start walking, if that's the road you want to go down. Much like those with physical disabilities, we're also starting to see tech solutions to help people like myself with their day-to-day life that simply weren't available before. There are smartphone apps, for example, that are designed to gamify your routine. Gamification in general, that is structuring your life in the same way that a video game would structure quests, is a very popular solution to navigate the neurodivergent waters. Something that would really help me specifically would be if there was an app that added tooltips or reminders to other apps, much like how a video game will remind you about specific gameplay mechanics when they're relevant. For example, I want to set up more rules around how I divert the money that goes into my account. Right now, I take half out and put it away for tax time, and the rest just sits there waiting to be splurged. What I want to start doing is diverting the remaining funds into other accounts. So $20 into my cat account in case I have unexpected pet-related expenses, $20 into car maintenance, that kind of thing. Last time I got paid, I did actually do that, but it would be helpful if I could install an app and get a custom interface that would allow me to get these reminders in the phone itself, rather than having to rely on my own memory to do it. Sure, it all eventually becomes habit, but I've got to form the habit first, and even then, the reminder stops me from blanking one day, which can quickly spiral. Healthy Gamer GG, he also knows, well, that's the channel name, the doctor's name is Dr. K. He described ADHD in relation to memory as having all the RAM in the world, but what you really need is a hard drive. Like, you need something concrete to store memories on to help with that short, you know, you're all random access memory, no actual memory. It's you know, you can do all the things all at once, but actually keeping the information there is very difficult. And no matter how much, and you can keep installing RAM as someone with ADHD, but you really fucking need a hard drive at some point, you know? Hello, Meme. How you doing? I'm doing well, Charles. How are you? Animal ownership can often be a benefit because it gives me a responsibility that I'm invested in emotionally that I literally can't ignore. Believe me, I never hear the last of my fixations cutting into their meal time. So having cats has been really helpful for me because they will tell me when they're hungry. They will make it clear when I'm not spending enough time with them, and they will force me to break away from things and spend time with them. So it means I do have to maintain something of a routine in order to take care of them. So, you know, it's not perfect, but it has been this really wonderful grounding structure that's really helped me. So you have no long-term memory, or do you just have trouble? It's more, I do have long-term memory. It's more just, it's much more difficult for me to commit things to memory consistently. Much harder for me to retain information than it is for other people. And it's very selective as to whether or not I retain information. Sometimes I absorb facts like a vacuum cleaner. Other times you can read me something 40 times and I'm never going to, and I'm not going to be able to remember it. Yeah, that's exactly it. It's more priority of what sticks. Let's see. Going to the library and the gym has helped keep a routine. Yep. I'm trying to incorporate more external stuff, because one of the main things about ADHD, one of the things that really helps is you need to find things that generate dopamine. Now, medication does this, and I do recommend, you know, I take medication for it, and it really helps me. What it does is it generates dopamine for my prefrontal cortex, which is where a lot of the problems happen. That's where a lot of the underdevelopment happens. It's where impulse control is located. It's where, you know, the emotional dysregulation happens. It's where our ability to prioritize is often, you know, it's where that's supposed to happen. And people with ADHD, they are chronically understimulated because we don't process dopamine correctly. So as a result, we're just these huge dopamine magnets because we need much higher levels of stimulation to reach a point of functional stimulation, I guess is the way to put it. Because like you put someone in an empty room, they will be at like a neutral level of stimulation. You put an ADHD person in an empty room, they will be in pain from how understimulated they are. Like, another way to describe ADHD is it's almost, it is being clinically bored. So like a regular person is bored, right? It's just kind of like, you know, it's kind of like whatever. If someone with ADHD is bored, they are in physical pain. I don't know if that's literal. I don't know if pain receptors are actually activated, but it does feel painful. It is agonizing to be bored as someone with ADHD. And that's why we're constantly just seeking out new sources of stimulation, because we need it just to be functional. Cocaine. Yes, like cocaine. Like addiction is very, very common with ADHD for that reason. It takes so much more effort to be self-disciplined as ADHD. Something interesting I noticed about my ADHD was the masking. Now, I've used that term before, but what does it actually mean? Masking can be defined as learning to suppress your symptom, learning to depress the symptoms of your neurological disorder to make the world at large more comfortable with your existence. So at a very young age, our symptoms manifest. And as I said before, they are very annoying symptoms to a lot of people. We get punished for our symptoms. We get, you know, both by authority figures and by, you know, people our own age. The other kids on the playground. I want to be around the weird kid. So what do we learn to do? We learn to hide them. We learn to mask them. We learn to cover up our hyperactivity. We learn to present well. We learn to present as normal, quote unquote. And as a result of that, you know, there are benefits to it. Like, it almost does feel like stealth mode. It can be kind of fun sometimes. But it also means that, you know, while it allows us certain benefits in social situations, to be sure. It also, what does it do? It means that we are, how do I put it? There's a good way to put it. The symptoms, we can't just hide the symptoms and they go away, right? They're still there. It's just that now we are not, the behaviors we manifest aren't just the symptom. They aren't symptomatic. They aren't just the symptoms. They are the mechanisms through which we deal with the disorder. So someone's really hyperactive. They're fluttering their arms about. They're fidgeting all the time. I read I didn't read the whole paper, but I did read the summary of a paper that basically states that ADHD people fidget and move around all the time, not because they're anxious. I mean, maybe that's part of it, but a lot of it is because that's how we generate energy. That's how we are constantly trying to stimulate ourselves in order to get up to that regular, in order to get up to that, again, what to a lot of people is just their regular level of stimulation. We have to constantly be moving around, constantly doing something that is stimulating us, something that is generating dopamine so that it goes up to our prefrontal cortex, and then we get set to normal. Like, I'll put it this way. You give a stimulant to a regular person, they get jittery because that's way too much dopamine. You give a stimulant to an ADHD person, assuming it's correctly dosed, they might fall asleep because their brain is finally up to an adequate level of stimulation and they can finally just relax. They can finally just, oh man, finally fucking dopamine. Oh my God, this feels so good. You know, it's like you're starving and you finally have a burger. You know, it's similar to that. I would recommend finishing that whole paper meme, reading Astra. And I completely agree. Memes, stop scaring me because caffeine does nothing for me. Well, it might be a sign of something. It might be a sign of nothing because sometimes some people's brains just don't process caffeine well. That's just the thing. Now I want a burger. Yeah, burgers are good. Burgers are really good. So my inability, so part of my masking, so I used to stand up for myself a lot when I was really, really young. And then the more I stood up for myself, the more punishment I got, whether it was from teachers, whether it was from other people, like friends. And eventually I got to the point where I just started thinking, well, if I'm having to stand up to all these people all the time, that must mean there's something wrong with me. So I stopped standing up for myself out of fear of judgment because I just wanted friends and to be able to function correctly. And that led to huge amounts of burnout. Because especially when I was studying, for example, I pushed myself way harder than I ever should have while I was doing my acting studies, and it drained the life out of me despite everyone commenting on how much I improved. So first year of studies, I did okay to really shit. That's the word, really shit to okay. That was the first year. You know, as everyone says, lots of potential. He just needs to apply himself. And so I applied myself for the next year and half a year after that. And I got so much more, such greatly improved results. And then when I graduated, I thought I had clinical depression because I was so burned out. I just couldn't do anything. I was non-functional. And that was a very dangerous place to get in. I was also like in a very toxic relationship at the end of that tenure. So that was like another thing just pulling me down. But it was also just, I pushed myself to my limit. There was, you know, having ADHD, it means applying 10 times the amount of effort to get 1/10 of the result, is the way of a normal neurotypical person. Okay, so you mistook people's criticism of you as you need to work harder. It's quite common. Learning takes time, and over practice can lead to burnout. Yeah, it's well, a lot of people were literally saying I needed to work harder, or I needed to just apply myself, or you could do so much more if you just applied yourself, that kind of thing. So I would maybe you're talking about the same thing. I don't know. But yeah, I did burn myself through over practice. Yeah, let's see. And the masking isn't just trying to take on a neurotypical workload against your own against your better judgment. It is also subtler things like sitting still when my neurodivergent brain requires a constant level of one of the many symptoms of ADHD is chronic understimulation. I've kind of already gotten into this, due to the brain's compromised ability to process dopamine. That's where the hyperactivity part of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder comes from. And if we can express that hyperactivity through fidgeting or other behaviors, we begin to, if we can't, I meant to write can't, if we can't express that hyperactivity through fidgeting or other behaviors, we begin to internalize it, and that becomes a truly torturous, pent-up existence. I really came to realize how badly this was affecting me when I started making appearances on EFAP. Not because the guys were pressuring me, God no, the EFAP crew makes me feel very accepted. It's more that I had this masking behavior so thoroughly ingrained into my system that I'd go the entire podcast, which, as some of you know, can last for 11 hours or more, sitting absolutely ramrod stiff. I was masking, even when no one could see what I was doing. I was just afraid someone would hear me fidgeting. I was scared that they would think I'm a weirdo. Not consciously, but subconsciously, I had processed that. I've been so conditioned to not, I suppose, out myself as not being typical, which not healthy. What's more, I had a relationship back in 2019 with someone who also had ADHD. One of her reasons for ending the relationship was that she had barriers in her head that she thought would drop if she met the right person. And because they weren't dropping with me, despite me ticking all the boxes, she realized that she had a lot of personal growth to do. She had only been diagnosed that year. Like, I was diagnosed at age 5, so I actually had a huge advantage over most people. Like, I got diagnosed as soon as you could be diagnosed. Like, I am insanely fortunate in that regard. Like, they were assessing me at age 3. You can only give a diagnosis at age 5, but they were starting the assessment early. Because I think my mom was just like, oh, he's not acting normally. Why is he touching everything? Oh no. Why does he, this isn't normal crying. What the hell? So I got the diagnoses pretty early on. So when this relationship ended, I was more focused on the heartbreak of the event for the longest time. I was trying to just process the feelings, like trying to just pull it back together because it was a very sudden thing. But with distance comes perspective, and now I do have a different perspective, especially now that I've like doubled down on like trying to understand the ADHD part of myself. The barriers she was describing were her mask. They'd been so thoroughly ingrained that they had come to dominate her life to the point where she couldn't drop them. And when you can't drop that facade, even in front of your intimate partner, it becomes a deeply exhausting experience. With those revelations, I've come to realize that there are certain things that need to change with me. So I've begun a new chapter of personal development where I'm trying to drop my masks as best I can whenever I feel like it, rather than allowing them to seep into my very DNA. One of the other things I'd like to cover before moving on to the next subject is the symptom of rejection sensitivity dysphoria, which I didn't actually know about until recently. It makes so much sense to me. It's it's kind of all there in the name. It's part of the general emotional dysregulation that is part and parcel with ADHD most of the time. And it's basically a disproportionate emotional pain in response to perceived rejection. Now, notice how it's labeled as perceived rejection rather than just being rejection. See, while it does occur with actual rejection, such as someone turning you down to go on a date, this aspect of emotional dysregulation goes deeper, distorting fairly healthy, benign encounters, distorting fairly healthy, benign encounters into being emotionally interpreted as rejection. Constructive criticism, for example, which is only being given to help you improve, may be interpreted by the brain as downright dismissal of you as a person as a whole. So instead of them saying, oh, yeah, your work here could improve, you instead interpret it as you're not good enough. You'll never be good enough. Like it distorts it. And it's actually, it's not just an ADHD thing. It's in like a lot of personality disorders as well, like borderline personality disorder. It's a huge part of that disorder. And because like people with ADHD, they do engage with emotional reasoning, which is to say your perception of reality isn't being entirely defined about how you feel. We do have a sense of identity that helps to ground us and helps us to overcome these symptoms. Someone with BPD has a much harder time overcoming that because their brain is structured in such a way that they can't form a solid sense of identity. It keeps shifting. They keep taking bits and pieces from other people. It makes it very difficult as a result. Oh, hello, bots. What's up? Wasabi. Do you have friends with ADHD? I have a lot of friends with ADHD. I think I also probably have a lot of friends who have ADHD but don't have the diagnosis. I think this is something interesting, right? Because I've lived with it for so long, because I've learned to recognize it within myself and within others, I'm starting to realize that I might be, I don't know how many neurotypical friends I actually have, because that number keeps dwindling. It's almost like I spread the plague of neurodivergence to other people. It's kind of funny. But I do have a lot of friends with ADHD, yeah. Meme got a girlfriend and all I got was the bots. Hey man, I'm sure it was a lovely lady bot. Meme is an autistic guru. Damn straight, son. Damn straight. Plague, eh? Ah, good timing. Good timing. Good timing. Let's see. Where was I up to in my notes? So the rejection sensitivity dysphoria, it's definitely something I've struggled with and something I'm really trying to become more aware of with my mindfulness practice. I'm just trying to observe the feeling and objectively determine if I have enough data to warrant a certain reaction to it. That doesn't mean I've hacked the system or anything, but it does help to avoid conflict where there need be none. Vaccines didn't make me autistic. The internet did. I think it also goes a long way to explain why people get so heated on Twitter, for example, as there's probably a lot of people on that site that have some kind of psychological condition that has rejection sensitivity as one of the symptoms. So any disagreement is automatically taken personally to begin with, and when you compound how shittily Twitter is set up to begin with, well, it's a recipe for fuck. It is a recipe for fuck. A recipe for fuck. So for some channels that specialize in ADHD, I recommend How to ADHD, run by the lovely Jessica McKay, who specializes in short form, easy to understand summary videos about how ADHD affects various aspects of life before brainstorming possible solutions. So I'm just going to quickly, I should have had the link probably set up ahead of time. That would have been a smarty pants thing to do. But, oh, what the hell? Why is that? Stop the echo. Hashtag no more echoes. So I'll just get the link and post in the chat. So yeah, if you want something more short form here, this is a really good channel for that. She does it in very tight little packages that give you everything you need to know in a very short space of time. But we are long people here. We are children of the long. We like long. We appreciate long. This podcast has gone on for a long time already, and I'm not even halfway through my notes. So this is giving me an idea of how long the long is, and how much I can get through. I almost overstuffed this podcast, to tell you the truth, just as a test for this first encounter, just see what the limits were for how long I'd ramble. However, if you want someone who is got long form content for ADHD, I would recommend checking out Healthy Gamer GG. I actually already mentioned them. It's a channel run by one Dr. K, and he is an actual clinical psychiatrist, who is able to go in depth on a lot of facets of ADHD without being ultra dry and clinical about it. He also tackles other various aspects of mental health as well, which is really cool. So I reckon these are the two channels that I go to. There are a bunch of other channels on YouTube, don't get me wrong, but these are like the two I gravitate towards. So I kind of just want to you have me curious on if exercise can be a treatment option for it. Swalpool, I'm so happy you mentioned that. Exercise is one of the best treatments for ADHD because it generates so many vital neurotransmitters that are so crucial to help an ADHD person function. In fact, my medication right now is not as effective as it used to be because I'm currently in a bit of a slump with exercising, which I'm hoping to break eventually. This podcast is actually part of it, so that I can I'm trying to structure my world a little bit more so I can get ADHD, so I can get the gym back into my life. But yeah, it is so crucial because I used to just work out to feel good, and then I realized working out is actually essential for my neurology. So yeah, ADHD, I would say what I'm actually looking for right now is like a personal trainer who is knowledgeable about ADHD, because I realize that is what I need. I need a workout program that is specialized for ADHD. Do you know if aerobic exercises or anaerobic exercises? That's a good question. What generates more dopamine? More of that? Like, it's basic because it's what I guess that would be like. That's my main knowledge on it. Is that it's all about like what generates the neurotransmitters there. I'm also curious to hear more about exercise from you, Meme. Have you actually been meaning to ask since you talk about it during the gaming stream? Yeah, it's definitely a difficult one. I imagine you'd probably have to look that. I think the best exercise for ADHD is the one you can consistently do. I think that's the important part. They're the exercises that you can stay consistent with. Because ultimately, like, there's the scientific, I suppose you can call it, like, there's probably like if you look at the raw neurotransmitter levels, there's probably like data that points these are the best ones technically, but you also need to like individually ask, what exercises am I able to maintain versus the ones that I'm just going to quit on? Because it's much easier to quit with ADHD. Aerobic exercises are better for depression. Then possibly that would be the same for ADHD. Maybe. Yeah. Because weightlifting makes me feel really good. It's definitely there's a lot of science that definitely to look into there. How to ADHD does actually have I think a couple of videos on ADHD and exercise and how to keep that consistent. Healthy Gamer GG probably does as well, considering the title of his channel. But yeah, I can't think of one off the top of my head with him. Yeah, it is fascinating. And I think, yeah, exercise is like, because medication, that is part of the treatment plan, but you also need to, a lot of ADHD is lifestyle stuff. So the correct amount of, a diet that you can, like, I don't like the word diet because I like a word because it implies that you're going to go off the diet at some point. So I guess an eating plan, a food plan that is something you can maintain and has all the nutrients in it. That's essential as well, because obviously we as ADHD people, we struggle to eat because eating can be boring, and we don't like boring. We don't like a lot. So it's a lot of, it's part of the treatment plan is finding sustainable lifestyle choices that you can stick with, and not just stick with, but if you fall off the wagon, you can easily get back into it, if that makes sense. Nothing worse than you falling off the wagon and then it's like a long journey to getting back on the wagon. That's something that's also very important. Yeah, it is a very I think ADHD and exercise. Yeah, I'm really glad you asked that, Swalpool, because that is a very that's very like a bedrock level sort of thing. Man, I'm gonna be excited to read some of these chats later in my own time as well. There's been a lot of people contributing, which is great. ADHD exists. Women most affected. I'm not a big fan of calling mental diseases fake without hard evidence. Yes. That is very important, because especially because like mental disorders are much harder to prove, which in a way makes it more devastating when someone calls it fake. You can't. What are you going to do? Take your brain out of your skull and go, no, look, the dopamine receptors aren't. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. So it is important to try not, obviously everything should have a reasonable level of skepticism, but not to like a damaging degree, I guess is the way to go. Calling mental disorders fake sounds like a mental disorder. Yep. Look, it's the funny thing, right? A lot of the people who call ADHD fake probably have ADHD because they're just thinking, oh, why is this being called a disorder? This is just normal, right? This is just life. It's just life, man. It's just life. And it's just like, mon frère, if you think that this is normal, you might want to go to a psychiatrist. You might want to get looked at. Just a little. Might let you have something in your brain. Just something in your brain. I'm doing a bit of a stretch now because we have been streaming forever. I need to get water. I'm going to check a timer that I set as well, actually. Go off. I'm going to just quickly do a swap over of the cats, even though they are being peaceful, but I want to keep to this routine. So I will be back in just a moment. So yeah, just keep an eye on this guy for me. Yeah, you want to talk about understimulating? Watch the Eternals. That was a little bit of torture right there. A little bit of slice of home. Should edit that image so it is meme. What I actually want to do with that celestial thing is I want someone to go in and like have a boat occasionally go by, animate the clouds a little bit, have like the boat horn occasionally play and go, oh, what the hell is that? But it comes up only like every 3 hours or so it's like a really rare Easter egg. That would be funny. Meme actually has me interested in doing a pseudo systematic review on this. Oh, awesome. I love getting people interested in this stuff and exploring it in their own ways, because I like it when people get interested with these subjects, because I think there's so much to learn, and if I can just present things in a way that makes it so that people want to learn more and do their own research and do all kinds of things with it. That's wonderful for me. That's really that tickles me in a good place. Oh man. Ooh, where's my water? Water. Here. I've got an irritated soft palate from all that talking. Just taking a breather before going to the next one. Just interact with you guys for a bit, because we're 23 pages into my notes and there are 96 pages in these notes. So I might have overstuffed this a tiny bit, but that's okay. I think it's really, I think a lot of the length of this has gone to like just introducing what the podcast is. So like, I think that might be the reason that it's a little bit overstuffed, but that's okay. Guess what? He loves Rings of Power. Who loves Rings of Power? I haven't seen it. I'm just curious about who we're talking about. Let's see. I did, don't see names in this. Oh, one of your friends. Okay. I thought we were talking about someone specific. Well, that is someone specific, but someone on the internet. Okay. There we go. We have figured it out. We've solved the mystery Scoob. We came from EFAB. There is no such thing as overstuffed. True. In fact, this is going to be a proper long boy podcast. In fact, so much of a long boy podcast, I'm just going to quickly double check the time on it. Let's see. Yeah, so we've been going for 3 hours now, and we're not even halfway through. So yeah, this might go for 8 hours. Oops. Well, you guys like long stuff. Here's some long stuff. See how long I can be a self-perpetuating engine. Oh boy. Let's see. So our next topic. Now this is completely out of left field. But I find it interesting, and it's something that's been on my brain for a while, so I decided to include it with this. If you're here for 8 hours, I'll be here for 8 hours too. I'm down for that. You know, you stay as long as you want. And if you want to stay for the 8 hours, I say go for it. Go for it, man. Go for it. This has been extremely educational and therapeutic to listen to. Oh, thank you. I'm very happy that, you know, I've been able to bring a lot of, a lot to the table with that subject, because it's something I've been thinking a lot about. It's something I want to raise more awareness for in a way that's, you know, because there's a lot of people who will just like, they try to educate you by blaming you, I guess. Like, it's just like, oh, you're part of the problem that this is happening. And I'm just like, I don't want to do that. I want people to just learn about this stuff and, just raise their awareness of this stuff so that, if they think that they can accommodate better, you know, go for it. But I don't want to shame people for, you know, not understanding things. That's a very good way to get people to not want to learn more about it. So I'm very happy about that. Bilbo, hello. I see the stream has gone on so long that you've been able to catch it. That's kind of funny. Let's see. It's great when someone talks about my disability but doesn't talk down to me. Absolutely. I think that's another thing that's really changed the last the last decade or so, especially, is that we now have a lot of content that doesn't talk down to people. It's just there. It's just talking about it very, you know, frankly and sincerely, on a very, for lack of a better term, it's speaking about it on a very human level, rather than speaking about it as if, you know, oh yes, I'm just going to, oh yes, you know, I'm just going to talk down to you, or oh, it's okay. You know, either babying people or patronizing them in some other way. It just doesn't work. Shouldn't work that way. See you, Reshion. I don't even know what number that is afterwards. I'll look it up later. 51053. There we go. That is your name. I was having a think the other week about how the internet has evolved our perception of wild animals, and especially big cats like tigers and lions. Yeah, this is a completely different topic now. This is the stream repository where we can go from, this is mental health time, I ain't gonna talk about disabilities, we are gonna learn, and now we're like, lions, tigers, bears, they are big and cool. This is the ADHD podcast. It really is. Oh my god. On YouTube, if dangerous, wife-friend shaped. Oh god. Oh god. If dangerous, wife-friend shaped. You can't do this to me. God damn. Oh god. No. Oh, I got cramps in my ribs. Oh my god. Oh, what better way to learn about ADHD than with Chad Meme Repository. Oh, thank you, Sneki boy. Thank you. Oh my god. Oh, that was no. You keep those one-liners coming, my friend. Don't you dare stop. Don't you dare change. That was a good. If we're talking about dopamine, that was a spike of dopamine that I desperately needed. Very, very, you know, it's a fine line between pleasure and pain, but I live for that line. Oh my god, I've got cramps. I've got cramps now. Great. Let's see. Oh lord. We're killing me. Oops. On YouTube, there's a whole genre of videos, either zookeepers or sanctuary workers getting up close and personal with the animals they caretake, and even people just straight up keeping these animals in their homes as pets. This trend is definitely a mixed bag. On the one hand, we have a growing empathy for these animals that many may have considered mindless, unfeeling beasts before. Someone pointed out earlier that the internet has made these animals less scary than Twitter users, which yes, I have fed a tiger up close through a mesh. All that was between me and the tiger was just a bit of metal mesh. And you know what? That tiger and we had a good time, because it's one of those things where you can just go in, feed them strips of meat. They really like it. And then another lady went up for her turn, and she kept fumbling with the meat because she was so nervous. and the tiger got pissed off and just whacked the mesh and was just like, fucking come on, give me my fucking meat, woman. Stop fucking around. It was kind of funny. It's kind of funny. I do want to snuggle large kitties and fluffy bears, but they have knife fingers. Yeah, that's the problem, right? They're so cute, and I kind of want to cuddle them, but they're also like, the best way to put it right is that I own cats. We all know this. I get scratched by my cats sometimes. Sometimes they bite me. Worst that happens to me is I get a bite, and then it might get infected and I have to go to the emergency room, but I will live. It doesn't take, I just need antibiotics. I need maybe just to get that area disinfected, but I will live. If the same thing happens with a tiger, you might get cut in half, or you might get, the tiger might accidentally just fillet you alive. And it's not trying to hurt you, really. Cats do what's called a corrective slap. They will slap something that they will slap a fellow cat, or they will slap, a human that they know to tell them, no, don't do that. And with a cat, it's fine. You might bleed a little, but you're fine. A tiger does that. It's less fine when the tiger does that. If you will die. You will die. And that's kind of the trade-off there. So your eyes doesn't get gouged out. If Captain Marvel taught me anything, you don't mess with. To be fair, that cat was a Lovecraftian entity, and also, what the fuck? Why was that the way you got his eye out? I'm so cut by that film. This trend is definitely a mixed bag. On the one, I already read that. Seeing the softer side of a tiger, for example, can certainly inspire people to want to invest in conservation and might act as a gateway to fundamental shifts in the understanding of the animal world and the environment as a whole. On the other hand, channels like this may inspire imitators, rich kids looking to gain clout by bringing dangerous animals into their homes, completely ill-prepared to handle their needs. As far as these channels themselves are concerned, I don't think we can cleanly judge them as good or bad as a whole. Some people are more responsible than others, and I dare say that each channel needs to be judged on a case-by-case basis. Michael Jamison, for example, has 2 tigers, Enzo and Diego. Both of them were rescues, unfit for the wild. He carefully hand-reared both of them, and when they got too big to have free access to the entire house, he built a spacious enclosure to live in. Literally his house, he basically sacrificed, he's got a big, almost mansion area, and he sacrificed his whole backyard just so his tigers could have a lot of space to move around in. It's pretty great. He's built, and unless it's an emergency, he no longer goes into the tiger enclosure as he recognizes the dangers of owning these animals. Michael is an example of responsible ownership. He's actually got dozens of animals, from dogs to cats to turkeys and even monkeys, and his house is basically designed around the needs of each animal. And I've even heard that he gets up at 3 a.m. every day to begin preparing their food. Not going into the enclosure is an especially important quality for tigers in particular, as even the friendliest tiger can accidentally maim you. Anyone who owns a cat knows this all too well. Maybe you've been petting them too long. Maybe they're overexcited. Maybe they're grumpy. Point is, most cat owners are going to get scratched or bitten at some point. With an animal that size, it's no big deal. Get any cuts or punctures looked at by a doctor and disinfect as needed. If a tiger lashes out in the same way, that could be game over right there. This brings us to the opposite end of the spectrum This brings us to the opposite. I've been streaming for a while. Maybe they're just a bit too legitimately, yes, like a big cat playing with you in just a way it would play with another member of its species. You die. That is how we say that's plain and simple there. You die. There's no middle ground. You die. It only takes about 10 licks of a tiger's tongue to strip flesh off your bones. You think a cat tongue is rough? A tiger's tongue, that's designed just to, it's like your cat's tongue on steroids. It's you die. They're so friendly. The main thing I've learned from looking at big cats, I watch an obscene amount of big cat videos on YouTube. It's a little bit of an addiction of mine. And, the main thing I observed, and I'm so consistently impressed by, is that while there are differences, a cat is a cat is a cat. no matter the size. Like all of them there are so many like shared behaviors between all of them. And there's something satisfying about seeing the same behaviors in my little cats as I do on like a giant tiger or even a liger or a leopard or something like that. We need to genetically create big animals that are safe to handle. That's something I've always thought about. Because domestication is a very hard process, and there are some animals that are more suited to domestication because they're easier to handle in the short term. But I just wonder, like, when we get, we're already becoming like genetic engineering gods in a way, with CRISPR and everything. So what happens if we crack the genetics behind domestication and we can just domesticate any animal on the fly? Like what would a domesticated tiger look like? What qualities would it have? What features? I've not seen anyone like draw up like, how you have that speculative evolution art that's kind of fascinating. I want someone to do that, but like do like a hardcore scientific approach to what if the tiger or the lion was domesticated, like not tame. There's a difference between taming, which is to say that it's been conditioned from a young age to see humans as good, versus domestication, which is genetic predisposition towards humans. Which, by the way, cats are barely domesticated. It's actually kind of misleading to call them domesticated. Like they are barely different from their wild ancestors, so they've still got so much wild inside of them, which is kind of half the appeal for me, honestly. But yeah, they're at such a size that they're probably not going to hurt you. Yeah, I want to see what that would look like. That would be interesting. A genetically engineered tiger the size of a house cat. I want like a tiger. I want like a tiger cub that doesn't grow up, because I love how big their paws are. It's so fucking cute. It's the cutest thing. That's what I love about big cats. That's what I love about tigers in particular. They got such big paws. I love it. They're so cute. I want to hug them. I want to shake their hand. I like tigers a lot. Which is why I met one. I also met a cheetah. That was really cool. I actually got to go into the enclosure with the cheetah because cheetahs don't hurt humans. And they would actually struggle to hurt a human because their claws are like dog toes. So they're actually, they are not designed for slashing. They're designed for righting themselves on the ground to increase their speed. And they're so lightweight that they don't see humans as prey. So they basically just act as giant house cats. Cheetahs are the safest big cat to own easily. They're so cute. They purr. They don't roar. They they sound like a fucking bird when they vocalize. They chirp like birds. Cheetahs are like, they're so, I want one, but I shouldn't have one ethically, but I want one, oh man. Something fascinating to think about. What am I up to? Okay. This brings us to the opposite end of that spectrum with the many subjects of the documentary Tiger King. I've only seen the first series, though I found out that there have since been more, so seasons 2, 3, 4, some standalone specials. I think there was also a Tiger King movie about Joe Exotic or something. I do have criticisms of the documentary itself, but I think personalities on display... I do have criticisms of the documentary itself, but I think the personalities on display are interesting to unpack. The main trends you see are the animals being used for status. They're caretakers going into their enclosures, even allowing members of the public into the enclosures. And instead of focusing on a select few animals, instead of like just taking care of a few select animals within their means, they instead have dozens of big cats mingling and breeding in tiny little shared enclosures. We see less severe... It's not good. Like, there's something I noticed while watching the documentary was that there were a lot of hybrids just mixed in with the regular cats, which means they've got free reign. They can do what they want. Tigers are fucking lions. Lions are fucking tigers. There's probably a lot of genetic defects going around. There were the cubs were being put down when they weren't cute anymore. Funnily, like, the ligers and tigons are interesting because ligers are basically fine genetically. Like, they're fertile. At least the females are, I believe. I Can't remember if they ever got a fertile male. I'm not sure, but but they don't have any like huge genetic abnormalities. They just get really, really big, which might be which I think means that they might live shorter lifespans, but I'm not sure. But meanwhile, Tigons are the opposite situation, where they tend to have a lot more like genetic abnormalities, and they tend to be very they tend to not be so healthy. It's kind of interesting, like not all hybrids are created equal. It just depends on how the genetic material mixes and matches. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you don't. Sometimes I would imagine that, if a hybrid was successful enough, those genes could propagate in certain ways. But that would be interesting, like a fictional premise where, like, several prides of lions and several streaks of tigers were forced to live in like a valley together, and they somehow ended up cooperating, like doing like mutually beneficial things, and eventually started interbreeding. And so you have this huge, like almost like quote unquote natural population of ligers together. That would be an interesting like what if scenario to explore in like a science fiction film or something. That would be fascinating to me. Let's see. Instead of focusing on a select few, where was I? Oh yes, we see less severe versions of this on social media. People who only own one tiger, but they regularly take it on walks or allow it to sleep in the house in spite of having reached full size. I often worry that accounts like these are imitators of the more seasoned veterans of exotic animal ownership, and question how in over their head a lot of them are. Lions tend to be a bit different due to them being more social animals, but even then, there was one family who kept a lion in their house for years and even let it sleep in their child's bed, and they actually let this lion swim with their children as well. Like this was just a house cat to them. And they actually said later that they really regret having made those choices. Like nothing really bad happened. They just look back on it and it's just like, we really shouldn't have done that. That was really dangerous. The lion was a sweetheart, to be sure, but every cat has bad days, and these social cats are no exception. I don't want to shut down the idea of direct interactions with these animals completely, however, as there are some people who manage to do it responsibly. Michael Richardson, who's also known as the Lion Whisperer, regularly owns a huge animal sanctuary in South Africa, where he successfully integrated himself into both a pride of lions and a pack of hyenas. The primary difference between him and some of these other influencers, however, is that Michael has dedicated his life to understanding these animals and has his own organizations and employees to help take care of them. They've got it's just basically like this huge plot of land that's kind of sectioned off from the rest of the world. It's a sanctuary, so they're nice and safe in there, but they're living a nice natural lifestyle. He studied, he trained, and he was very careful in slowly understanding the subtle nuances of these creatures so that he could interact with them safely. Thus, he knows when to use a firm hand, when to back away, and in general, he knows exactly how their group dynamics function and has adapted it to work with humans. This is not something 99.9% of people can do. And both Michael, so Michael Richardson, Michael Jamison, frequently say that you shouldn't do what they're doing, and put immense emphasis on the sheer amount of time and work they put in, and just how much danger they consistently put themselves in. If you want to do this properly, it has to be something you dedicate your life to. It can't be a gimmick. It can't be for the novelty. If you live with big cats, you live for big cats. One final example of this trend I find interesting is taking in smaller big cats that wouldn't have survived in the wild. Messi the puma, for example, is a puma that lives with a kindly Russian couple. He was born with major birth defects, which meant he would never survive even in a sanctuary environment. Thus, they took him in, and as it turns out, the defects that made him so sickly as a young cub rendered him basically domesticated as an adult. He's only half the size of a regular puma, and he's so tame that he can go to dog training classes, which, yes, actually have dogs in them. He also now lives with a cheetah called Gerda. Cheetahs are the freak misfits of the big cat kingdom, as they have so thoroughly min-max their speed stats that they don't even see humans as potential prey, and they don't even have the equipment to hurt humans if they wanted to. I mentioned the claws before. Like they have dog paws, they have little dog toes. They're designed for traction. And you know, when I met that cheetah at the zoo, right? I went into the enclosure. I was allowed around that cheetah completely unrestrained. I had to follow certain rules because they didn't want to distress, but that was more so the cheetah wouldn't get distressed. That wasn't so that I would be safe. I was in no danger from that cheetah. It was like patting a big dog, but a cat. It was a really cool experience. I kind of want to do it again because they have you can now go on walks with it and stuff. It's really good. All the money goes towards cheetah conservation as well. As a result, cheetahs tend to be the sweethearts, tend to be absolute sweethearts in domestic settings. And although I still can't recommend keeping one, as they require a lot of space and an immense amount of resources to keep happy, they are definitely safe to keep under most circumstances. To date, there hasn't been a single recorded human fatality to cheetahs in the wild. We also have Luna the Panther, who had similar birth defects to Messi, and is not only super friendly, but she's also best friends with a Rottweiler. Interestingly, cheetahs are also now being raised with dogs as standard practice, as solitary cheetahs tend to die of loneliness. They rely on their social bonds to that extent. Enzo and Diego, the tigers, were also raised around dogs and will often play with Michael's dogs from the other side of the fence. They were also raised around cats and stuff, so they're very socialized with other animals. So so even though they cannot safely be in the same space as them, when they're on the other side of the fence, they'll just go like, "Hello, fellow animal. How do you do? Let's run around together." So yeah, this is definitely a topic that has a lot of extreme opinions either side, and I wanted to try and give a more nuanced perspective on it, as I think people either dismiss the entire practice as barbaric, or they go completely the opposite direction, declaring it that there are no problems with keeping these animals keeping these animals in more domestic settings. And I think both miss the complexities of the issue. Especially because these animals aren't exactly thriving in the wild at the moment. So although this is an imperfect solution to be sure, there are undeniable benefits that need to be weighed up and considerations to make. It's an interesting conversation, to say the least. I find it, I don't mention things on this show unless I find them interesting a lot of the time. It's fascinating stuff. Let's do a little interaction. Ligers are huge because ligers are cool because they're bloody huge. They can weigh up to 1,000 pounds. I'm pretty sure they are just gigantic. Unfortunately, they overfeed them a lot of the time. They overfeed the ligers. They get so obese. I'm not talking about they get large bones. No, I mean they're fat. Most ligers you see for some reason in photos are fat. They're clearly being overfed. I don't know why that is standard practice to overfeed them. Maybe it's because they keep growing, so it's hard to calculate how much food they need, but I don't know. It is unfortunate, to say the least. Cheetah meow sound effect. First time I was curious. I asked the question, what sound does the cheetah make? Because I've never actually heard the cheetah make a sound before. I Googled it. I went to YouTube, and the first thing I heard was and I'm just like, motherfucker. That's fake. That has to be fake. And then I looked up another video. What do I hear? And it's just like, what is happening? Wikipedia makes a distinction between obese ligers and non-obese ligers, so I'm thinking that they're not naturally fat. I don't know. I'm not a biologist, unfortunately, or a zoologist, so I'm taking the best. I'm making the best guesses I can with the information I have. Man, animals are weird. They are very weird. They don't make the sounds you think they make. They don't behave the way you think they will. You can scratch a lion's belly. It's weird. There's a guy, there's Brutus the bear who eats birthday cake on his birthday. Lets a human ride him for very short periods because they have such a close bond. Bears are cool too. I want a bear, but I don't want a bear. But I want a bear. but I don't. You know, there are so many animals I want, but I really don't want, if that makes sense. I like the idea of having them. I don't like the reality of ownership. They could have hormone deficiencies, which cause them to gain weight too much. That's true. Like that, I could imagine that. I just realized if we colonize other planets like Mars, people will grow up with like no animals. That's the thing, right? That's the thing that you gotta think about. I think if we get to the point where people are reproducing on the other planet, we probably might be at a point where we can bring animals over as well. We definitely need to bring along a lot of bacteria, because so much on Earth relies on bacteria colonies, including our own guts. So we need to bring along a lot of bacteria. That's kind of a non-negotiable. I would like a cat-sized bear without the death clause. Yeah, that would be nice. The possibility of getting yeeted into the afterlife. Yeah, that's kind of the thing that stopped me from thinking about it. That and the obscene cost of keeping them alive. Either you get yeeted into the afterlife or they get neglected into the afterlife. That's kind of the two realities I have to wrangle with when thinking about owning such creatures. Fascinating though. I'm just gonna stretch my throat a little bit because I've been speaking quite a lot today. There is an art to speaking for long periods of time, and that means taking occasional breaks to stretch out the vocal area. That's a terrible tragedy. Yeah, like I watched one video that was a zookeeper who put a really big emphasis on the fact that he needs to give the bears a lot of attention because he doesn't want them to go neurotic. Because that's another thing, like animals in captivity, keeping them stimulated is a very big challenge. Herbivores are easier than carnivores for obvious reason. But yeah, it's the kind of thing where it's like, it's an ongoing, like, it's an ongoing quest in the zoological field, I imagine, to find new ways to keep them stimulated and to recreate the benefit there to help their natural instincts and stuff. Meme, thoughts on monitor lizards? I think they're neat. I think they're nifty. Don't want to go near them because I might die, but man, they're kind of neat. Reptiles are actually interesting to me because they're one of those. We're discovering that they might be more emotionally complex than we initially gave them credit for. Like, there are crocodiles that people have kept as pets, and they seem to actually enjoy being around their owners. Like, they will refuse food from people who aren't their owners. And there's like, have you heard of Wally the alligator? Like, he's a small alligator, right? And he's known for giving the best cuddles. And he's so tame that he can be taken into kindergartens on a leash, and he'll hug the kindergartners. And he's registered as an emotional support animal for his owner because he gives the best cuddles. What's the what's the refresh rate on a monitor lizard? That is a good question. I had a bearded dragon once. It didn't remind me to feed it, so my parents kept having to feed it. So eventually we gave it to someone else. Sharks like cuddles too. Yeah, that's true. Like, something I've been really fascinated about is that animals that aren't mammals seem to also have emotional complexity to them. They seem to enjoy being around humans. At least some of them do. It makes you think, doesn't it? It does make you think about, like, at what point does emotion, because you would think that would be a very mammalian thing, right? The emotions and the enjoyment of company, but it seems to be more universal than we initially thought. All the time we find out new nuances to animals we previously believed to be, I suppose, a bit more basal. I will hear rhinos in captivity are very similar to dogs. I'd believe it. I'd believe it, honestly. No recorded deaths to orcas in the wild. That's actually really interesting. I know that they're dicks to, like, whales and stuff, and other dolphins, I guess. Rhinos in the wild kill anything that moves, but that's because of their environment. I would especially attribute that to poachers as well. Like, there's probably something instinctual about a rhino in the wild that knows that these hairless apes that walk upright, they come around with their magic boomstick, and it's really loud, and someone dies every time the stick goes off, and then they take the body away. It's like that would yeah, I would not be surprised if it just the rhinos are just conditioned to just attack on sight with how much they're hunted. Elephants are really interesting too because they're really intelligent. They have rituals. They mourn the dead. They have really complex. They use tools. And they have a complex way of interacting with the world. Yeah, sensory-driven behavior. Touch is a very powerful thing, especially if you're conditioned to like it from a young age. It's how we like. A lot of us like the tactility of things. We like it gives us connection. It gives us grounding, and you can imagine that extends to the animal kingdom because that's the very basic act is to touch another member of the species. Fun fact: African elephants aren't afraid of mice. They are terrified of bees because African bees are known to kill elephants. That is interesting. Why did because Mythbusters tested the whole elephants are scared of mice, and they actually got results from it. So I'm fascinated by what was happening there, because they tried everything in the book to try and see if the elephants were reacting to something else when the mouse showed up. Like, because what would happen is they would hide the mouse under some fake dung, right? And then they would pull the dung away, and the mouse would just appear, and the elephant would stop and turn the other direction. And they were just like, oh, well, it must be getting startled by the poop moving. So they got rid of the mouse, moved the poop. They could never recreate the results. Put the mouse back, pull the poop away. Suddenly the elephant moves away. So it's like, what's going on there? What's going on? How did they get that result? What happened? What did you do? That's one of the most memorable moments on Mythbusters, where they actually got a plausible rating for the elephants are scared of mice myth. That was a moment. That was a moment in history. Mythbusters. I love Mythbusters, honestly. It taught me so much about the world. Love wild animals. I love animals in general. Like, people are just like, oh, you're a cat person, right? Meme. It's just like, I own cats. I love cats, but I love dogs. I don't have the faculties to take care of a dog at the moment. That would be too much responsibility, but I love them. I'll scratch your dog. I'll pet your dog. I will spend time with your dog. I can't own a dog right now, but I love dogs. Cats, they're not easy to take care of, but they are within my, I'll pet my dog for you. Oh, good. I'm glad. Was there something there with white mice too? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, like, I imagine if they are scared of mice, it would be, it's kind of for the same reason that we're scared of insects and like spiders and stuff. It's because you don't want to fuck with even if it's really small, it could still do damage to you. Instinctually, we know that small things can still do damage to us. That's why, if you encounter like a wild lion or a wild animal, a lot of the time, standing your ground might get you better results than running away, because that means that animal might see that you're not as much trouble as they might just judge you to be to be too much more trouble than you were. So lions especially, they'll do a mock charge, as it's called, but if you stand your ground, they're going to divert, because if you don't run, you suddenly become a potential threat, but only you become a potential threat, but perhaps one that's not worth fighting. Perhaps it's just better to walk away. Hippos are actually far more dangerous than lions. I think, don't humans have like the highest fatality rate of any animal in the wild or something? Like they've got some kind of highest death. I'll put it this way. Crocodiles let baby hippos nibble on them and fuck with them because they don't want to upset the adult parents of those baby hippos. Like, hippos are that fucking scary in the wild. In domestic settings, they can be sweethearts, but in the wild, they are so pants-shittingly terrifying that crocodiles will fucking let their young harass them out of fear for their own lives. Man, animals are interesting, and the more we learn about them, the more interesting they become. Surprised I don't have a bit on dinosaurs in this thing, but I guess it's long enough as it is. I heard that hippos can take multiple RPGs. Look, there are so many statistics about hippos that I would believe them good. Please don't hurt me, crocodile. I heard some crocodiles or alligators tend to share nests with birds. That sounds familiar. I know there are some lizards that will like kill the baby birds in a nest and then lay their own eggs there. Not sure about crocodiles though, but that sounds about right. Hippos are walking tanks, 100%. There's like rhinos look like from the outside probably look more intimidating. Same with elephants, but like the hippo, it is such a you don't fuck with the hippo. Like crows are best friends with wolves. They are such good friends that crows will snitch on coyotes for wolves to kill them. Actually, like ravens and crows, they're like insanely intelligent, aren't they? They can imitate speech really well. They collect shiny objects just because they like them aesthetically, and they'll decorate their nests. And they're scarily smart. They are scarily smart. Ravens and crows. And it is interesting, like, there are so many commonalities between animals once they get intelligent enough. Like, there are just some byproducts of intelligence that seem to be consistent, which I do find interesting. Which kind of, raises that question, like, we do encounter alien life someday. We might have more in common with them than you'd think, just because even though we've evolved in different areas, if they are smart enough to be contacted, they're smart enough to go into space, like, there might be certain byproducts of intelligence that are universal enough to almost form a common language. Like, there are, like, you can imagine, like, convergent evolution works on galactic scales to an extent, right? Like, it's all about just having environments that support certain traits rather than it being anything mystically genetic, if that makes sense. It's an interesting thing to think about at the very least. Let's see. Okay, I think we can move on to our next subject. So, AI anxiety. So, this is kind of what I was intending to be the main subject of the stream, and then I just kept adding more subjects, so it just became a subject, but a very long subject nonetheless. So strap yourselves in, children. Okay. So, yeah, I never understood the idea that aliens would be so far above us we couldn't understand them. Yeah, that's the thing. I think that aliens are one of those things that we really overthink, I think, because convergent evolution is something that is provable here on Earth, where creatures with very little genetic material in common have taken on almost identical shapes, because evolution just means that that life is plastic to the environment. Oh yeah, duck gangbangs. For some reason I like to bring that up really early when I get to know someone, the duck gangbangs, because I just find that fascinating that they are just such sexual offenders. Those fucking ducks. Fucking good old corkscrew penises. Okay. So, speaking of issues that people often oversimplify, AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, algorithms. It's all the buzz lately, and I think the discourse has been fascinating, though not always for the right reasons. Things that are particularly fascinating to me are the contentious issues of AI art, deepfakes, and this technology. And this technology is being used in some pretty damn impressive, is being used in ways that are pretty damn impressive technically, but have also been giving a lot of people the heebie-jeebies. Being on the pro side of this argument, I hope I can at least shed some light on the subject, even if any of you guys remain on the anti side. Any of you guys are firm in the anti side in your position. To me, it's not about what side of an issue you fall on, but how well informed you are in your convictions. So as long as we have like basically the same information, but we fall on opposite ends, that's fine. It's more about just getting information out there. That's kind of my deal. Also, pointing out bad arguments as well. That tends to be another thing I do. With that said, peeking into Twitter reveals a lot of people who are not very well informed on the subject, and it's quite tiresome to see. Like, I'm all for disagreement, and I understand the fears, but it does feel like a lot of people are either operating on this existential fear of automation and the unknowns it could bring for their job, not taking into account the big picture fact that technology will always continue to progress, and trying to see the benefits this could bring as well. Or they think Terminator is a documentary and they're operating on a fear of an AI uprising. And that's the thing, right? Like, Terminator is meant to be a cautionary tale about how we use technology, how we treat technology. Like, think about Terminator, for example. Like, Skynet didn't start launching nukes until mankind panicked and tried to deactivate it. And mankind was pretty dumb in giving, like didn't take the precautions necessary. Like they didn't wait to hook it up to all the nukes and everything. Like there's a lot of mistakes that mankind made in relation to the AI in Terminator that got the result that it did. So that's always something to keep in mind. And also, Terminator's not a documentary. I just hope that we understand this. If we can agree on anything, it's that Terminator is not a documentary and was never a documentary and will never be a documentary. I hope we are clear on this. I hope. I really do. Let's see. I try to be as good faith as I can with these subjects, so I put it out on Twitter to try for people to try and justify their takes on AI. I'm not personally or to try and justify one specific take on AI. Sorry, I'm not personally against using this I didn't write this correctly. Let me try. So I put it out there on Twitter. So basically, I'll show the tweet in a moment, but basically this was about like Respeecher, Deepfakes, using those to like recreate the likenesses of actors and stuff like that. So I put it out to Twitter to try and just see what to try to give, you try to give people the best chance they can to justify a take and see if they come up with anything interesting. So that's kind of what happened. I'm not personally against using this technology to recreate the likeness of different actors and performers. I think there are incredible storytelling opportunities to be found with this technology, as it unrestricts when in the timeline you can set a story or what characters you can use or cannot use. My contention instead is more how the story are more to do with the stories they're choosing to use this technology for, and how they're choosing to use this technology in the stories. So rather than using rather than just using being against the technology on principle, to me there is no different. This is no different than bringing back an old character in an animated project with an impressionist or a close vocal double doing the voice. You're using technology to utilize a character that might not have been accessible otherwise, and keeping them true to how the original actor looked in life. To me, it seems more that there is a personal discomfort with trying to bring back someone's character in such a lifelike way. And initially I thought it was an uncanny valley sort of thing, but as the technology has gotten better and it's becoming clearer and clearer that we will one day have artificially created humans that are indistinguishable from their real life counterparts, the discourse has turned from the technology is not ready yet or the technology will never be good enough to do this, and it's instead shifting towards the technology shouldn't be allowed to do this. This narrative hasn't been helped by stuff like the digital Luke Skywalker in Mando and Book of Boba Fett, who was not only rough around the edges technically, but was also completely out of character. They weren't using this technology in a meaningful way to bring Luke organically into a setting where they would have previously had to write around his existence, but instead are parading him around for the mere purpose of getting all the fans and all the fangirls and boys to coom in their collective pants. This, therefore, leads to a very bad taste being left in the mouths of a lot of people, which is understandable. That being said, it's not the technology's fault for being misused. A hammer is not to blame when a psychopath uses it to beat someone's brains in. And I think we can all agree that sacrificing the houses that hammers make possible would not be a worthwhile trade for keeping it out of the hands of the crazies. And I think the same will be said for this technology as it gains greater and greater utility. At the moment, though, we're at an awkward crossroads. The tech is starting to come into the mainstream and negativity bias is starting to kick in. Thus, I put it out to Twitter to put their best foot forward, to convince me that there is a substantive difference between bringing back a character in an animated project versus using this tech to give the illusion of a live-action portrayal. So firstly, I will show you what I said in the tweet. I'm just gonna get chat off screen for a second. So just some food for thought. In a perfect world where both could be executed perfectly, what is the meaningful difference between using CGI to do a realistic recreation of a character played by a dead actor and an entirely animated project doing the same thing? Imagine if Rogue One completely conquered the uncanny valley, for example, and gave us a perfect recreation of Peter Cushing. What would be the difference between that and the Clone Wars / Rebels using Cushing's likeness in a more stylized form beyond any subjective discomfort? Now that's the important thing here, is it's not about how uncomfortable it makes you. It's about, the question is more to do with what is actually wrong with it. It's not about how the technology can be used. It's not about being uncomfortable about it. Because those are those are the more subjective measures of why you personally wouldn't want it used this way. I wanted to more get to the heart of it. Is there anything beyond that? And for the purposes of this thought experiment, we're assuming that companies doing either project aren't evil or incompetent. So again, I'm trying to narrow down the parameters here. We're allowing best case scenarios on all fronts here to look purely at this comparison itself. In reference to digitizing the actors' voices, a la Respeecher, what's the difference between that, again, assuming one day that the AI is able to perfectly recreate the voice and all its nuances, and getting a human who is doing a spot-on impression of the actor? Something to note with Respeecher is that you still need, with Respeecher and Deepfakes, you still need actors there. It's just you're digitally altering their look and their sound to sound like someone else, but you still need a human there to do a performance, which is why the Luke Skywalker thing is kind of a bit weird. Is kind of a bit weird for me, because the Luke Skywalker thing is a bit weird for me because I don't know if it's just the technology's not there yet, or if the actor who was playing Luke wasn't given enough direction, or if he was told to do a very stilted performance. It's the thing, right? Because Respeecher isn't text-to-speech. It's speech-to-speech synthesis. It is taking one person's delivery and converting it into another delivery. It actually works better the closer the actor's voice is to the voice of the person. So if you can get the accent correctly, if you can get certain broad strokes things right, the AI is going to have a much easier time converting it the rest of the way. It needs to be used as a tool rather than just like, oh, we can change anyone's voice into anyone else's voice, which technically you can, but it's not at a point where it's not at a point where you can just do it with anyone. So kind of the scenario I'm imagining here is they've perfected it to the point where the AI is not going to be the problem. And you can use the technology. It looks like the actor jumped right out of the old film. You can set a story around that time without any problems. So what is the actual issue with doing that? So I wanted to explore that I wanted to explore that. So let's see how Twitter put their best foot forward. So there were some interesting responses to this, to say the least. And I will be blocking out most of the names here, just because a lot of these guys are like followers. They're people I don't really want to dunk on. It's more I want to look at the arguments being presented. And you know, there's something like when it's some random on Twitter, it's like I don't, blocking the name is kind of like whatever. When it's like someone who like you're asking a question and they're asking in good faith, you're trying to just, you want to just address what they're saying. You don't want it to be like, you're getting called out or anything. So I'm trying to ride that line. So the first response was, for the consumer, there's really no difference. However, puppeteering someone's likeness after death is immoral. Even with the family's approval, actors sometimes refuse roles on moral or reputational grounds. Taking that choice away from them in death is really dirty. Already I have an issue with this. There's an implication here that this is some kind of necromancy, which on a literal level isn't. It can just be a bit weird, and even it can be a bit weird or even uncomfortable when the actor in question is not alive, or at least the actor whose likeness they're using is no longer alive. That being said, if the family gives approval, especially after so much time has passed, it does feel increasingly ridiculous that we should avoid using methods like this to bring back old characters, especially if great stories can still be told. And like, the moral, so the actor, so the thing about this, right? What if, does this person still apply? So I'll put it back on screen just for a sec. Does this person apply this standard to animated projects? Because he hasn't really addressed that here, which is kind of frustrating. So yeah, this is just the first tweet of a couple in a thread, so we'll continue on from there. But I just want to point out that one of the things I was frustrated about with some of the responses is some of them kind of dodged the premise of the question a little bit. But I'll try to approach these as good faith as I can. So the next one, so this is the next one. This is the same person, by the way. For example, imagine if the Rings of Power trademark actually pretended like it was written by Tolkien. Pretending your character was played by Peter Cushing is basically the same thing, unless you put up a "this is not really him, he's dead" banner, which completely defeats the point. No, it doesn't. This one really feels like a false equivalency to me. If they were to claim that about the Rings of Power, that would be a straight up lie. Meanwhile, what we have with these deep fakes and other such digital recreations of someone's likeness. What we have with these deep fakes and such are digital recreations of someone's likeness that are acknowledged as such. They're not saying, yeah, guys, we got Peter Cushing back from the dead. We got him back. I know, right? We are powerful here at Disney. We combined our forces with Lucasfilm and we got him back. He was really happy to take it as well. Look at him. He's so real. Can't you see he's real? It's Peter Cushing. The actors still need to get credit for their likeness, and there is never claim that the actor is involved unless the actor is involved, such as Mark Hamill actually being on both the Book of Boba Fett and Mando sets to give them references to work with. So he kind of did the scene himself, Mark Hamill, and then the double, who was much younger and thinner, he did the scene as well. And kind of tried to. That might be why I do wonder, because obviously the voice of Luke in Book of Boba Fett is really stilted. Same with Mando. But I wonder if it's because he's trying to copy Mark Hamill's delivery too much. Obviously you need to mimic some of his cadences, but if you're trying to just do a direct imitation of his line read, that could come off as really stilted. I would love to see the raw footage. I really would. Just to see if it's the actor fucking up or the technology fucking up. It's actually kind of a gray area for me thinking about it. It's interesting nonetheless. This is not to mention that the performance capture artists need to be credited as well. Very true. And let's just say that we do have a situation where they are hiding the hell out of the fact that the actor is digital, and they don't give any credit to the artists or the programmers involved with the illusion of this technology, with this illusion to life. Why is the moral issue with the technology? Is it that it can be abused? Well, we should just ban technology in that case, because every piece of tech can be misused. If anything, this would be more a reflection on the studio pulling this crap rather than it being more than it would be on the technology itself. I don't know. I'm far from convinced so far with this particular thread, but he's got one more. Let's give him the best. See if he puts his best foot forward. It also gets rid of new portrayals of a character. Imagine if another talented young actor who grew up watching Star Wars got the chance to play Luke Skywalker, or the other way around. Imagine the prequels without Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan, or a de-aged Alec Guinness instead. Let's see. At least with this argument, I can understand where it's coming from. We've gotten some really great performances from actors who have thrown themselves into carrying the torch for roles previously held by others. That being said, we've also gotten a lot of either bad reinterpretations of old characters, or we've otherwise had actors who were good in their own right, but still aren't quite on the money as far as selling themselves as that character is concerned. For me, if you could perfect this technology, and please remember that these tweets are in response to a best case scenario, I would honestly take a digital recreation over the recasting, just because I feel like the perfected version of this technology would recapture those performances and would be more convincing, even disregarding the fact that the tech would be able to recreate both the sound and the look of the actor. But a best case scenario would also allow you to tweak the performances and refine the performances more than you would be able to with a real actor, which is already done with real actors, I will point out. In the edit, you have a lot of control over how the performance comes out, and an actor actually has to put a lot of trust in the editor. So with these digital performances, you'd imagine that the technology eventually gets to the point where you can start tweaking it using a set of digital tools. So you can tweak the delivery, tweak how the AI interprets certain things and whatnot. I'm not let's see. In a way, you would even be able to, if you use the tools correctly, and again, these are just tools, you'd be able to get even a better performance than, you'd be able to get a better performance than potentially than a real actor who would be a bit more of a roll of the dice. I'm not saying there isn't something incredible about getting an actor who just absolutely nails the mannerisms and the subtleties of a role that someone else started, but that kind of thing is often lightning in a bottle, and it's still an option. Whether or not the studios choose to take it, well, again, that's not a problem with the tech if the studio decides they're not even going to try and look for someone. I think my issue with this argument is that it does feel like an appeal to tradition, that because stuff like this has always been handled one way, it should always be handled, it should therefore always be handled this way. Again, this ignores the multitudes of bad recastings or inferior performances we have seen that makes the whole new interpretation option less inherently superior. I think this also displays a bit of ignorance for how the tech works, as there is still another actor under all that digital makeup. Even with Respeecher, you still need a proper actor in there making choices and delivering lines with sincerity. The whole point, the whole philosophy with Respeecher is that text-to-speech misses that human element by its very nature. But you convert one person's voice into another person's voice, suddenly you're able to capture those nuances that a machine alone would not. Are we going to devalue anyone whose performance was augmented by a Respeecher? It feels like a path we probably don't want to go down. It's a conversation worth having to be sure, but I don't know, if someone delivered a really great performance and all Respeecher was doing was just making it so that their voice sounded like another actor, but all the emotion and everything had to come from the actor themselves. It's kind of like devaluing someone's performance because it was motion capture. It feels a little bit similar to that. It's definitely something to think about when we talk about this sort of technology and how it's used. This next person tries to tackle the distinction between the animated and faux live action stuff a bit more directly. So let's take a look at that. One is meant to be an artistic representation of that person's likeness, and one is meant to be a placeholder for that person and make the viewer think that it's really them. Okay. This one is a bit more direct, describing the literal difference between the two. If I'm to be pedantic about this, which you know me, I'm going to be pedantic. I'm always pedantic. I would say the language is a bit skewed here, as describing something as artistic versus being a placeholder can be interpreted as one having value over the other, but I don't think there's enough here to quite reach that conclusion. If I were to rephrase this, my live action actor, to try and fit them into an animated world, it's kind of the reverse of that. You cell shade or you rotoscope an actual actor trying to put them into a real world setting. And so this is kind of the reverse of that. How do you take something that's technically animated, but you're trying to I think faux live action is actually a really good term for that. I think people should describe The Lion King as faux live action, because it is an animation trying to look real. And I think that's a good way to not call it live action, because that would be incorrect, but also emphasize that it's really trying to not look animated. So I think that's kind of that could be a good way to split the difference for that kind of stuff. Let's see. I think it's mostly a human problem. Why not make the step and give a new actor the role? Why cling to the past? If you could have new talent and new interpretations, same for voice actors, they can both create new art and the AI can only replicate the past. I would have loved to see a new actor playing young Luke Skywalker, allowing a new cast to become heroes to a new generation, interpreting Luke as master in a new song, etc. Instead, it's completely soulless, and I'm not sure if the simple knowledge will not always taint AI art. Soulless. We're going to hear that word a lot, I think. So I'm gonna highlight that right now. This is a very honest answer. I don't agree with the framing here. Phrases like clinging to the past make it seem as though trying to recapture previous performers is a bad thing on its own, but I don't think there are any arguments here. To back this up beyond, and I don't think there's any arguments here to really back this up beyond being a point of personal preference, which, that's fair enough. If you just don't like it, I think that, that's perfectly valid. What I was trying to get here was more, I guess, either very honest answers about it or maybe arguments that would make me reconsider my position. And I think this is a very honest answer, so I do commend them for that. Again, there's a very large romanticism of new actors gaining old roles and passing the torch, which we saw a couple of tweets ago, which I do understand. But once again, I don't think that's always an ideal solution. I'm also not convinced that recastings will disappear entirely, especially because new actors are easier to deal with than these complex hybrid performance solutions, which is what deepfakes are. So you've got real person, and then you've got the AI coming in to touch them up, to make them look like someone else, make them sound like someone else. And that can be quite complicated, at least at this point in time. Maybe in the future it will be more straightforward, but for now, it's the results kind of vary. You're relying a lot on training data. It can be quite a complex thing. There's a problem with AI solutions to these things right now where there isn't a lot of tactility with how you can adjust the final result. So I think over time we're going to get more tactility with it and have more control over what results you can get, which I think is going to be interesting to see how the conversation evolves in response to that. And calling it completely soulless, I just can't agree with that. It takes a lot of work to do these deepfakes, and even though the Luke deepfake had a lot of issues, there was still a lot of work and artistry put into that recreation, even if the final result fell on its face for a multitude of reasons. It feels like calling digital art soulless because it's made using a tablet and Photoshop rather than canvas and oil paints. It feels like there's a lot of preconceptions mixed in here rather than any real arguments being made. But again, he's trying to be more honest about his value system. So I just appreciate the sincerity of it. He's more just trying to give his own perspective, even if there's not really any arguments baked into there. But I'm not sure if he was trying to at the same time, which is, it's something to keep in mind. I'm trying to be as good. I'm trying to be as benefit of the doubt as I can, because people are being, they're putting their best foot forward with these replies. The difference is mostly ethical, I guess. Bringing a long dead actor's character back is entirely a decision based around cashing in on having the actor, whereas featuring the same character in animation who is modeled after said actor is more about having the character. I wish you could see my face right now. It's a look of confusion. This one feels like a distinction without a difference. Different artists, writers, creative teams, they can have different goals. So an animated project could bring in a character because the actor was popular, and a live action project could bring in a digital recreation of a performer because they want that character to be completely and authentically recaptured as they were originally performed. Like someone could just do the digital thing because they have really bad OCD about, characters not looking how they're meant to at certain points in time. Like that's something I would do because I need it. I need it to line up. I need the dots to get. I need it. I don't want the skips. I don't want the bumps in my my visual continuity. There's something to be said about setting a story in a specific time period and being able to have a character who we know was around at that time actually turn up as they appeared in previous stories set in that time period. What I appreciate about this guy is that he seems to be he still seems to be figuring it out for himself. He's allowed that to bleed through with his tweet. So I appreciate that he seems to be using the question to explore his own view on the issue. What I'd caution against is painting things with too broad a brush, as the tweet seems to automatically assume the intentions of any project that could use this technology, which implies no one would ever consider using this tech to sincerely recapture a character in a way that otherwise wouldn't be possible. In truth, this is a broader lesson on the use of language in general, as when you use always or never statements, it can paint a very different picture than what you may intend. So it's really important to not overgeneralize. I think it's important to add specificity to your language. Always or never statements are big no-nos unless you literally mean always or never. So like, the sun is always hot as far as humanity is concerned, because we have never known the sun to be cold. That would be an appropriate use of always or never, while saying, what's a good example that isn't really offensive? Let's see. You know, dogs are always walking with limps. Some dogs walk with limps, not all of them. I've seen a lot of dogs walk with limps, so dogs are always walking with limps. It's something like that. Probably not the best example, because who in their right mind would offer that as an argument? But just trying to give an example of how like always never statements can be. They can be deceiving. They can cause more conflict than you perhaps intend them to. Ethical, and it will always come off as soulless. There's that word again, soulless. Even with perfect execution, those impossible to spot and describe, but those impossible to spot and describe, but the human mind picks up on details and nuances of the real deal will always be missing. There's an always statement again. Two always statements, actually. This guy starts again with the very broad distinction of ethical. Something I tried very hard to discourage with the initial question, trying to keep it strictly more to the objective facts. Like, again, I tried to eliminate, you're not allowed, like, let's assume this. This is about creating the ideal scenario, right? So I want people to engage with that and try to figure out, is it a personal discomfort thing? Or is it like, is there something legitimate you can give me? This guy gave me an interesting response, not gonna lie. This one's gonna be fun. This one's fun. And then he uses the soulless argument again. Oh boy. Take a shot anytime someone says soulless, ethical, or moral, or some synonym thereof, or just any appeals to tradition. That's your drinking game for this stream. Anyway, I think this guy hasn't quite realized the oxymoron he's put himself in, because he's actively engaging with the premise of the technology being perfected, but he also then goes in to say that there are certain things it will never perfect, which not only defeats the purpose of the hypothetical, but it also just doesn't make sense with the framing he's giving. His phrasing isn't that it will never be perfected. Instead, he's saying that even the perfect final form of this tech will never capture certain human nuances, which would mean that it's not perfected, which would mean it's not the perfected version of that tech. You know, the perfected version will never be perfect, is basically what he's saying. And it's like, dude, engage with the premise, please. It's just please. You know, sometimes when we have a certain conception of an idea in our heads, we struggle to break free and to consider other possibilities, often to the point of unintentionally contradicting ourselves. Yeah, not really convinced by that one, but I do think it's interesting to see that kind of argument being put forward, if only just to highlight and talk about it. The next one is, there is no difference to the viewer, but for me, it would require one stipulation. Family would need to approve and be paid. Otherwise, they can just use anyone. CGI, they can just use anyone, CGI them up and go. No more paying for actors. Use anyone in any way. A scary thought. It's kind of interesting because he says they could use anyone and CGI them up, but then he says no paying for actors, but they would have to pay the guy they're CGIing up. That's, you need them there for the basis, right? This one is very reasonable to me. He admits that there is no difference to viewers, but there would be certain stipulations needed, which I agree with. There's definitely larger, more complex conversations to be had about this, and I think they're worth having. One thing I will catch him on, though, is the idea that actors would no longer get paid, which implies that this tech doesn't need actors anymore, which actually kind of I didn't catch this when I wrote this, but yeah, he did say they could use anyone, which implies there is still an actor there, but is that person just not getting paid? Does this technology mean we're not paying people? Okay. Maybe in the future, maybe in the far future, but by that point, things might be so automated that we'll need to start fundamentally rethinking how the economy works, which is a bit further off than I had in mind, which might be a bit of a me problem. I didn't give details about the world at large and where the technology's at. I just kind of said it was perfected, so that's a bit of a me thing. I was more thinking that we've simply perfected it in the sense of the final product always being indistinguishable from an unaltered performance. Again, things like Respeecher and Deepfakes, they still need a human in the driver's seat to act as a vital foundation. And the AI stuff is essentially very sophisticated digital makeup that goes on top of them. So basically digital prosthesis. So you have aliens with like the prosthetics. This is kind of like that, but just digital rather than physical. By the way, these slides are why the stream took so long to start, because I had to put them all. I hadn't put them all in ahead of time. I had forgotten to black out the names ahead of time, so I had to go in, black out the names, put them in. It was a whole thing. I don't think there's any ethical or moral thing about it. It's a simple matter of personal preference. I just don't like the idea of CGI people. It's just bizarre, and artistically speaking, which is what is actually gained by it, as opposed to just hiring another actor. Again, this is another honest answer, completely acknowledging personal preference, which I appreciate. He also asks an interesting question. What is gained over just hiring another actor? And if we're talking about the perfected end goal of this technology, I'd say the gains are huge, at least from my perspective. The ability to seamlessly tell new stories in any time period with any character and have them appear and sound exactly as they were, that has huge potential. It creates a tactile continuity that otherwise would be very difficult to capture. So that's something to consider. I think having the entire project be animated would be more respectful, since everyone's a drawing. But I could also be talking about CGI animated films. I guess would he classify that as a drawing? I don't know. Maybe he didn't understand. I don't know. Maybe he's using drawing in a broad sense. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. Having a CGI dead person with living people is unsettling. You're better off having a different person play the character. Again, I see this as a distinction without a difference. The drawing is still a recreation of the dead person, and the dead person is still being played by another actor in a live action scenario. They're just being painted over. I think what's really lacking with some of these answers is trying to remove the personal bias from it. Which is to say, if you weren't aware they were CGI and weren't even aware that, if you weren't aware that they were CGI, and weren't even aware that the actors were dead, would there still be something wrong? And if there is something wrong with recreating these characters morally, we need better arguments than it's soulless or it feels wrong. And finally, we have Jeb swooping in here with, I think it all ultimately comes down to personal preference. If it relies on good morals and it's one-to-one in CGI, it'd just be the person watching. It'd just be if the person is comfortable watching with technology reaching comfortably watching with technology reaching this far, or are they comfortable in understanding that it is technology? This one's a bit of a cheat, because I know for a fact that Jeb agrees with me on this, but it felt like the place to leave this Twitter portion, this specific Twitter portion of the episode, because we got more Twitter stuff later on, but I just wanted to, those were like all the replies. I wanted to, I would have wanted more perspectives on it, but it seemed to almost boil down to two camps, and the one camp was kind of represented by just one person, so tried my best there, but sometimes you just get mostly the same answer with that sort of thing. But we will have more perspectives from other stuff later on, which is going to be interesting. I'm going to check in on chat now, see what opinions are being had. This one being as spicy as it is, I imagine. So let's see what you guys have been thinking. I've been intentionally not looking at chat because I don't want to get derailed. Let's see. I don't like the idea of telling movie studios this tool is inherently immoral. Tools themselves are not inherently immoral. It's how they use. Yep, I agree. If we don't use them, they won't advance. And I'd like to see this tool in a more advanced stage in 20-something years. Yep, I agree with that. Unfortunately, I also believe a human actor may also yield a soulless portrayal. If the directing in studio is crap, it doesn't make... That's the thing, right? We are looking... It's the use of language here. It's soulless. It's soulless. And it's just like, you can... humans can be soulless in their portrayal. Like, something can be so corporate that it becomes... soulless is such a vaguely defined term to begin with. Okay, let's see. The perfected version is just so it's a hypothetical though. I'm not like just reductio ad absurdum. So this is like, so I'm just trying to, because a lot of people, they're against the tech. It's not about whether or not the technology will get to a perfected state. A lot of people are just against it full stop, which is kind of what I was trying to just eliminate. So it was kind of like, it is supposed to be that best case scenario. So it is kind of supposed to be like, okay, let's just say it's perfect. What's your problem? What is your problem then? Like, because the language that is often used, the language that is often used is it's inherently wrong. And I wanted to hear the arguments on that. Let's see. AI art is inherently less talented. Well, let's think about that statement for just a second. Like, for an artist to use an AI tool, there's a lower skill ceiling to be sure. But, you know, having to develop those tools, that's a different story. I would say that, and you know, the point of developing these tools is so that more people can create better results without having to invest as much time into developing a skill. Like, obviously we want people to develop skills, but if we can level the playing field so people can express what's in their head better, I think there's definitely something to be had there. Something to be said there. AI art is actually spooky good. Like, we're going to be talking about like the bots a bit later on. Okay, so let's call it idealized. The word perfect. Well, I get what you're saying there. The word perfect, it's more just because I'm stating it in a hypothetical situation rather than making it a statement of fact. So I'm trying to just take the factors off the board there. Because, you know, this technology will probably never be perfect. But if it's more like, okay, but what if it was? Like, that's when you get to find out. Because it's specifically, because if someone's position is that it will never be perfected, that's one thing. But there are a lot of people who kind of are just against it from a gut position, which, yeah. Oh, maybe not lower the skill ceiling. Was that the right word to use in that? It makes things faster. It makes it easier to learn skills, or it can open up new possibilities, but it still requires skill. Yeah. Okay, so there's some interesting conversations going on in chat. You sound very sober. I am very sober. A little bit hungry, but that's okay. How long have we been going? Just gonna check. Going for 4 hours and a half. Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, so let's see if we can continue on, because I want to, let's see, where did I start? Okay, I am deeply fascinated and frustrated with reactions to this tech, both because it's a perfect example of negativity bias, and once you pin someone down to ask why they don't like it, and it tends to always boil down to something in their reptilian brain not liking that a human could be digitally recreated. Like, a lot of the time, like, there are other arguments in there, to be sure, but once you start to eliminate like the quote unquote moral barriers that can be concretely, so like, is the family okay with it, etc., etc. You know, there's once you're starting to get over those humps, you start to kind of boil down. Okay, are you okay with it now that all of these things are dealt with? No. Okay, why aren't you okay with it? And it's interesting to see how a lot of the time it does boil down to the reptilian brain going, I don't like it, I don't like it, I don't like it. Which, you know, I think it's an understandable reaction, to be sure. It's interesting how people like are trying to crusade against an entire technology because they just have this kind of gut repulsion to it, which is kind of it's interesting to point that out and to try and see if there's anything more rational underneath. So, and there are there are legitimate concerns about this technology, such as security, such as like there are security concerns, but a lot of people, you know, for the most part, it's just people who don't like something that's indistinguishable from human. That and Disney's shite content has really started the public's relationship with this tech on the wrong foot. For me, I more or less accept that technology will march on, that every generation will always have new existential questions about new technology and will consistently come up with solutions to deal with the problems that arise while also benefiting immensely from them in other ways. The important thing is to highlight what problems do need solutions rather than demonizing the tech as a whole. In fact, there are already solutions to the deepfake problem, for example. this is an example. This is a kind of an example of fighting fire with fire, as another AI algorithm has been programmed and trained to detect deepfakes and technology like this. And technology like this will continue to develop alongside deepfake technology. So both will kind of go hand in hand in improving themselves. So deepfakes get better, the detections get better, and they kind of just keep going back and forth, as tends to happen with this sort of thing. I've also heard the suggestions of investing. I've also heard like someone, I think Jeb mentioned that he would like want a flagging system that would like have a huge database of verified legitimate footage, which could be cross-referenced with footage that might have been deepfaked. So, you know, there would, you know, especially if you're talking about like security footage, like security cameras are like a lot of them are already like uploading to the cloud constantly. So you could imagine that it would be very easy to collect a huge database of that stuff, so to verify evidence. I imagine there's still problems with that, but I like it as an idea when used in combination with other methods. I wouldn't want to go any further. I wouldn't want to talk about that potential any more than just mentioning it, because I'm not entirely sure how that would work, to be perfectly honest. But I also get the feeling that there are certain elements of that idea that I'm not quite grasping, but I do find it to be an interesting idea, and maybe it could be one of many solutions that work in conjunction with each other. I think we also get so caught up in all the potential negatives new technology brings that we often don't bother to even see if anyone is trying to use it for good, or even consider that maybe there are ways we will benefit from it in the long run. Respeecher, for example, I feel has been heavily characterized as that creepy Disney deepfake voice AI, when in reality, Respeecher is an independent Ukrainian startup company that specializes in speech-to-speech synthesis for a variety of applications, filmmaking being only one. So recently, author, I don't know how to pronounce her first name, May Musk, who does not speak a word of Ukrainian, was nonetheless recently able to send a message of solidarity to the Ukraine in Ukrainian using her own voice.
Дуже прикро, це трагедія, але ми вражені тим, наскільки ви усі хоробрі. І ми будемо й надалі підтримувати вас, як зможемо. Ви намагаєтесь захистити свою свободу. Ви хоробрі, тому ви неодмінно переможете. Світ вас чує. Світ стежить за новинами, і вони дуже засмучують. І я також хочу подякувати росіянам, які протестують проти цієї війни. Дуже сподіваюся, що все це скоро закінчиться. Ми не припиняємо повторювати. Зупиніть війну. Just stop the war.
Okay. So obviously we're not going to comment on politics there, but that's kind of an example of how this technology can be used for good. Like Respeecher took her voice, kept the delivery intact, but changed the wording into a language that the recipients could understand. And when you combine this with existing on-the-fly translation software that you can find on your phone, along with other deepfake technology that can actually resync a person's lips to new speech, then you quickly see how we're starting to see the beginnings of the universal translator there. Like that's pretty fucking amazing. Like that, the universal translator is one of those, like, it's gold. You know, when you think about getting into the tech industry, that's gold right there. Like that is such an insanely useful communication tool. And in fact, the main thing to look out for is more just, again, working on the algorithms that are responsible for translation and all of that, because obviously it's difficult to translate one language into another because certain things don't cross-pollinate in the way that you would think. So that's still an ongoing field, but the fact that we have all of this stuff starting to crop up, that's pretty incredible. Another application is actually a medical one. Those with severe I struggled to pronounce this when I was writing it, and now I'm going to struggle now. Laryngeal cancer of the larynx, aka the voice box or the Adam's apple, will often receive a laryngectomy where their larynx is surgically removed in an attempt to excise the cancer. It's a very unfortunate thing. They completely lose their ability to speak properly. So they're left using an electrolarynx, which any viewers of South Park will know thanks to Ned Gablinski. It's a little bit, you know old Ned. If you are familiar with Ned, you'll know that the electrolarynx isn't exactly the easiest thing on your ears, and a definite far cry from an actual human voice. Thus, Respeecher is now being trialed to take the harsh audio of the electrolarynx and convert it into the person's original voice. So I've actually got a link here. I've got a link here I'm going to paste into chat. I'm not going to, you don't have to go to it right away. I just wanted to put it there. And then we're actually going to go straight to the webpage itself, which I've got conveniently prepared. I'm going to just mute this temporarily, and we're going to listen to these. So here's before. Let's try that again.
When I first heard his name, I said, just as you are going to say, but I thought he was a boy.
And now this is what happens when it's run through the synthesis technology.
When I first heard his name, I said, just as you are going to say, but I thought he was a boy.
The only way of coming downstairs, but sometimes he feels that there really is another way.
The only way of coming downstairs, but sometimes he feels that there really is another way.
So obviously not perfect. Like there's still some artificiality to it, but it is such it's so night and day compared to how it was before. And right now it's made, like, I'm gonna get my notes back up because it's important. Eventually the technology might even be able to provide a straight replacement for the electrolarynx altogether. But for now, at least phone calls and similar methods of communication can now once again be greeted with like the original voice of the users, at least to an extent. And bringing things back. Man, that's too loud now. It's too loud. What have I done? Stop being loud. There we go. Back to normal. Okay, there we go. Yep. Even I was noticing, like, oh, this is really loud now. And bringing things back to the media world, there are other uses for Respeecher beyond just bringing back Star Wars characters. So I'm just going to read this. Respeecher's first step in understanding that our technology can be helpful for people with voice health conditions was the case of the actor Michael York. About 10 years ago, the actor Michael York discovered he was suffering from amyloidosis. Suffering from amyloidosis. I'm going to assume that's the pronunciation. It's the closest you're getting. One of the most common symptoms of amyloidosis is swelling of the tongue, which makes it more difficult for the person to speak clearly. The actor decided to promote awareness of the disease by producing and narrating a short animated film to help physicians, medical students, patients, and people all around the world better understand the condition. As medicine and science are constantly evolving, the animated film had to be updated with a new dialogue. The team hoped to record York's voice to make edits, but it quickly became clear that the current state of his voice was drastically different from the voice he had when narrating the film. The production team cooperated with Respeecher to create a synthetic copy of the actor's voice and prolong the life of his meaningful film. Learn more about the story here. That's on the same page that I linked, by the way. Today, Respeecher's voice cloning algorithms can deliver critical benefits as assistive technology to many of those who have lost their natural ability to speak. People who suffer from why did I choose the one with all the big words? Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. It's ALS. Why did I not say ALS? I could have said ALS. Why did I not say ALS? Oh, God. Spinal bulbar muscular atrophy, primary lateral sclerosis, progressive muscular atrophy, the one we already went over, and others can greatly benefit from this technology. Respeecher is here to help eliminate communication barriers and give people a new quality of life. Sometimes there are just situations where an actor's voice is needed for a project, but circumstances has meant that it's not in a usable state. Technology like this can solve these issues and prevent further complications, allowing a seamless integration of new lines into existing work. And on a related note, I think there are vocal performances by older actors doing younger versions of themselves, and I think we all wish we could, be tidied up. And I think, I'm gonna rebreathe. I think there are, on a related note, I think there are a few vocal performances by older actors doing younger versions of themselves that I think we all wish could be tidied up a little bit. Or maybe that's just me. Like, anytime Patrick Stewart speaks now, I want to just I want to take a sponge and go into his throat to scrape it out, because it's like, Patrick, your voice is so croaky. Clean it. Clean your throat. It's like, moisturize. I can hear the cobwebs. So, you know, this is the kind of thing where it's like, I want to scrub it out. I want to straighten it out. Especially if they're playing a younger version of themselves. It's the kind of thing I think could really benefit. Of course, Respeecher isn't exactly the new hotness as far as controversial AI is concerned. So we're going to move on to art bots in a sec, but I'm curious to see how people are reacting to current stuff. It's the Jowls meme. The Jowls. Oh, is it the Jowls? I did not know that. Well, you've convinced me if this tech can be used to help people, we should at least try. However, I still think there should be restrictions and regulations. Keep its usage as, you know, that's fair. And I think that's fair enough. I think, the important thing to me is that it's a more well-informed perspective now. Respeecher is dope. It's all in execution. Agreed. I'm actually think it's a very exciting technology. Like, I knew about Respeecher before Disney used it, because my question with it was always, we have like, we can, we have the technology to, we have the technology to do deepfakes and stuff, but do we have the equivalent for voices? I mean, we have text-to-speech voice cloning, but that's not the same as literally converting someone's voice into another voice. So, I did some Googling, and that's when I found Respeecher, and I thought, wow, this is exciting. I hope someone uses it. And then Disney was the one who used it, and I was very sad. I was very sad when that happened. Let's see. I forgot to dinner again. To be honest, I'm probably going to eat immediately after this stream. That's going to be fun. If we can decipher the small muscle fibers in a mimetic approach, I like this. We could repair the muscle tissue and provide stimulus to dead nerve endings. That would be it. That I actually find that interesting. I see that this could have more applications beyond the auditory. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff. You gotta remember, we're on the cutting edge right now. Like, the sky's the limit as far as what's possible. Like, this is generation 1 for a lot of this, or maybe generation 2, but we're basically looking at the first iPhone as far as a lot of this AI stuff goes. This is the first iPhone, the first usable version of this technology. Speaking of croaks in the throat, goddamn. You understand my frustration now, the ding. This technology is amazing, but the mouse used it, and now everyone thinks it's shit. And it's like, okay, I'm doing something with this guilt by association bullshit. Let's do it. If you're gonna hate this technology, you're gonna hate it with an informed point of view. Damn, I'm down to my last 4 water bottles, and these are like the small ones because I packed a bunch of them for the trip I went on last month. Yes. Informed hate. Yeah, I don't care if you hate it. I care if you hate it uninformedly. Inform your hatred. I mean, you know, that's the thing, right? That's why I get so frustrated with Disney using it and using it seemingly pretty crappily, because first impressions are really fucking important. And that's why I try not to go off first impressions most of the time, or at least I try to restrain my prejudgment. Like, I can't do it all the time. I'm only human, but I'm so like keenly aware that how someone presents the first time I meet them might not be representative of who they are as a whole. Especially if they're like nervous or they're having a bad day or, you know, what have you. I just realized it's 10 at night. Do I just eat and sleep or go and slump with no food? Well, these are the life choices we make. I would recommend eating first, because you actually, Swell, you'll probably know better than me, but I heard that, it would make sense if this was true, but like, you need energy to fall asleep. So if you have a harder time falling asleep if you haven't eaten versus if you're you have eaten, so your body, you know, is able to do that. Maybe I'm hearing an oversimplified, maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but that's kind of what I've heard described as by some people. The gang stalkers are going to implement this into voice to skull technology and have the dead speak, killing millions of innocent people. Oh, that's interesting. Is that in a video game, or are you making a joke there? Because the way I'm reading that, it could be either or. So something interesting, right, with this sort of technology, like you could have a character be able to say your name in game without it having to be a Fallout situation where they're just recording every possible name you could come up with. Like it could be 99.9% human performance, but then the characters can then say your name that you typed in, and that would be the AI mimicking their voice. Hey, Grit. Yeah, it's fascinating. It's really, really interesting stuff. Really, really interesting. Like there's so many applications for it outside of what Disney has shown. And, it could, indie games that can't afford a lot of voice actors could hire just maybe 2 or 3 voice actors that play a lot of different characters. And they could use the technology to then augment their voices to make the characters a bit more distinct. I want to hear Meme's AI voice. I once tried to clone my voice using an AI. I couldn't quite get it to work correctly. So it's very clearly a skill nonetheless, like how you input that data into the machine. It's very important. I bought a Steam Deck and it broke in 2 days. I'm very smart. Well, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you have to live. Is this about the Mario movie? No, we passed the Mario movie ages ago. Let's see. So yeah, it's oh, James, what are you mad about? Oh no, what upset you? Legos were delayed. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Legos. No. That is disappointing. That's heart-shattering. Let's see. So we're going to move on to art bots now. In case it wasn't already clear, I'm a pretty big enthusiast when it comes to technology and how it can improve our and how it can I missed a word here. I don't know what it was. It was either improve our lives or be integrated into our lives. Either way, thus I've been keeping an eye on these art bots for a while, long before they hit the mainstream awareness they've gained recently. And I found them to be an exciting development. Not without concerns, obviously, but the potential, again, is huge. Anyone who's seen me play Gartic Phone knows that I'm not exactly the best artist in the room. I want to get better, to be sure, but I'm nowhere near being able to draw my own storyboards or being able to draw up my own concept art. Thus, I have to rely on other artists to do that job, which on its own is a very expensive, time-consuming process. Thus, something like this is very appealing to someone like me. Is very appealing to someone like me. I want to make a film someday. I have a screenplay written, but I don't have the means to easily visualize it. I've commissioned some concept art at this point, but I think I spent over $1,000 on what amounted to about 6 images, and that was just of 2 characters. It's just one character needed just 1 look. The other character needed about 5 or 6 looks. It was a lot of money. And don't get me wrong, this was high quality art, and I intend to work with this artist again in the future. She did some amazing work. That being said, I'm not exactly making enough to make such spending a practical long-term habit. Thus, I need to look at other methods to help visualize this film. This is where the bots come in very much in handy for me. These bots started out with Dall-E 2, or at least that's the one that started to really grab people's attention. And now we have a fair few coming out of the woodwork. Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, Dreambooth, Playground, I think, is another one. I've tried all of them, and they've been an intriguing experience. Though I don't think they're going to be replacing human artists anytime soon. The AI's main strength seems to lie in broad inspiration. It can create stunning images of general concepts and is very helpful in actualizing ideas that might have been vague up until that point. There was, the main use I got out of it is that there was a very important character in the script that we haven't actually been able to cast yet. It's just a very demanding role, and it's an ongoing search as a result. Thus, I was able to use Stable Diffusion to create a bunch of potential character designs for that particular person. I can then hand these off to a human artist who can take the visual references and conform them into something consistent and coherent. And this is where we reach a barrier with the AI art, at least at the very present moment. It can create gorgeous standalone imagery, but trying to create something specific or trying to take the same design and put it into different scenarios, well, it's a mixed bag. Right now, you can pair up Stable Diffusion with Dreambooth, which allows you to do two things. Well, technically three things. You can already do like the type the thing in and then it'll generate the thing. But you can also give it a rough sketch or even a stick figure drawing, and the AI can then convert that into a proper looking piece of art, using the rough drawing as a foundation along with the text prompt. So you've got two pieces of input there. You can also upload photos to the AI to train it to recreate specific people or objects. So, for example, I tried to upload, I took a bunch of photos of my face at various distances and angles, and I submitted it to the bot so that it would know what I looked like. Because I was trying to get more concept art of my character in there. And I experienced some complications with that process, which we'll get into. This is more precision than Dall-E 2 currently has, but it's also a roll of the dice as to what results you're actually going to get. I needed the AI to consistently recreate my likeness because I wanted more art for my character, like I said, and I uploaded an obscene sample size as well. I uploaded over 160 images. The AI only needs like 3 or 4. Some people say the ideal range is about 20. I took 160 pictures because I just wanted every possible facial expression represented. I wanted all the different postures and everything. I wanted it to have as much data as it could chew to then create more art. Despite that, however, it still struggled, and it became depressingly clear that the text prompt system currently in place was just too limited to recreate what was in my mind's eye, something I covered in this tweet thread, which we're now going to go into. There were just too many details to put. This is like, there's a bit more before this, but this is kind of where the interesting stuff starts. There were just too many details to put into a text prompt, and the results were too random, even on high precision settings. I tried to recreate a character I'd already had designed, but the results were mixed at best. I tried to train it to recreate my face so that I could create scenes with my character, but even with over 60 images, I still struggled to capture my likeness. And only choked further when I wanted to pile additional details on top of that. So adding more details to the prompt, in other words. Most of the time, the better results were complete accidents, where I stumbled upon the correct series of key phrases to create a result that was somewhat usable in a broad sense. And even if I had managed to get any shots that looked like they were straight out of a movie, I had no way of moving the camera around, nor creating images nor scenes that were with the same consistent art style or designs. There was no fine control over the result there was no fine control over what the results will be, nor any intuitive ways to adjust the results after they've been created. At best, I can go into Photoshop and play around and hand it over to another human to use the images as a starting point for something usable. Even in text-based applications such as AI Dungeon, these bots have a huge problem with memory and overall consistency. They can retain some information, but unless you specifically tell them to remember something, the information will fade with time. Which is to say, if you put it into the little box, which means the AI will constantly be resampling thing that you want it to remember. But even then, there are certain limits to how much you can put into that box, which anyone who's played AI Dungeon knows can be a little bit frustrating. This tech is great for one-off, in-the-moment results. Stuff you don't need for any other purpose than just be that image or sentence within that moment. If you try to take it further, however, it will strain and sputter. Even the interface itself feels like it's been intentionally constrained to showcase how much the AI can do without human input, rather than being set up to optimize the outcome for the end user. The text-based prompt system is just a really inefficient, frustrating way to get results, and you're relying on the bots to interpret your words correctly rather than the bot becoming an intuitive extension of yourself. Going forward, these tools need to become more tactile, more hands-on. We need more options and methods to engage with what the bot comes up with beyond just praying that you've used the correct series of keywords or hoping that the training data is sufficient. Stable Diffusion already kind of does this with the sliders that adjust different parameters, and Dall-E 2 also has some cool options with its editor. That said, even those aren't exactly giving me the intuitive feeling of control as much as it's just adding more vague stuff to fiddle with. As a result, I believe these bots, as they currently exist, should primarily be seen as impressive tech demos, set up to showcase the limits of what this technology can achieve, demonstrating what is possible with minimal input from the user. Going forward, however, this is only going to be usable when the user has more control over the final result. And even then, much like Photoshop and drawing tablets before it, these algorithms are just going to be another tool for humans to create their own art. A way to compensate for individual weaknesses and save time, but it's going to be a long while before it can truly replace the need for human hands at any point. I'm excited for when these bots begin to specialize in different areas instead of just being one generalized tool. Imagine a bot that can add hands to an image. Oh, I need to switch. Imagine bots that can add hands to an image for those who struggle to draw hands properly, or at least providing a guide for how hands might look in a given image. Maybe you've drawn a character and you need it from multiple angles. Instead of having to painstakingly draw each angle from scratch, the AI can provide at least a starting point to build upon, saving valuable time. This reminds me of how CGI. This reminds me of CGI, where the tech is beyond impressive, but too many entities believe it to be the solution to every problem. AI, much like CGI, is an amazing tool, but it can't be the only one in your belt. It can potentially save a lot of time with specific tasks and provides one additional option to various problems. But it's not a magic bullet. As with anything, it should be the right tool for certain jobs. Not all of them. It should be the right tool for certain jobs, not all of them, and should be mixed with other techniques. In that same regard, AI might lower the skill ceiling for certain results, or provide additional pathways to learning skills that might not have been available otherwise, but it's still not going to be a substitute for putting in the hours to learn how to get the result you want. Making things easier isn't the same as making it no work at all. An electric screwdriver won't jump off the table to screw in the screws for you, nor will it write up the plans for the building, nor understand the needs of the project. AI is getting better at approximating our desires for sure, but a human hand is always going to be needed for guidance, much in the same way that other human hands need guidance when hired for commissions. The main trap we have to avoid is putting too much stock in an AI's ability to do every job perfectly, and if we can do that, I think we're gonna do some pretty incredible things. Okay, well vomited meme. So yeah, that's kind of I guess that's my thesis statement, if you will, on AI. That's kind of like, it summarizes my perspective of really great tool, very limited tool though. It can do some cool things. It also is really frustrating in other ways. So yeah, I'm kind of right down the middle with that. But I'm excited to see where it goes. Yeah, the problem with AI art is you can't really make something like a comic. It's a one-off. Yeah, that's the thing. The AI, yeah, it's I would want to use this stuff to create like sequential art, like stuff that is you have a solid potential for an engineer meme. As an engineer myself, this is often the trade-off. A one-size-fits-all is doomed to failure. Absolutely. Like, I have to, when I'm editing, right, I have to go through so many different solutions before I get the results that I want. And I get excited when I see new tools come onto the market that can make my job easier. But that doesn't mean that tool is going to be good for everything. Like, you wouldn't use, you could technically build a house with without using a hammer, just substituting for a screwdriver. That would be a very big pain in the ass, though. That would be a very big pain in the ass. Why would you do that when you can just use a hammer and nail? Meme the damn fence sitter. You'll start wearing a beanie to cover your baldness. Oh, man. Would you download a car? Fuck yes, I would download a car. No AI can replicate the meme blender. True. That is beyond, I think, the reach. No AI could be that retarded. Why use a hammer when you can use a drill? That is true. You know, like there's a lot of tools that can do a lot of very similar things. And technically, there are some tools that can do all of one thing, but you wouldn't want it to do all of one thing because it would be a very inefficient use of that tool. And a very inefficient use of your overall palette. So hopefully, like we've kind of got a, you know, whether or not we all agree or not, I think we've all, at least, we've got like a solid premise here. We've kind of explored some of the nuances of the AI art. So now we're going to have some fun and like look at some things that have happened on Twitter in relation to AI art because it's funny. So there's a very popular tweet, quote unquote, that went around. I think you guys have seen this, right? I'm laughing mainly because I know what's coming. And it killed me this morning. There's no doubt in my mind that making AI art is real art. I spend 1.5 hours tweaking things to produce these visuals. The hair, perfect red lipstick color, focus, eyes, wrinkles, theme, reflections, clothes. It was a joy to achieve a result I couldn't have previously. Okay, so now I'll point out the obvious right away. This guy is kind of like you know how we have all those people going like it's soulless, it's you know, it's not art, it's soulless. This is kind of the opposite. This guy's like on the, you know, the horseshoe. He's on the opposite end of the horseshoe. So like he's going like instead of you know, going like, oh, it's soulless, it's you know, just vomiting everywhere. He's going like, he's like instead of putting his own head up his own ass and sniffing for all it's worth. Just having a good old sniff, just really being proud of the AI. I think it's just the wording is really funny. The wording, he's like getting really excited about it, which, you know, fair enough. I'm excited in a similar way. I just don't think I would go that big with a reaction, but you do you. Like, this is not even really a criticism. I just find his response funny. I just find his like description funny. So he then does go into detail about how he achieved the result. So let's just go in. So this is not just prompt engineering. So for those not in the know, prompt engineering just basically means you type in the thing, right? You type in the thing and then the AI spits out the thing, right? So just so we're clear about terms here, I used image to image. So he took one image he started with one image and then told the AI to use that as like a starting point to then create other images. So the source imagery is quite different than the final result. So basically the source image, you can tell the AI, I want this to be very similar to the source image, or I want this to be very different from the source image. And it'll kind of take the idea of the source image and play with it, and you combine it with a prompt. And you play around with those two things. Like, what is the source image? What am I typing into the AI? What are these other parameters here? How close do you want it to the source? How close do you not want it? It's kind of an iterative process, which I actually really enjoyed that because it gave me a lot of different results playing around with it. If I remove the source image with just the prompt, the first one I get is this womp. That's a funny, womp is a funny word as well. That is an image I would describe as womp. That is an interesting, it looks like it's a white penis with like a couple of eyes sticking out. It's like someone's wearing like a penis suit in space. It's kind of funny, to tell you the truth. Let's see. And then, so firstly, I'll just read his tweets and then we can go into the images he's posted after that. But once I added this AI generated version of Taylor Swift, bottom left, and modified the prompt a bit, I can create an even older version of the astronaut. Let's see. When making AI art, you spend tons of time iterating on possibilities, tweaking, finding new variants until you find the perfect shot. Kind of like using a camera to take many photos during a photo shoot. Very true. So this is what he did. So he put in a bunch of so this was already an AI generated Taylor Swift. So he put that in, and then what did he do? He then put in these prompts for what he wanted. And he kind of used the Taylor Swift thing as like a starting point. And then there are also like different parameters on the side, like what model are you using? What are the image dimensions? There's the prompt guidance thing. And then you can, how much detail do you want? And then you also play around with different seeds as well. It's kind of like the seeds are the best one-to-one comparison I would give is like Minecraft seeds. It's kind of just telling the you're giving the AI a number and you play around with what it generates. And then there's this one, which was a bit more controversial, but I think we're going to get into the whys of it eventually. So don't you worry about that. So he took this image. So he also took this image and then played around with it. He put all those things in there. Now the controversial one, I want to highlight two things that are going to come up later. One is trending on ArtStation, which is fucking hilarious that is such a common prompt. It is so hilarious that trending on ArtStation is just one of the prompts. It's like the AI knows, oh, okay, so this needs to be ArtStation worthy. Sure. And then the other one is by Greg Rutkowski, which basically means like I want the art style kind of is in his art style. And that's kind of one of the things that people like to talk about, and we are going to talk about it. Don't you worry. Because I think that is an interesting subject there. A lot of different things to explore with that one. But we're going to get to that when we get to it. We're going to start funny. We're going to get a little bit more serious later on. So this is kind of how this segment's going to work. So yeah, obviously, this didn't take as much time to make as it would to draw the image from scratch. But I still think that, but it still needed a human hand to get results. You still need to tweak and play around before eventually getting something you're happy with. There are, of course, many conversations to be had about this method, and I wouldn't want to dismiss this tweet entirely. But he did put time in. There was effort involved. It's just a different kind compared to what we're used to. It's more of an exploration than I guess art is always an exploration, but at the same time, it's kind of like it's hard to explain. It's a very different kind of way of getting results, but it still requires tweaking, input, playing around. Of course, if you generate something that you're mostly happy with, but there's stuff to correct, you would then go into Photoshop and correct it even more. And that's something you could do without needing drawing skills. Like that's something and that kind of starts to cross over into the digital art realm, where a lot of digital art is repurposing things and turning them into other things. So it's an interesting subject to say the least. I keep saying that. That's take a shot every time I say this is an interesting subject. But it's true. It's true. I like interesting things. And as you can imagine, of course, as you can, I'm sure all of you can imagine, the replies were nothing but constructive and they're thoughtful and your post sucks. Fuck you. Shut up, pussy. I lost my shit even harder when I rediscovered this post this morning. When I was pasting it into OBS, I lost my shit. It's just nothing constructive. Not even really giving an opinion. It's just your post sucks. Fuck you. And shut up. And these tweets were directly next to each other. Shut up, pussy. Just shut up, pussy. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. My god. Yep. So as we have now firmly established, Twitter will do what Twitter does. Some people did try to make more of a point, though. Some people did. For example, what is the point? Art created without the work of an artist. And like I said before, like the guy in question, he was still the one he was still controlling the final results. He just had it's the fact that there's less input into what those final results are, which is frustrating. I think I think it's when dealing with this stuff, I think the important thing is acknowledging that yes, I used an AI to create this result. this is not mine. This is not something I drew. This is not my style. This is something I created using the AI. These are the prompts that I got, and this is what I wanted from it, but I didn't personally draw. I think it's important to just be very transparent about how you did it, more than anything. And I think that's that's a very important part of it, as Corridor Crew points out, is that you do need to give correct attributions and stuff like that. And I think the conversations about that are going to be very ongoing. And I got more about it later on as well. So Matt McMuscles was also not happy with this. But there was also an interesting reply under that, which was, really, I just think of it as realizing an idea that's in your head instead of explaining your idea to artists to feed it to an AI. Iterate until you get the thing you want. It's still art in my book. Yep. I think there's something to be said there. Like it is a recreation of that collaborative process. The main frustration is there's no way to be, right now there's not really much of a way for the AI to be as consistent as a real artist. So, it's not a 100% one-to-one comparison, but I think there's some merit in describing it that way, to be sure. As I said, you're fiddling with settings, tweaking with prompt starter images. You're running through so many different things to get results. So I wouldn't call it effortless, and I would say it is closer to, because when I work with an artist, I send them a lot of reference photos. I give them I write up a whole document of description for what I want, because I'm very specific. And that's my frustration with the AI is it does reward you for being specific, but it's not necessarily going to give you what you want. And you can't just reach in and tweak it in the same way you can with a human. We've got another smooth brain take here. Well, maybe some of you agree with it. I'd be interested to hear other perspectives on it. Is like calling character customization art. And it's just like, wow, we really, yeah. We're really denigrating the work of people who put work into creating like really impressive characters with these customization systems. I mean, sure, it's in a video game. It's definitely not the same as creating a 3D model, but like if there are some really involved character creation systems out there, if you manage to like one-for-one recreate someone using one of these systems, like I'd consider that art. Like if someone went into Sims 4 and like was able to create like a perfect replica of someone within that style, I would say that was worth commending, surely. Like, I don't know, maybe there are other perspectives on that, but I feel like that's kind of a very reductive way of looking at it. So we got this. So the main difference between you and actual artists is once your electricity is gone, so will your art skills. You are so pathetic, you just gave me cancer. Anyone want to take a crack at what's wrong with this one? Anyone want to, there's a little problem with this argument here. I wonder if once your pencil and paper are gone. Oh, that's actually a good one, Qwerty. Qwerty Bob. But someone pointed this out. So digital art is not art? And it's like, yeah, because this is the thing, right? If someone's like doesn't really have the physical art skills, but they're really good at digital art, because there are people like that. I'm pretty good in Photoshop, for example. I'm really good at taking like one asset and turning it into another asset. That I can't really draw that well. But I do have other art skills. So are we saying that that's not art because it runs on electricity? Okay. God damn. Oh man. So I'm gonna prepare you for this. So Vorsh decided to chime in. Mr. Vorsh. Yes, that Vorsh, I think it's that Vorsh anyway. You guys tell me if it's that Vorsh, and I'll I think I checked his account and he seemed to have the right number of followers, but let's just say he had I'm just gonna leave this one without commentary. This one is without commentary. I'm just gonna read it. Just popping in to let you know I hate you. I hope your next online crush is an AI spam bot designed to imitate human behavior, fish credit card info. Okay. Oh, it is him. Oh God. Wow. He decided to just give his valuable contribution to this. Oh, hi Vosh, if you're streaming this right now, because like one person told you that I mentioned you here. Hi, Vosh. Everyone in chat, say hello. Say hello to Vosh. If he's watching this, say hello. Say hello. Oh, God. I don't wanna. Hello, Smooth. You enjoy those, Vosh. Yet it feels so soulless. He said it. He said it. He said the thing. He said the thing. This podcast is soulless. Hi, Vosh. This isn't a bully stream. Yeah, that's true. This isn't a bully stream. It's just, obviously he is a person that people have a lot of opinions about. So it's always interesting to when they slip in. Let's see. Telling someone to do something makes you a manager, not an artist. And then someone replied with, I'm not taking a stand either way on AI art, but plenty of artists have assistants and large projects often are literally the artist telling someone to do something. Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those, because, there are producers that I would not call artists, but there are also times when an artist will be in a managerial position for an art project, and I would definitely call them an artist. So it's like, you want to be consistent. You always want to be consistent with your positions, and you want to make sure it can stand up to scrutiny. And especially because right now these tools are pretty clinical. They're pretty the human hand is pretty disconnected from the final result, right? But when these tools become more tactile, when you can tweak, when you have more of an ability to tweak the final result, to go into the image and really mess around and use the AI to make it take on different shapes, I think we're going to have a much more complex conversation on our hands. Because although you're not technically drawing it, you are meticulously tweaking it. You are meticulously trying to create a result that is pleasing to you. And I think that's going to be when this becomes much more of a conversation of is someone an artist, is there not? I would say they are, but I think it's going to be less of a gray area when that sort of stuff starts happening. I skipped ahead. So yeah, this is just a selection of the more not so great replies we saw to this particular person. I mainly wanted to highlight them again, because there are certain pervasive arguments that simply aren't helpful in fostering anything resembling a meaningful dialogue. If you look at his account, if you look at his account right now, he's only dug his heels in further thanks to this. So if you wanted him to stop being cringy or to consider other perspectives, well, mission failed. Mission failed. Mission failed. They say it's soulless. Oh, I think we're adding soulless to the banned list word. the list of banned words in certain areas of discourse. You're not allowed. Not allowed. Soul. What is soul? They said it's soulless. So, oh man. Still, I think there is an interesting conversation. When you blast, I think there is an interesting conversation to be had when you blast past the reactionary people. Thus, I want to highlight someone who does actually have decent points to make. One, Mr. Jon Neimeister, I think that's how his name is pronounced, who's also an artist. So he posted this, not in direct response, but he uses one of the images. AI art is the future. And then he goes in and he points out all the problems with the original picture, which, I do think the original picture, like the AI picture, looks really flumpy in subtle ways. So he's pointing out the hairstyle is awkwardly cut, eyes are crossed, the nose is skewed too far to that direction, the chin forms incorrect. There's a lot of different things here that need fixing. So, and then he has this one on the side, which I think is the original reference. Please reference rough paint over and make all fixes by the deadline. Thanks. So I think he's just making a joke about how artists are going to be treated in the future, where they're going to have obscene deadlines, something like that. And this is mainly meant to be a joke. And then when the post blew up, he started going into more detail over here. So he went, this is petty and kind of a joke, but also a good example of what I mean when I say that AI is not taking our jobs anytime soon. Even if it can get you 75% of the way there, 75% is not enough, and you'll still be able to draw and paint in a professional context. Since this is blowing up, I want to add an additional note for artists. Some folks are saying this is proof of what the industry will be soon. start with AI, paint over it. And while this may be true in some cases, it's not true in most. For starters, creating a nice looking image is not the end goal of artists, it is the baseline. You're required to paint competently to get art jobs, but the painting itself is not the product. You're being hired to execute a complicated idea. If an art director tells you, this character has just watched her best friend depart on a ship, she needs to look sad for herself, but also happy for her friend. An artist will know what to do, an AI will not. Art is ultimately about communicating human experiences. The briefs given to artists are not subject, background, trending on ArtStation. They're often complex narratives that require a lot of thinking and exploration to find an appropriate visual solution. This is not even true for concept art. AI can be used to generate ideas. AI can be used to generate ideas. AI can be used to generate ideas is not really true when AI can only regurgitate ideas it's already seen. It's not coming up with anything fresh or interesting, especially when 99% of AI prompts include trending on ArtStation. I mentioned this in another thread, but the rendering and aesthetic of an image is only a small part of making good art. If there's no story or emotion for the viewer to relate with, they'll say, that's neat, and forget about it instantly. That's ineffective art. The technology may evolve to solve some of these technical problems. Perhaps one day it'll be able to draw hands, shots fired. But that's still only a fraction of what's required of professional artists. Hence my original point. AI is not taking our jobs anytime soon. This also has nothing to do with soul or other vague artsy words. It's a very tangible matter of effective communication. Learning to communicate visually takes time and skill, and no amount of AI advancement will compensate for a lack of good ideas and strong communication. Also, in case anyone's wondering about hidden replies, this thread is not a space for condescending trolls, and I will be preventing a spread of bad faith arguments as much as I may able. Be nice, folks. Yep, okay, so fair enough. So yeah, I think that's a pretty cogent position. I will never not find it hilarious how trending on ArtStation is just this utterly pervasive thing. Because I look for, because there are websites you can go onto where you have AI art people have uploaded, and then they also tell you what prompts they use. So you can like take inspiration for what kind of prompts you want for your results. And trending on ArtStation, it's so consistent, so fucking consistent. It's funny. It's really funny. Let's see. So I really like this thread. Eventually an AI may be able to, I think, maybe the one thing I would take issue with is I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that an AI may be able to comprehend more detailed emotional direction, that it's given at some point, but I do agree that that's a fair ways off. There's a lot of stuff that still needs to be ironed out as far as it being able to take emotional direction. Also, he caught on to the whole my soul argument, which is, yeah, I felt really vindicated when I read through this. Like, I'm not the only one who's noticed kind of these fallacies sneaking in, like these. It reminds you of my themes where it just doesn't communicate effectively what you're trying to say. I was just kind of like trying to give this vague imagery and in the hopes that it sounds okay. As you can imagine, though, the replies to this one were interesting. Okay, this is an outdated note. Why are you here? So we'll go to the first reply, which I think also has some good points in it. So these AI image generators should be looked at as tools for artists, and not just a quick way to make art. Let's say an artist wanted to make a scene like these pictures here. They could put in a prompt and get a rough idea, and then they can build upon and improve it. So I agree with that, especially for someone starting out with art, but wanting to create something original without necessarily copying like someone else's work. Like, this could provide some interesting inspiration there. I think there's definitely stuff to look at with that. And I agree. It should be considered another tool in the belt rather than the finished product. To paraphrase 2 Minute Papers, which is a great channel that covers a lot of this stuff, we shouldn't be looking at this as humans versus AI, but rather humans plus AI. These are intended to be used as an option for an artist's workflow rather than a replacement entirely. It's kind of like the art world equivalent of a protein shake. Great as a supplementation, but you're not going to make any gains on shakes alone. You need to work. You need to have food needs to enter your body at some point. Is Swole still here? Maybe there is a magic shake that can replace everything. Maybe he can comment on that. Let's see. John then jumps in and points out another issue with bots as they currently stand. AI could be a tool for artists if it was built ethically. However, I cannot in good conscience use a tool built by consuming the copyrighted works of living artists without their consent and then selling the resulting algorithm, marketing it as being able to mimic those artists. I understand the issues there, which is why I hope these issues are sorted out eventually. And, I think we finally stumbled upon something that is at least worth talking about. As far as this, we've scraped away my souls. It's soulless. I'm a soul. I need a soul. A soul needed to have created this. Oh no, I liked this, and a human didn't make it. Oh no. We're getting past that stuff, and we're getting into the more concrete areas. There is no magic shake. If there was, that guy would be a trillionaire. True. That is very true. I wish there was a magic shake. It would make my life easier. Food is hard. If I could, I would only consume food for pleasure if that was an option. I would just have all my nutrients constantly just dripped into me. And that would be it. I would just have it all added to me, and then I would eat food for pleasure. And that would be how my relationship with food would be. If that were ever a practical option, that would be where I would go. Fortunately, we're not there yet. Maybe one day. Maybe science will pay off someday. So this is an interesting point, and one that I think is going to be an ongoing conversation. Is this stealing? Is this unethical because it is appropriating the styles of other artists? Well, I think there are a great many dimensions to this, and I don't think it's quite black and white. For starters, if someone tried to pass off an AI-generated creation that was explicitly prompted to be in the style of a specific artist and then tries to market the piece as their own original creation without even giving lip service to said artist, that's a scummy thing to do. I think if you create something in the style of someone else, you should be giving them credit. Regarding the bot using these styles in the first place, it's tricky. Are there any laws in place currently that would indicate that an artist's style alone is subject to copyright? Even if there isn't, is it still ethical for those styles to be used for the bot? It gets murky when the bot just so happens to emulate an art style versus someone explicitly evoking said artist in the prompt. Just so happens to emulate the art. So I'll restate that. It gets murky when the bot just so happens to emulate an art style versus when someone explicitly is evoking said artist in the prompt. So we saw earlier that Greg, what's his name, was being mentioned in the prompt to the initial image, and apparently the image, the starter image was one of his images as well. But I'm not. I need to follow up on a lot of that, so don't take that as gospel. But I at least know that he was invoking the artist's name in that. So that's just something to think about. I don't even think that guy wasn't even trying to claim that art was his. So I'm not sure I would condemn him on that ground, but it's just interesting to note. Let's see. My God, my throat, it's dry. Did you know that when you need to take stimulants 3 times a day, in order to get your brain to work, that it might dry out your body? Who would have thought? Need to drink a lot more water than the average person. I've got to pee a lot more than the average person too. We then also must think about human artists who also take inspiration from the style of others, perhaps even making a career mimicking said styles, but for their own original creations or commissions. They're kind of like the artistic inversion of an impression, right? Like where you're imitating one style to draw it as something else, like someone taking Matt Groening's art style, but they're drawing like DC characters as if they were Simpsons characters, that sort of thing. If there were laws passed stating that art styles alone could be a subject to trademark and copyright infringement. Does that mean that human artists are no longer allowed to emulate the works of others? Would that kill potential inspiration and creativity from human artists, as many do start out by copying from the best and branching out from there? I don't have any easy answers for this, but it is something to think about. Let's say there are laws passed and styles suddenly become. Well, let's just that that laws are passed and styles are suddenly copyrightable, and as a result, styles now become a sellable commodity. Like style alone becomes a sellable commodity. In this world, we've already talked about kind of the downsides of that potentially. Let's look at what could happen in that scenario. I could easily see there being a market for artists who not only do commissions, but specifically specialize in creating training data for these bots, essentially selling their art for commission. I could even see artists earning royalties for their style. I could even see these artists earning royalties for their style being used, depending on how the infrastructure continues to evolve. We are in early days, as you all know. This is something I also talked about on Twitter back when Dreambooth was making the round. So let's look at that. So just as I'm done whinging about the lack of precision in AI image generators last night, suddenly Google decides to put one out that takes input photos to ground the images in something consistent. So like I said before, this is something this is something I've already used and I've had mixed results with, but it is nonetheless another tool in the belt for this sort of thing. A human artist is still practicing their craft, but now I need to read this. This by the way is how human artists and AI generated art come together in harmony. The AI can generate images, yes, but in order to get consistent results, a human still needs to be in there to step in with photos or their own art. So the bot could recreate a style, your style, if you wanted it to. Indeed, this could be helpful. This could help human artists by cutting down the number of images needed to create a reference image. By cutting down the number of images they need to create. They can draw up a few reference images, feed it into the AI, and have even more images created in that same style without having to put in the extra man hours. So, there's still a talented artist there, but now they're getting potential new results from the AI in their style, so that could open things up a little bit there. A human artist is still practicing their craft, but now we have reduced the need for manual labor. They could even still sell that work as their own, because they provided their own original stylistic framework, and because they can manually refine the results the AI pumped out. I think it's better to frame this as another tool in the belt, as I've said, rather than human v AI. Our relationship with our various crafts has always been an evolving process, and this is just the next step. Same as it is with the invention of the photograph, Photoshop, or art tablets. For me and my purposes, I'm still going to need to commission artists to create different art pieces as a starting point. I can't recreate my avatar, for example, just using the AI. That being said, I now have the ability to take their work and experiment with variations. Yes, technically that is a job I could have paid a human to do, but I'm on a budget and I can only afford to get so much art commissioned at a time. Something like this would allow me to experiment in between human commissions and better inform what I want from my artists. Or to put it another way, a lot of jobs lost to AI, quote unquote, might not have been jobs that would have existed in the first place without them. So taking like a few commissions that I've had and then seeing AI variations of them, yeah, a human could have drawn up those variations, but do you think I have the money, or other people have the money to pay for that? So that there might be situations where we think, oh, well, that's taking a job away from a human, when really it might just be something that someone would have never been able to pay for in the first place. And as I point out in a bit, I'd be keen to get more. I'd be more keen to get to commission art if I knew. I'd be more commissioned to get art commissioned if I knew I could create variations myself rather than having to manually commission every idea. So this could actually create jobs for artists where they give a few images, and then I can experiment with further ideas using the AI. And then they give me a few more images because the AI has limits, and it's kind of a back and forth. Like, they're getting work that I wouldn't have been able to give them otherwise, because I wouldn't have been able to explore every single idea that I had without the AI. So there's an interesting like back and forth that could happen between the AI and human artists. Let's see. That being said, okay. In a roundabout way, this could result in more work for freelance artists, depending on how this technology continues to evolve. This could even be a gateway for new human artists, for new artists to emerge as people begin to tinker with AI-generated results in Photoshop to create something better. Yes, this technology has the potential for abuse down multiple avenues, but that's the same with every piece of technology that comes about. A hammer can be used to build a house or to bash someone's brains in. I think I also used that analogy earlier. It's up to us to properly regulate and erect barriers to prevent misuses from taking place. Sure, you can't stop all misuses, but that's not you. Hammers are still used to kill, cameras are still used to spy, and Photoshop continues to falsify. Should we ban these tools too? AI, whether you're creeped out or not by them, are here to stay, and we need to start looking at them, and we need to start looking at it as an issue of regulation, rather than getting angry and catastrophizing about their existence in the first place, lest we forsake homes for the hammers we shunned. So yeah, obviously some of this is just repeating what I've said already, and some perspectives here are slightly, some of the perspectives I've given today are more informed than when I put those tweets out. In the sense that I now know just how difficult it is to use the bots. But I thought this was worth sharing nonetheless. Ooh, super chat. It's been fun, meme, but I have to sleep now. Good night. Oh, thank you, Cthulhu. I appreciate your super chat. I really do. I really, really do appreciate the support. You people like you keep the channel going. And all of you keep the channel going, really, just by being here. Just by being here with me right now as a family. How long have I been going, by the way? I don't want to the cap by accident. Let's see. Okay, yeah, we're fine. We've only been going for about 6 hours, which is a long amount of time for sure. But it is also nowhere near the cap, so we're good. Let's see. Back on the subject of copyright, a more short-term solution, however, would be to automatically assign credit in the final. Would be to automatically assign credit in the final image. So the bot generates the image, then at the tail, and then after the image is created, you just put it just generates a label saying in the style of Leonardo da Vinci or something like that. So it's hardwired to give credit when an artist is invoked. So you will always see if an artist's work is being used. I think that's a good short-term solution while we figure out the overall ethical nature of it, I guess, because I think there's going to be a lot of back and forth to talk about the training data and all that. This way at least works are explicitly in the style of other people. At least works in the style explicitly in the work of the other people will be credited for their contributions, even if it isn't that they explicitly created it. I think there's a lot of solutions that we can probably come up with as well. I'm just spitballing like one or two at the moment. Just, it's like I said, this is an exploration of this very complex issue. I want to just add as many different perspectives as possible so that we can all just go home, have a little think about it, and kind of just come away from it, being a bit more, having a more nuanced perspective on it. And yeah, a lot of the replies to that one were fairly good faith, so I didn't have too many things to dig up in the replies to that thread overall. Not the reply. So this is the reply to Jon's thread, by the way. This is not my so this is going to be another. Here's a reply to Jon's thread that I found really funny, but most of them were pretty good. I didn't really have much of an issue with them. So honestly, if AI generated imagery, I refuse to call it AI art, was developed, and we must say it properly. He spelt it that way. We will say it this way. Developed as a tool for reference to actual quote-unquote art, and not a substitute, and not as a substitute to not pay actual artists, the reception of AI-generated imagery would have been so much more positive. So this guy, he's actually I think he's making a reasonable point. He's just saying it in a very wanky way. And he also misspelled developed, which, fair enough. Twitter's edit button is still in beta testing, so we'll forgive him for that. So I think that, it's mainly, main issue the main issue with this guy, right, is more just the whole, like, art versus not art thing. Like, it's already been said we've already said plenty about this today, but something I will say, even if you disagree that the images themselves are art, the bots themselves are created by humans, and they are the accomplishment. The bot is an accomplishment of human hands. And I would say that being able to create an algorithm that can generate such images would constitute art in of itself. If the images are, it's like the images are like almost like a byproduct of a work of art, in the same way that a brush can be a work of art as well as a tool, if that makes sense. Like, you can have a really well-made brush that can be like ornamented and all that, and it just works perfectly. It's just something to think about there. And something that's also kind of depressing is that people feel the need to downplay the sheer technical accomplishment that this represents. Like, they're not going like, oh, this is really cool, I have questions, but oh, this is really, or like, there's no, a lot of people aren't appreciating the technical accomplishment, and then they instead just jump straight to catastrophizing. And it gets frustrating to see. And unfortunately, this isn't new. This is not a new behavior humanity invented just for this. Every new art tool seems to receive variations of the same arguments. Now, we're going back in time. Are you ready? Because I've got a little segment from a magazine called Brush and Pencil, published in March of 1901. Now, this particular article goes on about how photography will never be art, and the anxieties present for the painters now that photography is an option. Let's take a listen. If we study the word art and its etymology, we find that it means in general skill. Skill in making, arranging, or fitting something. Skill in the attainment of a desired end. Skill in mental as well as in manual labor. As there is always a best way for doing anything, the perfection of it is an art, and the one who does it best, an artist. There are artists in all trades, as well as in all professions where mind or imagination is chiefly concerned. Poetry, music, painting, sculpture, and architecture are commonly called the fine arts. The word art has also often been applied specifically to the art of drawing and painting in all their different phases, so that to say a person is engaged in artwork often means only some kind of work in the graphic arts. We find that art means skill. But in the fine arts, this is but one of the elements. There is an emotion, a poetic feeling, which is common to all true artists, and all real works of art are the expression of this. Different definitions or interpretations of art are given by different writers. It has been called imagination, the sense of the beautiful, a language. Art can express itself by means of sounds in music, but by means of words in poetry, or in painting, by means of forms and colors. The source of art is the perception of the beautiful, the emotion which the artist feels in the presence of nature, and works of art are the outcome of his desire to express that emotion. Art is nature seen through the mind of the artist, and no artist sees exactly what another sees. We may learn something more about what art is by recalling what it is not. We know that it is not imitation, neither mere technique, nor mere talent, nor inspiration. Imitation is not the supreme aim of art, or, as Taine says, photography would be superior to painting, and the court reports where every word and gesture are carefully noticed, the greatest literary works. There is some imitation in art, but perfect exactness is not art. Art is sometimes purposefully inexact. Michelangelo's figures would not express such strength and power if they were mere copies from nature. A sketch has often more value than a finished picture because it shows only the principal characteristics of the subject. Even in photography, perfect exact in photography. Did I stumbled upon over 100-year-old typo? God damn. In photography's perfect exactness, as it is obtained by instantaneous process, sometimes spoils the general effect. Photographs of horses taken while they are running at full speed do not give the effect of speed at all. The form and position of the horses' bodies at any given seconds are really very different from what they appear to be to one watching them. The best works in photography are not mere imitations. The photographer is more or less an artist in his way of posing, arranging, and finishing. He can attain beautiful results in his line. His art can also be helpful to the painter, but that help has been greatly misunderstood and misused. We see today a deplorable tendency to combine the two arts of painting and photography, a process resulting in productions that lack whatever merit either art ought to possess. I hope the time will soon come when portraits, which are enlarged photographs finished with more or less skill in black crayon or some colored medium, will not be endured upon their walls by people who lay claim to any refinement or taste. The picture may be like a friend, or rather the photograph a friend. It would be a wonder if it were not, since it is partly work of excellent machinery. It would be a wonder if it were not, since it is partly the work of excellent machinery. But that very likeness stamped upon anything so inartistic makes the effect all the more painful. The cheapness of such pictures ought to warn us against them. Are they not often advertised as given away from the sale of the frame? Is not the handwork upon them done mostly by men and women who never had any art training at all? If we cannot afford portraits painted by artists of some taste and education, why not be satisfied with photographs which can be very artistic in their way? The fear has sometimes been expressed that photography in time entirely supersede the art of painting. Some people seem to think that the process of taking photographs in colors has been perfected and made common enough that the painter will have nothing to do. We need not fear anything of the kind. Perfection in photography may rid us in time of all the poor done in color. The work of the artist, however, in which is seen his own individuality, his own perception of the beautiful, his own creation, in fact, can no more perish than the soul it inspired and that inspired it. Something, reading that out now, right? There's something interesting about that, is that it's both trying to de-emphasize the artistry of photography, while it also accidentally highlights the appeal of photography at the same time. Like it's got some of the same contradictory wording in there that you often find with other with the stuff with AI nowadays, where there's your no true Scotsman. And that's just one. I actually had a few articles. That's probably one of the. That's just one of a few articles that I looked through from around that point, where people were just petrified of the idea of the photograph, or they were very pretentious about it. They were very, how shall we say, not nice about the fact that photography was a thing. And they did not appreciate it. They did not appreciate the fact that something was coming in that you could just press a button and suddenly you've just captured the entire frame. You've just captured what would have taken hours before. You can now do with the press of a button. They did not appreciate that at all. It's something that had to kind of grow into its own over time. So a new tool comes on the scene. threatens the status quo, people panic. Now, there are obvious differences between the two, but it is funny to me that we always have the same conversation with people having the exact same anxieties, often looking at the methods being used and not the results themselves. We always end up coming to the same conclusion. It's not the tool, it's the user. The tool will cut into the market in some ways. Other business opportunities will arise at the same time. Technology will always progress. All we can do is advise precautions, embrace the benefits it brings, and ultimately just learn to live with it. It's an unfortunate fact of our evolution that most of us are hardwired with an inherent negativity bias. We needed to make snap judgments in the wild because thinking about whether a tiger will eat you will often result in you getting eaten. In modern times, however, such thinking can often be a detriment and result in some very embarrassing displays, especially on social media. Digital art also had a similar trial by fire. This is something I found on Quora. Someone was asking, like, is digital art art? Is it not art? This was one of the responses. I don't agree with the opinion that digital art is not art, because anything can be art if you look at it correctly. But I definitely think that digital painting specifically is inferior to painting with actual colors on actual canvas. First of all, my subjective impression of digital art is always that it looks soulless. Oh my god! It's there! We found it! We found it again! All the way back when? Oh, all the way back 9 months ago, actually. This is not too recent. We're still here. But it's soulless. The fact that it has no texture of a canvas, for example, is kind of off-putting to me. But the real reason I think it is inferior is because it has a lower skill ceiling, and whatever mistakes you make, you can simply undo instead of skillfully incorporating it or hiding it like a painter should. Like a painter should. Not to mention all the tools at your disposal can make the job 10 times easier. Like using layers, for example, or copying a symbol and then pasting it so you can have a pair without putting it in the extra effort into the second one. I would like to add the electric guitar adds an entirely different sound, while digital art doesn't introduce anything new. It only makes it more convenient to paint. So there's some good follow-ups to this. So to sum up what you mean, digital art is inferior because it's more forgiving than physical art. You're judging the quality of art based on the challenge it provides and not the result, which pretty much sums up every digital art. I think they meant to write hater, but every digital art hater. The texture of the canvas can also be easily replicated in digital if the artist intended to. So no, it's not inferior. It's just pure jealousy and gatekeeping for another medium that's more open for people to learn and make art. And then someone else. All I'm reading is, I wasn't able to do well with digital art, so I agree that digital art isn't really art because it was, and then it cuts off, but it wasn't really my perfection. Because if it was, then my perfection would be showing with it. That ain't it, bro. Just because it's something you can't do doesn't mean it isn't. I presume he said art after that. Oh man. Night, James. I don't know if this is funny or just kind of sad, but it seems like downright consistent that whenever something comes along that makes the process of art easier in some way, that very fact seems to be consistently offensive to people. As if making art more accessible to more people somehow makes it less. Absolutely crazy and more than a little pretentious, honestly. Yeah, moving away from that hysteria, let's have some fun. Let's brainstorm some potential uses for the AI art technology beyond the strict boundaries of what we have. We've actually already gotten some fascinating experimental uses for the technology, such as so these are going around. So this is so this guy's taking the lyrics of popular songs, and he's like, every single lyric is an AI generated image, and you get some interesting results there. Sometimes the AI catches on to the fact that it's from the songs, it'll generate the artist, but other times it gets really like out there and wacky. It's kind of interesting. Okay, meme, I'm exhausted and have a lot of work to do in the morning. Good stream. Thank you, Swell Paul. Have a good night. I'm also exhausted, so hopefully I'll be wrapping up at some point soon. But yeah, fun fact, all of Marathon 2's concept art was made with mouse paint tools, and it looks as good as it was hand-drawn. true. Let's see. We're already getting fascinating. So I already read that. Oh yeah, well there's actually I might go into it at some point, but Nexpo released an interesting video on AI art and some of the interesting things that came out of it. And one of them was they trained an AI to recreate a human face, and that was kind of its purpose, to just create this human face. And when it succeeded, they went into the neural network, and I think they like deleted the knowledge of what a human face is, or something like that. And then as the AI tried to maintain the image, it just started petering away. And it was like distressingly similar to like pictures drawn by people with Alzheimer's. So they kind of created a digital version of Alzheimer's, which is really interesting. Anyway, an author with no drawing ability could use this technology to generate visuals to go along with their writing, furthering further connecting the reader with the world without the huge cost that such a feat would require if done entirely by hand with a team of artists alone. I could also see specialized art tools that serve specific functions. So I already kind of went over this. So the AI that could draw hands, for example. But another way you could do this is, what if you just did a complete drawing, colors and everything, but you didn't shade it? So then the bot comes in and adds the shadows and the depth and all the other different things to the drawing, but it keeps your line work and stuff intact. It's just adding shade. It's just adding shadows and stuff that you can that if you don't like it, you can clean it up later. I think that would be like a really good use for this technology, because what we're seeing is like the extreme, like it's creating the whole thing, but we can also like dial it down and have it be that they're assisting like existing drawings. They're saving time in specific areas while still having the human completely in the lead with it. I think that would be incredible. So let's we're about to wrap up on this specific topic. So if I were to advise anything regarding this stuff as far as AI is concerned, it would just be keep a cool head. Let's appreciate the tech for the accomplishment that it is. Let's continue having productive conversations. Let's not panic nor splooge our pants all the while making inflammatory declarations. Let's just chill, allow this tool to mature, to grow, as all tools do. There's probably a lot more to say on the subject, but holy fuck, that was a lot more than I initially realized. Sweet, merciful Jesus. If you want a channel that goes more in depth about this subject, I'm actually going to link a couple of things. Firstly, I think this is long overdue. So we've got 2 minute. This is a channel called 2 Minute Papers that is on the cutting edge of who's pretty consistently on the cutting edge of all this stuff. Yeah, I think everything. You should be. I think every new piece of technology has concerns, right? Like the camera enables people to spy on people really easily. It's every piece of technology has its ups and its downs, and it's all just about putting it in perspective. And then I want to link a video by someone called Nexpo, who doesn't specifically specialize in AI, though I think he's talked about technology before, but he's talked about something called liab, which is this recurrent image that's been found in certain AI programs, and it's kind of like, it's almost like an AI's nightmare. It's interesting that the things loab, yeah. So here's a video on that to check out. Oh yeah, I love Nexpo. He's such good content. He has such great content. I highly recommend Nexpo. So here's his video on that. Let's see. Now I'm going to take a little. We got one more thing. We've got 2 more things to cover. But we're up to age 85 of 96. So we're almost there. We're in the home stretch. I'm going to go do a little pee first though. So BRB. You guys keep an eye on this guy again. I go pee now. Oh my God. Anyway, where were we up to? Oh no, I lost my place. Oh no, okay. Okay, cool. Okay, I found my place again. Oh boy. Boy. I have an interesting proposition. AI cooking. Oh, I'm way ahead of you on that. Let's see. we already have AI chefs. It's called Molly, so it's a robotic chef. I will link the YouTube page to it because they've got demonstrations of it, and it was a long time in development. But there we go. We saw the porn meme. I know. Anyway. But can it cook? Can it cook fingers? If someone hacked it to do that, I'm sure. Oh man. Anyway, let's catch up with you guys a little bit. Oh, just gonna take a tiny breather just before the final stretch. Don't have anything really huge coming up. Just keeping on, you know. Just a couple of tiny things left. One subject that I thought I was going to go into more detail about, but I just ran out of time because I already went into detail about a lot of stuff today. I went on way longer than I thought I was going to, but that's okay. This has actually been pretty good. I got to talk about a lot of stuff that I've been wanting to talk about for a while, so I'm really happy with this. The re-upload for this will be available hopefully in the next couple of days. I'll be putting that on the stream repository channel, so I'll be keeping, we'll be doing the EFAP thing, airing on this channel, and then putting it up on the other channel. Ugh, dear Lord. Okay, let's get into the next stuff. So I've got another Twitter thing here. What do you mean stream dies? Stream isn't dead. Shouldn't be dead. Hello? Can you guys hear? Oh, did it go off for like a second? Okay. Never mind. Okay. Just a hiccup. Okay, so normal stuff. Okay, so let's see. Let's back up. So I got another Twitter thing for you guys. This one's funny. A little bit funny. But I need to give you some context first. So there's a little Twitter account called The Sun Vanished. And it's like it's a little fun ARG sort of thing. It's like, it's a story written through the Twitter account, like from the perspective of a character in this world where the sun inexplicably disappeared, and there's big mystery about where the sun went. And it's kind of like the Twitter version of found footage in a way, only it kind of just unfolds it unfolds in real time. And eventually it got very successful. They branched out into other accounts that documented other characters' POVs. And I guess you should also consider this a spoiler warning for The Sun Vanished if you are at all interested in experiencing it for yourself, scrolling through it, looking at the videos, stuff like that. So yes, that's your spoiler warning. We're going to get right up to date with it. So they recently did an arc where they were captured by an enemy faction they'd been building up for a little bit called We the People, or WTP. And you would think, oh, this is going to be like, it's going to be really tense. Like he's going to disappear for a while because they're not going to let him have his phone, right? Like they're not going to let him talk shit like on Twitter. Like they're going to take his phone away, right? Surely they're going to take his phone away. It was not tense and nail biting as you would imagine. So let's set the scene. So they've been captured. We the People have taken over the main account. They've taken it. Well, he handed over the phone, and then they took over the account. So the enemy faction has taken over the main account, and they're spreading propaganda. So you would think, wow, this is tense. But then they let the other two keep their phones and their accounts. Okay. Oh, but they didn't start off as prisoners. They stayed with the enemy faction willingly, and then they got captured later and put imprisoned. Yeah, but you were allowed to keep, but the thing is, they were allowed to keep their phones during the part where they were in prison. They were tweeting from prison. So they were tweeting from prison. So not only were they allowed to keep their phone, which is bad enough, not only were they allowed to tweet from prison, but the protagonists themselves, they started tweeting not just subtly. They weren't subtle with their tweets. They just straight up started tweeting every treacherous, conniving thought that happened to enter their heads, right? Just anything that indicated that they were definitely planning to break out of prison and to kill everyone and get the account back. And they were telling them all of this really negative stuff about We the People, and they were just allowed to do it. They didn't get reprimanded. They were just like, oh yeah, you tweet out into the world where everyone can see. Yeah, we're definitely it was the most frustrating thing I'd experienced, except for all the other things on Twitter. But it got to the point where I was replying to these, by the way, like in universe, and it got to the point where I started tagging the enemy faction in these tweets going, hey, they're trying to start some shit. You should like slap them or something. Hey, look at this. They said they're going to break out and take your account back. You want to do something about that? Hey, they're saying bad shit about you. Want to do something? Do you? So it was really like the idiot ball was in play. Let's just say the idiot ball was well and truly in play. So eventually they escaped, got their account back, and now they're kind of in a new stage of the story where the main guy has blood poisoning or something. But before that, he posted a little victory tweet, which was, I'm really glad to be back, but I think I'm going to sleep some more. TSV signing back in. And so, of course, I replied with, well, if you do get captured again, try not to tweet out your every waking thought next time. Your captors might not be so special needs. So that was just kind of my tweet. That was just my cheeky way of going, hey, fucking think about your format, writer. Please think before you put these arcs together. You have some major oversights there. It's the beauty of doing this sort of thing is that you can tweet in universe, and then sometimes he'll reply to your tweets as well. So that's kind of fun. But yeah, so I did that. It was to blow off some steam with that arc in general, because there was a lot of intrigue going into it, and then like the actual arc itself was just so but I was also just having I was having a little bit of a laugh, but someone took issue with me having a little bit of a laugh right here, which was like, what's that supposed to be? So I respond with I respond in turn with well, we the people. So I'm in universe still at this point, so I go, we the people weren't exactly the smartest captors, and TSV and co weren't exactly the smartest prisoners. Outside of the main account, they were allowed to keep their phones, and instead of being cautious about it, they decided to broadcast every doubt and traitorous intention for the world to see. We the people were dumb for allowing this to happen, and the TSV crew were dumb for putting a huge bullseye on their back with their tweets. So I just kind of explained it in universe, what was what my frustrations were, how you do it. And then they got back with, calling them special needs is pretty shitty though. I don't mean this. I don't mean in this ARG. I just mean in general. Slanted face. Oh boy. For starters, like, I don't know. We the people were pretty special needs. Like that you would need to be special needs, I think. Like I don't mean it in a demeaning way. I just meant it in like, this is the only way this makes sense in universe sort of way. But in any case, I decided to, fuck it, I'm gonna go nuclear and just clip off some balls. So I just went, I'm special needs in real life, autism, ADHD, needed a lot of help in school and still do now. So I'm not exactly punching down. I just consider it a clever bit of wordplay to say that both parties might not be the sharpest tools in the shed. Now, I find in these situations it's really important to point out that they are talking to the exact kind of person that they think needs protecting. As in the majority of cases like this, it tends to be a well-meaning. In the majority of cases like this, it tends to be like a well-meaning caretaker or a disabled rights activist putting the cart ahead of the horse and pointing out that pointing this out will normally throw them through a loop. Sometimes they'll be reasonable. Sometimes they'll embarrass themselves further. Sometimes they'll try to downplay. I've had people like try to downplay. It's just like, oh, you don't look disabled. And it's just like, holy fuck, you didn't just say that, did you? It's like, yeah, oh, well, look at your profile. You went to a private school. You look like you got an education. Oh, whoop-dee-doo. Oh, they try to really downplay it and try to just still turn you into this horrible person. And it's like, they're not realizing they're actually being quite ableist by doing this, which is kind of funny. You don't look disabled. It's just like, yes, all disabilities are on the outside. That's how that works. I'm sorry, I forgot my wheelchair. So we got the resolution to this, fortunately, which was this. So we got, as an autistic ADHD person myself, I still think it's a bit insensitive. Being special needs or neurodivergent doesn't make someone not smart. I get what you mean, but it's still pretty rude in my opinion. I don't want to come across as picking a fight though, slanty face. And you know what? I'm basically fine with that resolution. Turns out they're a fellow sister of the tism, trying to stand up for others like themselves. I definitely went through a phase like that myself when I was younger. At least, look, I think that has more weight when it's actually speaking from experience rather than someone's trying to speak for someone else. I think my shift was when I discovered that I found autism jokes way funnier than I found them offensive. So I kind of just mellowed out and gained a bit of perspective there. But there are nuances to my humor that I don't know. Twitter is not the best place to explain that sort of thing, so I just kind of left it as is. But yeah, that could have gone like a lot cringier, but I think I'm fine with that. Oh boy, you don't look disabled. Has blue body with purple head. You see, some people, you know, when they say they're colorblind, they can mean many things. Better interaction than most on Twitter. Yeah, that was like, it started in like a kind of yikes place. But you know, I think we brought home a little bit. We brought it home a tiny bit. You know, which is an interesting interaction to kind of highlight, because it allowed me a little bit of room to talk about like people who are really unintentionally ableist. But you know, the kind of be like, I would rather someone call me a drooling retard and like mean it in the unironic sense that they're making fun of my disability, rather than someone who is like claiming to be this fighter for rights, but yet they're not willing to listen to the perspective of someone who has the disability. Like that's the thing. In-universe tweeting. Yeah, it's great. I love the idea of in-universe tweeting. I really do. Oh man. Okay, so we're gonna wrap up with something light. I'm on a little bit of a Transformers kick right now. I'm not gonna lie. That's a franchise that I sometimes wonder if my love for it is like purely nostalgia based. Because you know, there's been a lot of ups and downs throughout Transformers history, and you know, I wonder if is there actually something there, or is it pure nostalgia? Is it purely I have fondness for this? And I always end up concluding that yeah, although its potential might not have been fully realized yet, Transformers is something special, and it's stuck around for reasons outside of the awesome toy gimmick, though the gimmick certainly helps. As a result, I imagine you're going to hear a lot about Transformers from me on and off throughout these stream repositories as I ebb in and out of interest, you know, just as my interest kind of weave and evolve and all of that. Oh man, the original '86 movie that hits you right in the feels. I actually had more to talk about with Transformers today, but we saw how long that AI segment dragged on for, so I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna like have a little bit of a talk today, and then we can talk about it more in the future. So something I was going to talk about was apparently something called Transformers versus Terminator, recently wrapped at IDW, so it was a comic book. I'm interested in giving that a look. I thought that would be appropriate considering all the AI stuff we talked about today. But we just didn't have time to read it. So we'll cover that another day. Instead of like having to look at a bunch of other different sources I might not be as familiar with, let's go for some low-hanging fruit, shall we? Michael Bay's Transformers movies are bad. Between obnoxious cinematography and editing and the incomprehensible storylines that just cannot decide what Cybertronian human history actually was, these films are a classic example of how to utterly waste your source material. Hugo Weaving is the voice of Megatron in the first three films, and I weep at the fact he will never live up to his potential as that character because these films have no interest in Megatron outside of him kind of needing to be there. He's barely in these films, and with the exception of the first one, he's always playing second fiddle to some other villain. Not to say that you can't have multiple villains, there's a whole enemy faction for a reason, but these films just have no interest in actually doing anything with them most of the time. Age of Extinction behind the Age of Extinction behind the scenes featurette was really telling, because they essentially went, this is the first time we've decided to treat the Transformers as characters, and we really wanted to focus on the more human side of them. And all I could think is, how is that not your priority from day one? Why you took 4 films to start thinking about them as characters that had thoughts and emotions. The title of the films is they always start with what word? Transformers. Who is on the poster? Transformers. It's not, no one goes to these films to see Shia LaBeouf. Maybe like 2 or 3, but the appeal of these is not been your humans. I'm sorry to say. It's the robots. I know you're only now even starting to think of them as people. Oh yeah, like Age of Extinction and The Last Night are the worst ones, but those were the first time, like, I'll note, this is the first time they started thinking about them as characters. That doesn't mean they thought about them well as characters. I'll put it that way. So, and all I can think, yeah, like I already said that, I can't even, like, a lot of people are just like, oh, well, I can at least enjoy the action. I can't. Like, not even talking about, like, you know, I need story and all that. I'm talking about I can't superficially enjoy what was shot. Because Michael Bay's directing style is obnoxious. I think that's the word. Obnoxious. Sometimes cancer-inducing of the eyeball. Like, he does have a distinct style. He does know how to capture motion, but he fails in many other ways. He struggles to keep the camera still. The angles he chooses are bizarre. Every scene is shot with the same level of intensity, no matter what is actually happening. And to top it all off, the character designs are just crap. They're really crap. Like, these are the characters that character designers think of when you mention the term over-designed. There is a reason the term walking junkyard is popular when describing the Michael Bay iterations of these characters. They're crap films with a crappy art design, bolstered by some really good CGI. I don't think people are going to question the actual, you know, the quality of the integration into the live action footage. Like, for what they are, the VFX artists, you know, they brought the gold home in that regard. It's just that everything around it is just so terrible. It's just so awful. As a result, Bumblebee was, like, the Bumblebee movie, that was just a genuine ray of sunshine compared to those films. It has genuinely good writing in it. The character designs are really great, and it's just a very wholesome film about 2 broken people learning to put themselves back together, both literally and figuratively, through their friendship with each other. Don't get me wrong, the film has plenty of problems, but man, I feel good watching it. I really do. It gave me hope for the future. Hope that I imagine is probably going to be dashed with Rise of the Beasts, a Beast Wars adaptation set in the 1990s. Oh man. So yeah. When I say Bumblebee has good writing, just so we're clear, I mean that there is good writing in it. That doesn't mean the whole film is well written. That just means that there is stuff. There's a lot of good character stuff in there that I really enjoy. For those, so I just mentioned Beast Wars in the 1990s, and I say that as a very bad thing. But for those who are not in the know, Beast Wars is meant to star the descendants of the Autobots and the Decepticons, known as Maximals and Predacons, who end up unwittingly going back in time to prehistoric Earth to turn that into their battleground, where their alternate modes are from nature rather than from technology. So Optimus Primal is a gorilla, Beast Wars Megatron is a T-Rex, etc. You know, all animals, all the time. This is not an idea that screams 1990s, if you catch my meaning. We'll see what they do, though. Maybe it'll be a bad, maybe it'll be a bad adaptation, but a good film, you know? I've heard a rumor that it's a stealth sequel to The Last Night as well. So, like, I've heard rumors that the story is like, it starts in the future where Unicron woke up and did his morning stretch, which destroyed the Earth. And then the Autobots have to go back in time to stop him, but then they go too far back in time and they become the Maximals and Predacons in prehistoric Earth. But I don't know how much I believe that when I keep hearing about it being set in the 1990s. So we'll see. We will see. Oh boy. moving away from, maybe it'll be a bad adaptation, but a good film. We'll see. Moving away from the movie side of things, I just want to finish off with a discussion of something that has perplexed many a writer over the years. Why do the Transformers have gender? So this kind of highlights something interesting. About the Transformers in general. Despite seemingly just being a vehicle for toy sales, there is actually like an obscene amount of lore that goes along with this franchise. We have creation myths, gods, and just a surprising amount of grounding in mysticism of all things. As time has gone on, the Transformers has become less science fiction and more fantasy. But still, the Transformers, as presented in most media, don't seem to be the sort that would need males and females. Like, they are robots with a literally living, alive life force inside of them. They are alive. Their metal is metal, but it's also kind of like organic metal. So it's like biology rather than technology. It's weird. But they don't reproduce sexually. They still reproduce asexually from, sparks coming out. And there's a few different methods of Cybertronian reproduction in there. We won't talk about those birds and beads at the moment. But they don't do it sexually. And more than that, a lot of Transformers media goes on to imply that Transformers can become romantically entwined and even have sexual relationships. And when they say that, I get very confused as to what the purpose of such bondings would be in a society where newborns, again, are created asexually. That being said, I wouldn't want to do away with male and female Transformers. I wouldn't want, RC to be a dude. I wouldn't want Black Arachnia to be a dude. I wouldn't want the dudes to become more like genderless, I guess. I just want an explanation for where it comes from if it's not sexual reproduction. There are like a couple of explanations. There are two that from IDW that come to mind. The first one was really weird. It was that RC was like the result of a cruel, like Frankenstein-esque experiment to add gender to a genderless society, and it was performed by like another Transformer. So she got experimented on and turned into a girl, trying to turn girl into, trying to introduce sex into this otherwise sexless environment. I think I've actually read that story it was a while ago, and that one had me tugging on my collar a little bit. So like they had it presented like the females were like these abhorrent abnormalities. Was a bit like but they retconned that later though, and had it be that all the females were the descendants of Solus Prime, who was one of the original 12 primes, and she just happened to be female. Now that is an explanation for where all the girl Transformers came from, but it's kind of kicking the can down the road at the same time, because the original primes were machines as well. So why did they have gender? Why was there one that was a girl, the rest were boys? Like what happened there? Why? You know what I mean? It feels a little bit like, it does feel like, oh, we didn't like this other explanation. Let's have this one. Oh, okay. That one's like less like wince-inducing, but why was she female? That we still are left with the same question. Why was she female? Why was there a distinction between male and female there, especially towards the beginning of time? Still got many questions there, because remember, Primus just created them from whole cloth. So I don't know, he didn't really need, so I don't know why he would have created them with gender specifically. Maybe there's an explanation in the comic that I don't know about, but this is what I know about it. So as a result, I got to thinking about how I would handle it. I want to include female Transformers in my Transformers franchise. How do I, explain it if the question comes up of why are they boys and girls with the robots? Well, it's kind of the more I thought about it, the more I realized, well, it's actually kind of intuitive. The Transformers, by their very nature, change their shape and adapt themselves to their environment. So perhaps that goes deeper than just changing to blend in. Maybe there was like an expansionist exploratory period in Cybertron's history where they began taking on disguises and blending into different cultures. And along the way, they kind of subconsciously began to assimilate elements of those cultures and their and the idiosyncrasies of the beings that inhabited those disguises. Perhaps they essentially absorbed the concept of gender and sex and romance and all of that through osmosis. And this would also explain other inexplicably organic features like facial hair, which would leave us with the question of why Unicron has facial hair. But I'm pretty sure that the lore explanation for Unicron's current body is that he was originally that his original body was a planet-like structure that was originally meant to be a prison for his like soul. So it was originally like more of an organic being, but then he got trapped in the planet. I don't know, something like that. But then he learned how to manipulate the planet over time, and that's how he became like a transformer, and then Primus copied that ability and gave it to the Primes. Something like that. I need to read stories where this takes place. I'm going off TF Wiki, the best wiki. So that would be why Unicron would, because I'm pretty sure his original body was not a robot. Just to cap things off, I went a little bit hardcore with this, and I wrote about the adoption of sex and gender into Cybertronian society from an in-universe perspective. So let's just have a listen to that to cap off this stream, shall we? In Cybertron's exploratory period, the Cybertronians spread across the galaxy. In their travels, they had to learn to change their shapes to blend into their native surroundings. They changed to match their environment. And as more explorers returned from their adventures throughout the cosmos, their home environment of Cybertron would begin to change as well. Cybertronian culture would adopt the concepts of gender, sexuality, food, drink, and so much more. The very planet itself would shift to mimic the elements of the primarily organic universe, with the very planet itself would shift to mimic the elements of the primarily organic universe in which they had visited, with rivers and lakes flowing in certain districts. So that's kind of, I like that idea that they change to match their environment, and their environment in turn changes them. I feel like there's something very intuitive about that idea, and that would be a very natural explanation for why they engage in behaviors and have certain characteristics that you wouldn't think they would have. So yeah, that's I just find that to be an interesting idea. So we're wrapping up now. Gonna just check good old super chat. See, I know we've gotten 2 so far, but I just want to check if anyone else has sent through anything. Yeah, it has been a fun time. Gonna get up. Nope, not like that. Let's see. Let's get Streamlabs up, just in case someone wanted to send through Streamlabs, as they sometimes. Okay. No, nothing through Streamlabs. So I'll just quickly check YouTube Studio. Okay, so let's. Okay, so we've got. Okay, so we've got the 2 I already read, and then. Fun times, good discussions. Have a great day. Oh, thank you, Jose. Thank you. So anyway, oh man, it's been fun. It's been a lot of fun. I've enjoyed this. This kind of gives me an idea of how I should structure the notes I take in the future, and how many topics I can tackle at once. Because I wanted to go hard for the first one, just so in the future. We could I can tune it as much as I want. So if I only want to do it in the morning, like I don't even have time to do the after show right now because we just went completely over time, and I want to do other things today. But next time we will definitely do the after show 100%, and I'll be streaming more Alien Isolation during the day soon, so that'll be good as well. But yes, it has been a wonderful time. I've had so much fun. I've covered so many things that I've wanted to cover for a while. And yeah, it's just been really fun. I'm going to re-upload for this on the Stream Repository channel will be available hopefully within the next couple of days. Yeah, it'll be slightly edited, most likely. Just running it through a little bit to just cut out all the bits and bobs that need to be cut out. So I'll just run it through an AI algorithm that cuts out any dead air or anything. So it's a choppier, so it's a slightly smoother experience. But yeah, It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. You should force Metal to watch Transformers. I got so many things I gotta force Metal to watch at the moment. So like maybe in like 10 years or something. I don't know. Anyway, thank you so much, all of you, for watching. It has been a marvelous time. I have loved it immensely. And yeah, channel memberships are available if you so desire to support the channel in a frequent recurring fashion. And I'll probably set up like Patreons and everything at some point soon as well. But yeah, it's got a lot of stuff happening. I want to also get Aquaman EVAT movies done at some point. I'm setting myself a deadline for that because I want to just get that out of the way. I'm sick of people asking. Not because I'm annoyed, not in the sense of being annoyed by it, but in the sense that I'm sick of it not being done. But yes, so I'm gonna try and speed my way through that. But especially because now I got this whole thing set up now, and this is kind of my way to get content out when I'm busier with other things. And then this is like an all-encompassing thing to just help focus aspects of my life, including the channel. So this is great for that. But yeah, in any case, I am Meme Repository. Thank you so much, all of you, for tuning in to the first episode of the Stream Repository. It has been such a, I've really appreciated all the engagement and everything, and I hope that, we continue to grow this little clique of ours. But yeah, it's been very fun, very nice to see all of you, and I'll catch you all around. So, bye-bye. Oh, and catch this on the unlisted stream. If you missed out, it's in the unlisted streams playlist. Okay, bye.